welcome one and all to some more CCT Series 6 action as we are now getting to the finish line as we have our first elimination games coming up. Of course, Navi Jr. taking on Zero Tenacity. One of these two squads gets to continue the journey. The other one has to just watch from the sidelines and hope to have a better shot in Series 7 down the line. Of course, my name is Snare, and today I am joined by Superstar, the hero, literally my actual hero in life. Teltras, how are you doing today, my friend?
I'm doing good. I mean, just woke up, got to have a bit of Dota action to look forward to, have a few elimination matches to look forward to. So this is going to be exciting to see how these teams deal with the pressure.
Yep. Pressure, of course, is going to be needed to be handled, and we're looking towards some of our more experienced players in order to handle that pressure the best. So looking towards these two teams that are playing first. Navi Jr. was a playoff seed. They didn't have to play whatsoever in the group stage. It seemed, perhaps, that they would be the squad that would come in with the most amount of heat, but that just reminds me of Teltras. Remember a couple of years ago when we had DPC and you would win DPC and go straight into the playoffs at the LAN, and at the LAN all those teams always did really badly. It feels like in retrospect they could have done a lot better having played the group stage so they don't just get surprised like they did yesterday and end up immediately in the lower bracket.
Definitely, and this is something that I've seen in the previous series as well. Navi Jr., of course, is one of the invited teams, and just going straight into the playoffs, you come against teams that have been playing in the group stages, have played several matches, so it does kind of seem like a bit of a disadvantage.
Yeah. Well, Navi Jr., obviously, hopefully they're still warmed up from their game yesterday, and Zayax, he's going to be the guy that has to draw them all together, make sure that the difficult loss that they experience is not really going to weigh on their heads. Just be like, kids, don't worry about it. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. Just give me my Earthshaker, get Nuku as Invoker again, and let's try and figure this out. At the same time, though, speaking of experience, Zero Tenacity also has a lot of players that have been playing Dota for decades, man. Pablo and LeBron, these guys have been like mainstay names of the European scene for like, what, 7, 8, 9 years at this point. Nefrit has been on the come up. Stoikov has been on pretty much every tier 2 team in Europe. So quietly, but surely, it feels like these guys are leveling themselves up, getting to a point where they're going to be the names that are sitting on bigger and better teams down the future.
Definitely, and this is something that I'm like, it is a pleasure to watch some of these teams compete in some of these tier 2 or tier 3 tournaments, and then eventually make their way going up, right? You have the prime example of our team Avulus, right, in the previous CCT series. Then you have Passion UA, who has just been improving each and every single time. Even Navi Jr., right? Sure, they're in the lower brackets, but they're doing super well in some of these other tournaments, and I hope all the rest of the teams can replicate the success of some of these teams.
Well, one of the things that leads you to success, generally speaking, in Dota is the draft. So let us find out what kind of strategies the two teams have prepared in order to fight for their life here in the lower bracket. Navi Jr. are sitting on the Radiant side with the second pick, Zero Tenacity Dire side with the first pick. So let's see here. We're expecting a Monkey King ban. Magnus, for some reason, still in the pool. Nick still in the pool. Okay, gets banned now. Doom still in the pool, Phoenix still in the pool, Lich still in the pool. So many OP heroes, Teltras. What are you feeling right now if you're in their position? What do you want to open up your draft with?
I mean, Navi Jr. like to play those meta picks, right? And Zero Tenacity loves to play those kind of niche heroes that are not really in the meta right now, like the Phantom Assassin, and they love their Magnus Fan PA combinations, right? So I would imagine that they go for a bit of that in this game. Pangolier as well, Zero Tenacity, they did very well with the Pango yesterday. So I'm hoping they can replicate that success again.
Pango. This is one of these heroes that it's always in the meta somehow as a mainstay. So what are we feeling? We go Magnus right now if we're Navi Jr. Do we go Magnus or do we go for the Tiny here at the beginning?
You could go for a support. I mean, Zero Tenacity have already revealed a core position, right? And it's probably a mid Pango. I don't think I've seen much of the offlane Pango anymore compared to previously. So now we can probably play with a few supports before they try and counter out this Pango. Or, they can just go for the straight up Bloodseeker early on. We saw it yesterday, did extremely well against the Pangolier. You just can't use the Rolling Thunder. Very good counter. Not to mention, a very good core hero right now in the meta with that Scepter upgrade.
Yeah. Very, very good core hero. And they're really taking their time, Navi Jr., to think about this. I mean, we still have, like, Shadow Demons in the pool as well.
Yeah.
I think I really like Shadow Demon just for the purge. You have it available at all times. Just becomes really annoying for Pangolier to play the game. Let's see, boys.
If you want to go for a straight up mid counter, I mean, not exactly a counter, but a hero that does pretty well, you could just end up going for the Puck, for example. or even just go for some of the spirits. But they're going to go for TA. Okay. This is
not something that you see first phase all that often, right?
Because I mean, the refraction can be countered super easily, right? Not even by other heroes, but by the Pango himself. That Swashbuckle will be taking away most of the refraction charges. So it's interesting how they're doubling down on this Phantom Assassins, on this Templar Assassins so early on.
They must have a plan, right? There must be some way that they're going to be buffing up the hero or they're going to protect her. In the past, it used to be that when you pick the TA, you go for these heavy armor reduction type of lineups so that you can just blitz heroes into oblivion. If that's the case, I am kind of surprised they banned Bristle because I've seen some strategies lately with like Snot Rocket Bristleback in tandem with the Templar Assassin. So if he's not there, now we're looking at heroes like the Slot-ons. That's not a hero that we see all that often either. But it might also just be the case that they have such a high impact, high tempo fighting lineup around her that they can just leave her to farm on her own devices. We'll see. We'll see.
Nami Jr. did like to play that position 5 Bristleback. I'm just not sure how the Bristleback would lean with the Templar Assassin, but I'm not too happy about this first pick TA, if I'm being very honest. Could have picked other cores. I mean, revealing your DPS this early on, it might come back to bite them, but let's see.
There's that puck that you were mentioning earlier. It's going to get banned away right now. So straight lane counts are not going to be available. They could still go for some tiny and just win the game. You rotate at the same pace as the Pangolier anyway. That could still
you need some frontline sustain, definitely. So something like a tiny would be really good. You need that HP that can stand in the front line because this Pangolier will be targeting that Templar Assassin. They will be able to reach in the back lines. They will be able to reach the Templar or even whatever other core you pick up. So you need some heroes that can stand in the front, soak damage, and perhaps even initiate onto Zero Tenacity.
Well, here's a hero that very rarely gets to the first phase, but will get picked up now for the lane. I think Clockwork has sort of supplanted Lich as like the go-to position 5 again, but Lich is still... I mean, they needed also ways to protect her, like you were mentioning, right? Instead of getting the front line, that the very least just get some buff spells. So you drop the shield on top of her, that plus refraction is quite a lot of tank ability. So not going to be the easiest thing in the world for Zero Tenacity to deal with. That being said, though, Lich is also one of these heroes that if you're really, really good at the buttons, right, you can catch some really cool Sinister Gazes, set them up in a line for the TA to strike through them. So I'm really looking forward to that when that happens.
You can even stop the Pango from popping off his Rolling Thunder if you're quick enough. Grimstroke Lycan.
Okay. Well, looks like we're not in this morning. They woke up upset about something, man. They don't want to be in the lower bracket. They're like, you know what, we're going to just cheese these guys out of existence. This lane is so cheesy. And there's nothing that TA can do about this, right? Like, realistically, what's she going to really be able to do to threaten these heroes?
I mean, the Inkspell is going to take away the refraction anyway. Not to mention that when that Lycan pops off his ultimate, and Zero Tenacity have that tiny opened up for themselves with that Wolf Bite as well. So it's looking pretty dangerous. What I would like to see Navi Jr. pick up is a straight up Beastmaster. You know, I feel like the Beastmaster and the Lycan have such similar playstyles in their off lanes, similar lane dominance as well. So just go for it.
Yeah, why not? I like Beastmaster quite a lot right now. I feel like the hero's in a pretty good place. So yeah, certainly I can see it. It would also give the TA some additional attack speed, but they get the Magnus. This could still be a mid hero. Doesn't necessarily have to be in the off lane, but it gives them some damage. It gives them some little bit of frontlining, but crucially, it gives them initiation, which they didn't really have before this. What?
Hey.
Ricky Maru, baby. All right, talk to me, brother. What's happening with the invisible stealth assassin?
I don't know, man, because I haven't even seen a Ricky in competitive play. Like, I didn't even know they exist. I mean, theoretically, right, Ricky Maru, very good against the Pangolier, very good against the Grimstroke. Any support that doesn't have a natural movement mechanism will be getting taken down by the Ricky. Not to mention, you have the Magnus, right? So the Ricky's tricks of the trade with the Magnus reverse polarity. There is synergy in this, and there is the potential to snowball as well. But the only thing I'm not sure of is Ricky plus the TA. That's the big question mark.
Where's the Ricky going? I mean, TA, we also have seen some people play her mid. Wouldn't be the craziest thing in the world. I was also just thinking about like some of the synergy with this Ricky. If you get the Exterminator facet that does the bonus damage to
Yeah.
non-hero units, then you kind of just like demolish Lycan's army, right? He shows up, he wants to kill everybody. You just press one button, and then all of a sudden, every single one of them are dead. I wonder if he's gonna go for that, but I think it probably depends on whether or not he's playing core or not in this game. As the enemy team now have a Phantom Assassin, just like yesterday, but it didn't work out them winning yesterday, even though they came fairly close. What do you think about this PA relative to last night?
I hope this PA is different. I hope there's no divine rapier mechanisms going on, or at least if you do get the divine rapier, if you get the mega creeps, just back away, cool down a little bit. There's no need to buy back and go in when all of your towers are still standing. But also, Snare, I think my camera has just disconnected, so I will need like just a few seconds to fix that.
No worries. We're looking at you like it's a model profile picture, so we're good. It's a very great image to have. Zero Tenacity, they ban out the dogs here. They don't want to give away. They're assuming that this Ricky is a 4, and that kind of makes the most sense. They want him to just always be able to go around the map, hunt down this Grimstroke, prevent the Grimstroke from being able to influence the fight from super far away. And they take away this Warlock. So they don't want to be giving PA free damage in the fight with the Fatal Bonds. Don't want to give her a strong lane with the heal. All makes sense to me. I still don't know how you play this Ricky. I just have not seen him whatsoever.
I honestly have not seen the Ricky play either. Now Ricky theoretically does very well against all of the heroes of Zero Tenacity, apart from the Lycan, of course. So how he uses that smoke screen is probably going to determine their success. They have a lot of follow-up. They have the Skewer, they have the Lich as well, they have the TA to be dishing out that damage. Not to mention, the smoke screen will give a lot of mischance for this Phantom Assassin, so the BKB becomes a very crucial requirement to fight for Zero Tenacity. So there are all of these interesting mechanisms going around.
You also have this very annoying situation where sometimes in a game like this where the enemy team has lots of stuns and I'm playing PA, if there's a Grimstroke in the team, you say, brother, please get that shot ASAP, dispel me as soon as possible, but nothing you can do against Smokescreen. Just have to sit in there and enjoy life, or definitely not enjoy life because they're going to kill you in that moment. Primal Beast will be the final ban from Zero Tenacity. So no PB. Does feel like they're angling. Which support do they need right now? I want a position 4. Do I want a 4 or 5? Because Grimstroke can play the 4, right? And I want something that's a bit beefier to protect the PA. How about Tusk? How would you feel about Tusk in this game?
Tusk would do pretty good, but again, you have the smoke screen, right? And I fear that the Sumo will be a pretty easy setup for the smoke screen to come in place. So I'm not sure. I mean, this Ricky pick, right? You talk about niche picks. This is the nichest of them all. This is
Does not get any more niche than the Ricky. But Lion is not that niche, right? We see this guy all the time. They are also somewhat lacking initiation outside of the Pangolier. So now you have that. Gives them some additional burst damage before the PA starts to level up her physical damage output. Unfortunately, they're going to be playing into the Tide. Oof. That's a tough one. If you're playing Lion and you see Tide on, so you're not a happy camper that day.
Yeah, but this means that this Ricky is a support?
Yeah. Position 4. Yeah, I thought it was going to be position 4.
Okay. It's a position 4 Ricky with that Tide Hunter, and then you have got the juice with the Lich. Okay, so they can make this work, right? As long as the Ricky is not required to be farming up, can do just as much as the Lion or LeBron over on the other side.
Oh, I actually can't believe it. He did it. Ricky did indeed go for the Exterminator facet. So if this Lycan, did Lycan go Pack Leader or Alpha Wolves? You're an Alpha Wolves, okay. But nonetheless, if he does end up going for the Helm of the Dominator build instead of just going full on the auras, we'll end up losing quite a few creeps before he even knows what's happening. You throw them in the fight and you just look on the ground, you're like, wait, what? They're all gone? What's happening here? Okay. I've never, as you said, we've never really seen Ricky professionally. Personally, I've never even seen somebody play with this facet, so I don't know what to expect. But I do know it's going to be a fun game number 1. Once all is said and done, though, which draft would you prefer playing if you were in this game?
I think I would prefer Zero Tenacity's draft because the Ricky is such an unknown factor. I mean, you talk about competitive play. I don't even think I see Ricky all that much in my pub games, right? So I don't think in those higher brackets you even have the Ricky Maru coming out. But just the fact that Zero Tenacity have that Lycan, right? they have such a big potential to snowball. They have the Phantom Assassin as well. So if you get those skills going on, and if you're able to shut down the TA and the TA's refraction, then the Navi Junior, they don't have a lot of damage to be dishing out. So that's a potential worry for them.
Yeah, it certainly does look like one of the more classic 4 protect ones. I mean, Magnus will be able to supplement the damage output as well, but that's not his role. The role is to allow the TA to flourish. So let's see if they can achieve that end and get themselves a game 1 victory, or if Navi Junior, with a bit more cookie cutter draft here, will allow the PA to soar her way to victory. So let's see what's happening. Game 1, Navi Junior, 0 tenacity. The thing I'm really intrigued about seeing here on Ultras is exactly how are they going to be playing around when it comes to the lane with the Riki and the Tidehunter. Like, do you creep skip constantly? Do you play aggressively? Does PMA maybe go level 1 gush or something? I just don't know, man.
I think Ricky Zayak can actually zone out the line pretty well, right? Because you have the blink strike, just spam out those blink strikes, spam out those smoke screens, right? So your ability to trade with the Ricky is extremely high. Not to mention the Tidehunter, you can't really damage the Tidehunter, so there's no real kill threat on towards Navi Junior. All you have to do is make sure you zone out the line or zone out the PA, and you're good to go.
Well, I want to go for a fight right now, even before the laning phase kicks off. Zayax went for the blink strike. Unfortunately for them, no contenders are coming up to feed themselves into the hands of Navi Junior. So Zero Tenacity able to make the avoidance. And they smoke themselves, but they just want to make sure they can secure bounties here.
Hopefully we won't see too much action early on, because I don't think you can deal with the Inkswell. Mid lane though, so this is interesting, right? I think it was either on day number 2 or yesterday where I saw a Magnus versus the Pangolier. So the idea is, if you're the Pango, you have a bit less of farming potential because you can't use the Shearcrass and Swashbuckle as much as you want to, because if you expend both of those spells, then you expose yourself to the skewer back into Magnus's tower. So you have to be careful with that. So I'm probably going to expect this Pango to be down in CS, but not by too much, not by a lane losing amount.
That makes complete sense to me. Nico did go a level on Shockwave because they thought they were going to find a fight, but I'll still be very happy as top lane. They're going on to LeBron. They want the first blood with the Ricky. And after he drops the blood grenade, they do find it. PA will be able to find immediate revenge though with the Stifling Dagger, but nonetheless, good stuff. Bonus gold for this Ricky.
Yeah, and it's not even the worst thing in the world for Retsu as well, getting that solo XP. So, but definitely, I mean, the PMA, if he gets buffed up, the Phantom Assassin, sure you have that break mechanism, but the Tidehunter, we can see what he can do when he becomes massive, right? Just straight up, he can take an entire team on his own, should he get there.
Still a ways away for our Watermelon though. For me, the very interesting part for ZT is going to be this bottom lane. Honestly, what this Lycan builds. Is he going for the auras? Is he going to go for the full Helm of the Overlord rush? Like, what is the plan for this Lycan? Because this Lycan can really make life, especially for Ridis on his Lich, very, very annoying throughout the game.
Yeah. Not so much for the Rikimaru, but definitely for Ridis, he's going to have a pretty difficult time, particularly as these wolves get leveled up. That route is so annoying, and it's going to be even more annoying for that Templar Assassin to deal with, to be honest. Oh, there's a skewer.
That's what you're talking about, and he does, like you mentioned, stop and save the Swashbuckle, but it's not enough. Still ends up dead. Niku now getting a solo kill middle, and the worst part about it is by the time the Pango comes back, he's going to have secured a Water Rune bottom, can probably still go take the top one, so doesn't really lose out on any farm time either.
Yeah, Stoikov just not careful enough with his position. This very, very simple skewer back, right? Didn't even require the shockwave for that one.
But it's the first game of the day, you know? It's early morning, he's still warming up. It's okay. I'd rather feed at the beginning, boys, and then I don't feed later, right? This top lane, they want to try and get the Zayax brought down. He does manage to get a very nice dodge on the Inkswell, using the tricks of the trade, but the betrayal from the Centaur Conqueror finds the stun. Zayax able to leap away, and he will stay living. Another thing that we didn't really talk about is just how absurdly high the regen is on Ricky in general. So he's able to play this hyper harassing lane without being easily brought down by the enemy heroes.
He has 11 HP regen. Okay, that's with the Tango, but does have
That's
the
with the
Lotus. And
Tango.
again,
LeBron getting jumped again. They do get the Inkswell out. Gets dodged once more by the tricks of the trade. Retsu, though, with the stun out onto PMA. That will enable him to just slowly retreat. But Zyx showing that they did not pick this hero just to farm. They want to play as actively as possible with the Riki.
yeah, it's just impossible to trade hits with the Riki. That Blink Strike just does too much damage early on. Not to mention the tricks of the trade. And by the time he has a smoke screen up, your PA can't do anything in that lane. As far as trading hits goes, of course you can still use that Stifling Dagger to get that CS. You can go back to the jungle, but I fear that Zero Tenacity are not going to have a good time on this top side.
See, middle Stoikov is been able to get back some CS, but he's being roundly beaten, of course, given the time that he spent dead. And Niku's just chilling. Doesn't even want anybody to come help him. He's like, guys, don't even distract them. Just let me do my thing here.
And for Zero Tenacity, on this bot side, you don't really need kills. You don't need to kill that Templar Assassin. All you need to do is farm up on that Lycan, and you're very happy.
Another one that needs farm in this game is obviously going to be this PA. You're outlining just how important the BKB is going to be for her. A little while away from that point. I'm wondering, though, should Navi Jr., when they have a little bit of downtime, there's potential for them to come through a twin gate rotation with the Lich, right? Sinister Gaze into a kill onto PA.
Yeah. Although, as I say that, yesterday, Retsu, he didn't even go for that BKB. So he might have had that Divine Rapier Satanic, but he did not have that debuff immunity.
But surely this game you have to.
I mean, I would have imagined. Surely, of course, yes. I will hope that things are different today. It is the lower brackets. There's not a lot of room for error for Zero Tenacity. So, or for either of these teams. If you're out, you're out. But I have a feeling that much of the weight of it is going to be on Lycan's shoulders because their mid lane has not gone that well. Their top side, sure, the PA got that one kill, but Grimstrokes died twice.
Top lane, oh, mid lane, we do have the first RP of the game. It is deployed middle. Zayax and Ridis come through to help out Niku, and they make sure that Stoikov suffers his second death of the game. And there's a Siege Dragon coming, so we're going to have quite a lot of pressure being applied onto the tower.
Yeah, that tower is going to take quite a lot of damage, and it's unfortunate that Pango went down. There was not even an attempted rotation by Zero Tenacity, no response at all.
We'll try to respond now as they are TPing towards the mid lane. Ridis gets a Sinister Gaze out onto Pablo, and here comes Zayax piercing the backline. They get the kill onto the Lion. They don't even bring down the signature target of Ridis that they wanted at the beginning.
Those are a lot of creeps that he's just going to clear up. Oh man. Stoikov's not even level 6. Yeah, so...
He's not even in level 6. They have smoke screen. He's actually dead. Blood Grenade is out. They wait for the Swashbuckle, wait for the shield crashes, and Zayax doesn't really want to go that way. Instead, they come back towards the Grimstroke because they realize that killing the Grimstroke opens the tower, and that is more important. So Stoikov does get to live, but it is at a heavy, heavy cost to his team.
Yeah, him dying for that second time cost him so much, did not get his level 6. Magnus got his level 6 because he got that solo kill on the Stoikov earlier on. And Navi Jr. have made excellent work from capitalizing with that. 6-1 now, 4,000 net worthy, that's 7 minutes in, is just disastrous.
Not against a team I want to be behind either, right? Magnus, TA, hell, even the Tidehunter. These are the kind of heroes that can take a good lead and just absolutely keep snowballing the game. In fact, they're going to try and do so onto Retsu in the top lane. They go find him. They have the damage out. The Power Rangers TPs are coming in, but it might be too late. PMA has the Ravage if needed. As they go back now onto the Lich. Lich will end up dead, but so will Retsu. Zayax able to take him down. Stoikov happy to come and turn this fight, hoping to get somebody with this Rolling Thunder. Nice little dodge from Zayax. Blink Strike away towards PMA. Does have some ways to survive here. PMA trying to open up space, but it's not going to be enough. They're still able to jump and kill Riki, but they have nothing left for PMA, so he's just going to try and chase them down. Look at poor LeBron, just trying his best. There will be a shockwave from Niku, who shows up out of nowhere. Now LeBron is gone. Pablo about to follow him into the grave. Sorry, brother man. You did come to help. You did manage to bring down the Lich. Instrumental in the Riki kill, but still giving away a double towards this Magnus.
Yeah, that's just. It doesn't seem like anything is working out for Zero Tenacity. Their mid lane, the Pango, just fell back too hard, giving those 2 kills away. I mean, they got a Ricky after all of that exchange, and that's just not worth it. You expend so many TPs, your Phantom Assassin wasn't even able to do anything, and it doesn't seem like the story is going to change. It doesn't seem like Navi Jr. are going to be punished for any of this aggression. Zero Tenacity just simply don't have that. Their Lion is still not level 6 yet. And he's a full level away from it.
We'll show up bottom, this Pablo Lion. Looks like they're gonna go on to Got the Juice. So, C8 getting encroached upon. Do they have what it takes to kill her? Smoke screen from Zayak that gives the miss chance. That's gonna keep her alive, allow her to get off this refraction. She's still running though. There will be Red 2 coming through the twin gate. They want to go on top of her. They didn't have the vision, but they do have the damage. They find the kill, but unfortunately, there's also a Chain Frost. It's bouncing around. Red 2 already so low. He'll die to the anchor smash of PMA. So a carry for carry exchange. And the thing is about all of these fights, we'll talk about in a second because they're not done. Nefrit gets scouted in the shapeshift form. Do they see him? Oh, he went to the south. They just manages to get out with the TP.
Yeah, he's out. But I have to ask if that is even worth it. I mean, it would have been if you got the TA, right? But Retsu decided to come in through the gate, and he ended up dying to the Frost Chain. And suddenly, what was supposed to be a good win for you turned out to be an even exchange, which ends up going in favor of Navi Jr., right? You might lose a TA, but you don't lose that much on your damage output later on. But you lose your Phantom Assassin, and your Phantom Assassin is the majority of your damage later on in the game. So you really want that PA to do well.
What do you mean she's the majority of damage, bro? This Lion is gonna get 10 finger kills, hit level 18 out of nowhere, get Aghanim Scepter, and
he needs to get the first one though. It's the first one.
Yeah, poor Pablo's not even level 6 right now. And no, ooh, Niku almost threw out the RP, but Stoikov was just out of the range. For once, he'll be allowed to live.
Now he does have his level 6, so let's see what they're able to do. Right now, he is situated at the bot lane, and it doesn't seem like they have any plans for him.
I think ideally right now you want to take the tier 1 tower, open up space, make it that. Normally it's Lycan that's taking your side of the map, but Lycan is being pushed further into his own side. He's actually had to flee to the top lane. Can't really participate meaningfully anymore down bottom.
He did go for the Midas, so I think they're going to be content just farming up. And I'm not sure if this amount of greed works out for Zero Tenacity, because you've lost 2 of your lanes. Sure, your bot lane went well, but going for the Midas, how is that going to translate later on? With this much aggression, Niku already having his dagger, they're staring down the barrel of those tier 2 towers as well.
Dire's structures are fortified.
You certainly have to try and make moves to open up the space for this kind of greed. He smoked up with 3 on top, but Zero Tenacity unfortunately will find nobody. They will pressure the tower, hopefully. It's not a siege wagon push, so it probably won't die here. Here they come. They smoked up. Stoikov, this time around, he cannot dodge it. There's actually a little bit of anti-synergy there. They pulled him out of the smoke screen, but it won't matter. Because Got the Juices there with a massive right-click damage from the Melt Strike.
And this Pango dies so quick, right? It's like he doesn't even get a chance to throw off the animation of the Rolling Thunder or even the swashbuckle attempt. It just, he gives up in place because there's just nothing he can do. Navi Jr. are reading the map way too well. And Zero Tenacity, they're pulling off this lackluster attempts at a lot of these maneuvers. They went for that tier 1 tower, did a bit of poke damage, perhaps 50 or 100 damage, and they decided to all back away. Not going for any smoke plays of their own either. I'm not sure what their game plan is right now.
Part of the problem is, like you mentioned, because this Pango's been having such a rough game, starting fights is practically impossible for him. He just dies too quickly. So they need the fight to start elsewhere. But who else? Who else do you really want to be on the front lines, right? Can't really be this Lycan. He went for the Midas, you know, doesn't really have any tank ability himself. You absolutely don't want it to be PA. So now poor Grimstroke has to sacrifice himself every fight just because someone needs to get jumped on. Speaking of that jump, look where they are.
Yeah.
Max. He is going to walk past the sentry, so they know where he's at right now. What they don't know is who's behind him. And now they're going Smokescreen is out onto the Grimstroke. At the same time, they're actually going onto the TA. She is here. They get the stun out. Ravage, though, prevents them from finishing her off. So Pablo now, looking like he's going to end up dead to the right clicks. There is a big soulbind. But where's the bonus damage? Where is the extra? The Chain Frost was bouncing around as well, just eating into Ridis and the PA. Both of them are down. And Lycan just has to tuck tail between his legs and flee for his life. Paltras, that's a 3-for-nothing exchange in that situation.
Yeah, they didn't even use the Pango, right? It was just the Phantom Assassin and the 2 supports. I'm not sure what kind of defense Zero Tenacity wanted to mount there. I'm not sure what kind of expectation of their damage output they had, because it was clearly not enough. Got the juice. It might have seemed close that the Templar Assassin was going to fall, but that Ravage was already available, right? He was going to pop it. So Got the Juice was not in that much danger. And it just turned it around. I mean, Zero Tenacity, if you want to be going for those plays, you need to be going for all-in plays. At least use the Rolling Thunder alongside it. But a wasted finger, down now for 100 seconds, not ideal.
Well, at least he knows that the button works, you know? Just a test. It's PMA. We see the Tyrants are starting to angle towards the Shivas, having completed his Blink Dagger now. And the thing is, that last fight happened with him just waddling himself up, and he still found 3 heroes in a Ravage. Imagine now with the additional Blink what he can do.
I think he just solo kills some of these heroes, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay, they can TP away. Okay, so that's something. That's somewhat of a fight they can put up, I guess.
Dire's middle tower
Yeah,
is
but we're
under
about to get
attack.
15 minutes. He's gonna buy a shot. So the next time that happens, you are going nowhere.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And I love how this Ricky Zayak, he might be playing a support position, but he's in no mood to make those support items. Just straight up going for that refusal.
Well, he's about to get more gold into his coffers because they see the Pango bottom and they would love to find this jump. They're actually going first onto Got the Juice. Gonna be a very nice stun. Got the Juice gets off the refraction yet again. This miss making it so difficult for them to bring her down. Pablo will now end up getting soloed by Zayax. They drag back Stoikov. Niku being there, they also make sure that LeBron has no option of surviving. Honestly, Taltras, if I was in their position, I would be calling GG right now. This game just feels like it's not just inflicting emotional damage, physical damage, there's some spiritual damage involved in this right now.
Oh man, I mean, they didn't even wait for the Lion Finger to come back online. They just chose to go all in on towards the Templar Assassin. Again, it's a similar situation as we saw on that top side. Deciding to go on that Templar Assassin without enough fuel in the tank is... I'm not sure whether to call it a lapse of judgment or they're just not thinking correctly.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Game is certainly hard right now as this PA gets scouted. They know where she's
Dire's
at.
top tower
The
is
2
under
supports are nearby, but they would ideally want Niku to be here first.
Scanning.
But they're happy to just pressure the tower while Got the Juice is there. Zayax will just make sure that nobody can actually enter this area.
Is under attack.
And they're actually thinking about just jumping her, and they're gonna go in. They might not commit the Ravage just yet. We'll see. Oh, nice, this is the case. Dragging the PA back into the smoke screen. RP will be there to make sure she cannot escape. Nice hex from Pablo, but it's not gonna be enough. Big mouth strike. Got the Juice, gets the kill. And now look who it is. Yet again, poor LeBron getting chased to the ends of the earth. It's a double kill for the Templar Assassin. When a PA can't even wander the steps of her own base and just dies with only 1 ultimate being committed by the enemy, I'm not feeling good about my game.
Yeah, and I don't see what kind of response they can mount either. It's come to a point where Zero Tenacity just have to run. They have to avoid and dodge, but to what end? What is the point where they start coming online where they can start putting that much of a fight? It's just not, I just don't see it happening for the next 10 or 15 minutes. The Phantom Assassin just has a Battle Fury. The Lycan is walking around with a Hand of Midas on his way to making that Assault Chorus.
Well, PA might not be able to get to the more important items. That she's looking like she could die here, and indeed she does. Zayax gets the credit. Ravage will come out, connecting onto 3. They bring down Pablo. LeBron follows very quickly. Now Stoikov, swashbuckle, but there's no more escape. You're on the high ground still, my friend. And they will call it.
Yeah.
GG all played. When your enemy team is playing with the Ricky that is more net worth than our entire team, basically, yeah, we gotta call it.
Yeah, that's just not... It's just not a good showing, and I believe there were a few mistakes made earlier on from Zero Tenacity's side. I don't think their draft was worse. I just think the itemization, the Lycan going for that Hand of Midas early on, despite losing out on their mid lane and that top side, not to mention Stoikov not being that careful with his abilities, getting skewered into the tower, losing out so many times, getting rotated on as well. Just overall lapses of judgment, I would say.
Yeah. Certainly not the best showing that we've seen from Zero Tenacity in this one. And there were a couple of moves in the game that also just felt like were a bit disconnected from each other. So that, of course, leads into a somewhat negative result for Zero Tenacity. That being said, it is still a 3-game series. So they have one more opportunity at the very least to turn their fortunes around and try to put themselves in a much better position. I definitely do think I want to see whatever heroes that they pick, I want to see a more active hero in the offlane. I do feel like it felt like they were kind of playing 4 versus 5, and efforts feeling the pressure to try and catch up, being like the biggest hero on this side of the map, but they needed more activity because, like you said, the mid lane just was an abject disaster. But we'll see if Zero Tenacity can do that for us, or if Navi Jr. will breeze through the opposition and just keep themselves going here in the lower bracket. Of course, we're going to be finding out after a very small break, so don't go anywhere. More CCT Series 6 action as Game 2 of Navi Jr. and Zero Tenacity comes back in just a few minutes.
Dire's turret has been killed.
Welcome back, one and all, to Game 2 of Navi Jr. versus Zero Tenacity in the elimination rounds here at CCT Series 6. Zero Tenacity, they have their back against the wall. So this is the time right now. This is a boxing match. They're in the corner. Taltras, you're the coach. You know, what are you telling them? How are you gassing them up to get back in the ring and take us to a next round?
That is very difficult, man. Like it's it's hard to uplift when you just lose within 20 minutes of the game. But I will say that, you know, the Zero Tenacity, I've seen them have two major strats, right? They pulled out their Phantom Assassin, which is one of their stronger strats, and then the other one, which we saw yesterday, was their Death Ball strat, right? Just pick themselves up that Enchantress Lycan, just go for those towers, Enigma even, and just go for those towers, take down those towers, and they managed to win against Into the Breach within 20 minutes as well yesterday. So perhaps that's a strat they can go for. I mean, Navi Jr. picked their own niche strat in the form of the Ricky Maru. Perhaps it's time for Zero Tenacity to pull one out of the hat.
I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Well, Zero Tenacity, they got to show us what they're about. They have the second pick on Radiant side. We had Alchemist, DK, Batrider, and the Bristleback being banned out. And of course, they removed for Navi Jr., Phoenix, Morphling, and the TA, and they open up with the Nyx Assassin. Whenever you can get Nyx, you should get Nyx. If you have a Nyx player on your team, and the thing is, they don't just have any Nyx player, Taltras. They have Xyx, a man who was carrying Team Secret into massive games when they were making their second place run at TI. This was one of the heroes he was doing it on. So, having already seen what he can do when he's on this invisible Roma, like the Ricky in Game 1, I am already a little bit worried for Zero Tenacity in Game 2.
Yeah, and not to mention the Nyx Assassin does very well against the Invoker, right? So they're setting themselves up to succeed, and I kind of like this. Now, the important thing about the Nyx Assassin is obviously on that position 4 role, what kind of lane, what kind of position 3 are you sending the Nyx with, right? It kind of does narrow down your options quite a bit. You want an extremely strong laner because your Nyx Assassin is not going to have all that much of a lane presence. So something like a Beastmaster, for example, something like a Tidehunter of your own. So heroes like that can stand their own.
Yeah, I like Beastmaster a lot. Because then you get the dual benefit, right? You also get a vision hero, so you can be playing on the map, knowing where the next assassin should be going, allow him to just pierce the backlines that way. So I like Beast a lot. I really like him. For Zero Tenacity, you definitely don't want to pick too squishy supports. You want to make sure that the supports you pick can bail themselves out of trouble if they ever see the Nyx. You know, some Dark Willows, these sort of heroes that don't mind too much being scouted, but you're already thinking to yourself, okay, guys, we have to buy a lot of detection to make this matchup work.
They're banning out the Night Stalker, so I wonder if they're going to be going for a Magnus of their own. Or some hero that has that, you know, AoE ultimate, very heavy ultimate reliant hero. Already banned out on Enigma, so it can't be that, but that's why I'm thinking that eyes are on the Magnus right now.
Magnus, it could also be the Tidehunter that you mentioned earlier. You know, Tide does not like being continually silenced in a way that he can't crack and shell out of. So I think either one of those two heroes, like Tidehunter, Magnus, Beastmaster, any of those seem super solid here, as they are going to be playing into a Lich. They know at least what the position 5 is going to be in the game. And you do have some magic damage already, right, in the form of the snakes, but you definitely want a little bit more if you're dealing with a Lich overall. What do you think? Do you want to see the mid lane still be hyperactive by Niku, or do you want to see him play like a farming style hero, some Monkey King, which is still in the pool by some miracle? What do you think?
I think you, at this point for Zero Tenacity, you already have the Invoker, right? For Navi Jr., I think you go for more control, or even just go for the Magnus, right? You ban out the Night Stalker, and you have a Phantom Assassin, so you can just double down on that. Not to mention, it worked out very well for them in the previous game, so why stop?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I mean, Magnus PA is a matchup as classic as all time, but they're not going to go for it just yet. They still want to have Zero Tenacity to reveal more. They have the option to snag the Magnus themselves now. I mean, Magnus plus Lich Invoker, that feels pretty good in the teamfight department. I definitely wouldn't mind seeing that.
Interesting that Navi Jr. went for that Pugna. Perhaps they didn't want Zero Tenacity to snag that one up for themselves, but I don't know. I wouldn't think that Pugna was a super important pick for Zero Tenacity, because you do have the Nyx Assassin. All of these heroes, even the Lich, even the Invoker, just very squishy for the Nyx. So Zero Tenacity have to be careful about picking up more heroes that are squishy. They want some beef up on them. Perhaps go for a tanky carry. Like against the Phantom Assassin, you either get a break mechanism or you get someone that can cut through that evasion. A natural MKB builder.
A lot of the heroes that you would normally want to be playing into the PA are banned. There's no Morph, there's no TA, there is no Alchemist, no DK, no Bristleback. But they do get for the Clockwork Primal Beast combination here. Primal was banned against them in the last phase of Game 1. So we'll see what the rationale is behind it. As we get an Ember Spirit now by Na'Vi Jr. They're really not going to be playing around buffing up this PA. I think what they're going to do is sort of like have her come in and clean up, right? Lots of small ways to poke at the beginning of the fight between the Pugna and the Ember Spirit. Nyx Assassin to start things off in the back line. However, you were mentioning some of these heroes on Zero Tenacity not being tanky enough. Na'Vi Jr.'s draft is also not very tanky. I want big beef in the offlane.
Oh yeah. Now the thing is, them picking up Zero Tenacity picking up this Primal Beast and Clockwork. I'm not too sure on how much this counters out the PA, because keep in mind the Phantom Assassin inside those cogs can just blink out. The Primal Beast in that onslaught, when he's charging in, you can also just blink out of the way there. So a lot of it is going to depend on the position of Na'Vi Jr., how they position themselves, and whether or not the Phantom Assassin can get out of harm's way. I think that's going to determine a lot of these team fights. But apart from that, Zero Tenacity is still missing out their carry. So who do they want to pick up for themselves? I think something like a sniper would not be that bad. I mean, sure, you're against a Nyx Assassin, but those long range hits against the PA might not be that bad.
How about Gyrocopter? Because they're probably going to be picking Tidehunter, right, with these bans, like banning Slog. We'll see what they ban next. So if you get Gyro, you can still play aggressively into him in the lane. You can't like crack him through the barrage. Later on, you get Alacrity from the Invoker, putting in some big damage. And just generally speaking, like Nyx Assassin, or if you have Lich behind you, Nyx Assassin cannot really threaten you in the lane. So I wouldn't mind seeing Gyro. Us would have been decent. Monkey King is by some miracle still in this game. That could actually be the primo carry for Zero Tenacity here, as we do now round out Na'Vi Jr.'s draft with the Pangolier.
Monkey King would be really nice. But I do think your earlier suggestion of the Gyrocopter would be excellent, but they saw the Pangolier and they don't waste a second to decide on that Bloodseeker. So this is going to be an interesting game.
Bloodseeker into the Pango, Bloodseeker also into the Nyx Assassin, making sure that you do have some kind of vision. You can't just like be completely free in these engagements. And I think that helps them because you don't want to have your supports expending all of their resources just on buying wards. So this will give them something to scale with. It's also a hero that can get involved early. We saw in the previous game that there were times where Retsu would show up to the fight, but he just very clearly was undercooked on the PA at that time.
Yeah.
Bloodseeker generally doesn't have that problem. If he feels comfortable enough making a rotation, usually that results in a kill.
Even against the Phantom Assassin, right? You got the juice, can't simply blink as effectively anymore. So I really like this pick by Retsu. Just does super well. They have the front line to make it work as well with Nefrit and Pablo. They have the enough disruption to counter out Ridis with his, life drain as well. LeBron giving that shield and Stoikov just being that controller. So this draft by Zero Tenacity all around, it's very clean. And I think Retsu's pick is something in Na'Vi Jr. perhaps we're not expecting.
Yeah, definitely. I think they were not expecting it to be a Bloodseeker at the very end of this. That being said, Bloodseeker is also one of these finicky kind of matchups, right? He can come in and clean up quite a lot, but he does need the rest of his team to supplement the initial damage first. Thankfully, they do have Invoker, who's become like a damage monster in recent times. And if Nefrit does well, in the last game I was lamenting that he did well, but didn't necessarily have impact on the map. Primal Beast, if you do well in the lane, you're going to have a lot of impact on the map. And the enemy team has what? They have Nyx Assassin to help deal with Onslaught Trample. The other heroes can maybe get away, but they will be caught out in those kind of situations. I kind of like it. Is it enough, though, looking at these heroes? Is it good enough that you believe that they're going to take game 2 and take us to game 3? Or is it going to be too old for Na'Vi?
I think they certainly have a lot more to go with in this game, right? They have a lot of survivability as well. Invoker should not be dying on this mid lane. I would be very surprised if that happens. The Bloodseeker will have the time to farm up for that Radiance because the opposing Phantom Assassin is going to be going for that Battle Fury, and not to mention you don't have that static, or you don't have that, you know, redundant kind of off laner which is very greedy. You have Nefrit on that Primal Beast, so you're going to be expecting him to play that frontliner and very active role. So overall, this is a much better Zero Tenacity in game number 2.
We shall see if they can reward your faith. As here we go. Game 2. Game 2, game 2, game 2. Niku, I hope you had fun, buddy. You're not going to have as much fun as you did in the previous game. Ember into the Invoker is a markedly different matchup.
Yeah.
There's absolutely no way you solo kill him. So that changes things. However, there is a chance that you can get a kill if Zayax makes a rotation towards this lane.
It will be surprising if that happens, right? Even with the next assassin before he's level 6, it's pretty difficult. The Impale is kind of not that easy of a spell to land, particularly when you have a tornado and EMPs flying around. So it's hard. Not to mention, you don't have another support that you can rotate Zayak in with, right? The Pugna, just not a very good hero to gank with.
Well, maybe there's some new Pugna tech, you know? He's going to rush Meme Hammer or something on the hero. They're actually going to go for the first blood. Pablo, they get the pushback with the cogs. Trying to bounce around, got the juice, but got the juice. Opts against the chase. Ember Spirit's not nearby enough. So he will be allowed to live, but that's still all the regen that Pablo has will be required to get him back into the lane safely.
Topside really needs to be careful for Navi Jr. I mean, sure, you're dealing with two melee heroes, but if you're caught out of position on Ridis, you're just going to end up dead.
Yeah. Without a doubt. Especially once they get to the level 2s, right? Things start to look a little bit difficult.
Mid-side should be okay. So I think most of the action we're going to see is going to happen on that bot side, Lich and that Bloodseeker versus the Nyx Assassin and that Pangolier. Surprising, I'm seeing an offlane Pangolier, right? I'm not sure what he can do against the Bloodseeker.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The thing is, they planned for this because they got the Pango before they even saw the Bloodseeker, so they were insistent on playing him in the offlane. I'm also curious what he's going to build for this game, right? Did you go the Diffusal route still? Is that about some Kaya Sanj? I don't know. We'll see.
Could go auras. I mean, I know it's slightly faded out on that Pangolier, but to be honest, I thought that the offlane Pango was in of itself a bit faded out, but here we are.
Dota 2 is a grand cycle, my friend. Nothing ever stays dead forever. Except Silencer. Silencer's been dead for way too long now. I literally don't remember the last time I saw a Silencer game.
I think there's just a lot more ways to do what Silencer does. A lot more items. Sure, you don't have that silence, but there's a lot more utility going around in Dota now.
Top lane. Got the juice. Farming quite well here. They've been doing a kind of remarkable job of keeping the massive amount of peppering of spells out onto Nefrit. I mean, look. We're forcing him to use the uproar right now, but they're just outlaning him at the moment. They might actually kill him. He doesn't have the onslaught. He's dead. The man is going to try. He popped a big magic wand. There's an uproar again. They're going to chase him though, and eventually they will succeed. Got the juice with the first blood. Poor Clockwork was dragging back the wave for his primal. He's like, bro, I've got you a gift. Well, can't give deaths to dead people, unfortunately.
Yeah, very nicely done by Navi Jr. Just constantly poking and prodding at that Primal Beast until he was low enough to be able to get that kill. And very nice read on the Clockwork as well, knowing that he won't be able to help his comrade out. So nicely done, Navi Jr. Off to a great start.
Did you want that?
Mid lane, Stoikov is winning, or losing, excuse me, to Niku yet again, but it's nothing even remotely like the first game. Although you probably don't feel that great, right? You're playing Invoker, who nowadays you become accustomed to dominating your lane, and yet here you are, half the time at half HP.
I love how this bot lane, it's not even a lane.
Lanes are overrated, my friend. We'll have a Blood Right being dropped down onto PMA, but they all just get away. They're chilling. Retsu, unfortunately, if all of this is happening and he's hitting heroes, he can't necessarily hit these creeps. That's what they want to deny. And no, top lane with the onslaught. They go forward. They catch him lacking, and they do get the kill onto the Phantom Assassin. That is a pretty big one. Down bottom, they do end up losing the Lich, but it might cost the life of Xyx. Trying to run away from a Bloodseeker is a fool's errand, and he will end up going down as well.
Yeah, I think the overall trade across the map was worth it for Zero Tenacity because they did end up getting that Phantom Assassin down. They did end up getting a kill with that Bloodseeker. I will say I'm not sure why. Oh, mid side.
Oh, he's fine.
Okay.
He's fine.
Invoker, no more spells, I suppose, to use. But bot side, I'm not sure why they're playing this version of map of laning control. They don't need to drag the creeps beneath the tower.
Yeah. I told you, brother. Xyx can do it. Level 3. Okay, I wasn't expecting that one, to be fair.
Oh man, I thought, yeah, the Ember was apparently more than fine, right? He's just, oh wow, I did not expect. And again, I don't want to see a repeat from Zero Tenacity of the past game, where Stoikov just kept on dying in that mid lane. He's died once now, and now he should take a breather. He should just calm down, realize that it's okay. He can just farm up on that Invoker and it's still fine.
We did just see Clockwork pushing back that Pugnum, and that actually might have saved the life of the Red Zoo Bloodseeker. She was falling super low. And here comes Got the Juice. It actually won't matter. Twin gate rotation, baby. Got the Juice, showing up out of nowhere, bringing down Red Zoo. Man, Navi Jr. just playing super fast on the map right now. Sort of overwhelming Zero Tenacity's reactions.
Yeah, I think it's almost impossible to expect an enemy carry portaling through the gate, right? That's just something that you are not going to be prepared for. And the Phantom Assassin, he has a decent toolkit in the laning phase, right? The Stifling Dagger does a lot of damage early on, and the slow. Meanwhile, mid lane.
Well, they want Stoikov again. Is he fine? Oh, wonderful tornado. Gets 3 heroes. That will keep him completely alive. Nice. If he doesn't get that tornado, he dies 100%.
Yeah.
But he does, thankfully.
It might not be over though.
Pablo gonna find himself losing his life. The question is, will there be revenge? Nefret comes in with the trample onslaught. They want Got the Juice. The cold snap was there as well. Got the Juice. Couple of milliseconds away from dying. And the moment arrives. He goes down. Nico was able to get a cleanup on the backline, taking out LeBron. So now they're hoping to chase down Stoikov here. Searing Chains will be there, followed by the Impale. They have the damage. Nico has a double kill. Now with Pablo back, it doesn't seem like the fun is ending anytime soon because they go forward. Blood Grenade, Trample, Onslaught. Niku doesn't have a way out of this one. He will end up dead. Redis is going to follow him into the grave. Axe will try some Hero Ball with the Impale on the 2, but it's not going to make a difference. Nefret gets a double, and this elongated fight finally comes to an end.
Yeah, and it is amazing that Pablo, despite being on the brink of death, did not choose to pick up that haste rune. The Ember Spirit grabbed that one, and then they were able to turn it around on towards the Invoker. Sure, there was a rotation from the Primal Beast and your Phantom Assassin died, but that haste rune on towards Niku, he was able to do so much with that, getting a kill on towards Stoikov. Sure, he died later, but that's the second death on the Invoker.
They're trying to get another death out onto Retsu as well, but he does have allies streaming in to keep him alive. PA now finding that she's clearly overextended here, and she will end up dead. I mean, the first one was cute, but now I think we're going a little bit too far with these PA moves.
Yeah.
We'll end up losing out on PMA as well. Retsu demonstrating why Bloodseeker is such a good counter into the Pango. As soon as he's ruptured, he knows he's dead.
Tower is under attack.
And Navi Jr., now is the time to kind of contemplate on what you want to be doing, your game plan. Sure, you have all of this aggressive potential, but your Phantom Assassin, Retsu's dying a bit too much, and it looks like Ridis is going to be the next one to fall.
Indeed it is. Gonna get dove upon. His life is forfeit. Nefret on a dominating streak. And this is what we were scared of. What happens if Nefret starts to have a good game? Sure, they killed him earlier, but he got that counter kill onto Got the Juice. And has been flying ever since then.
The ownage call coming out as well. 5 straight kills for Zero Tenacity without any loss of their own. And this is a warning sign for Navi Jr. If you don't farm up right now, you might get left behind.
Yeah.
Phantom Assassin doesn't have a single component of the Battle Fury, by the way.
Oof. Just doing so well, but then 2 deaths in very awkward places. It might be a third here at Ultras, because she's heading to the top lane. Oh, she blinked forward. She should die. Ridis What can you do about this one, brother? He's gonna actually just dive in, see multiple heroes. LeBron, I am kind of surprised that they were so like passive there. Zero tenacity. They had like the vision.
Yeah.
They knew what was happening and they just didn't do anything.
A bit unfortunate. Too slow to amp up that pressure, and you can't do that near the tier 1 tower, right? You just know if the moment you get spotted on, Navi Jr. have enough time to respond to come up with an execute of their own. But the good thing for them is their Bloodseeker is doing really well in contrast to the Phantom Assassin. He nearly has the amount of gold for that Sacred Relic, and once he gets that Radiance up, that's going to be a big power spike for Zero Tenacity.
Gonna get more gold now because the Rupture is out onto PMA. PMA will TP out though, so that'll keep him alive. Niku gets dragged back by the Sinister Gaze, and they cannot catch him. Invoker hoping to close him off with this backstab maneuver, but Niku still just standing his ground around here. Needs to be careful about this. And then forward. Okay.
This is quite worth it for Zero Tenacity. I mean, pop out that Rupture, force the TP away, Niku put up the pressure on towards him as well. That leaves only one hero from Navi Jr. to be farming up on this top side, and that is Got the Juice, who might be in a bit of trouble.
But the Juice, he might not be dying just yet because Nefrit is going down. Zayax bailed him out of trouble. And now everybody is just backing off. And look what's happened, bro. Earlier on, I guarantee you, 3 minutes ago, Navi Jr. definitely died for that one, but they've had some humility beaten into them. They just get back to farming safely.
Oh,
Zayax,
solo
is he
kill
gonna
by the
die?
Clockwork. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Very
Pablo's
nice.
one to take.
Okay. Pablo's
That's
like, it's
also
not
his
nice,
level
huh?
6.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So now what? Given the game state where things are, gold lead is relatively even. The one thing I do not see that is complicated for Zero Tenacity, well, both teams don't have the best kind of push, but at the very least, Dire Side can still push with the Pugna. So it does feel like it's going to be a little bit tough getting the building damage they need, even if they win all of these fights.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah, but I will say that they are looking towards trading right now. That top tier 1 tower for Navi Jr. is in a lot of trouble. It will fall, so that's going to be an even trade. And if Zero Tenacity are able to keep this up while also maintaining up the pressure, like we're going to see.
Up, very big kill onto
just blown up.
Niku.
Yeah,
Like
that's just,
he was there, but
I
he's
couldn't
not
even
anymore.
give you the handover by how fast Niku died.
Where did most of the damage come from? Let's see. From the Primal, it seems. Primal Beast. Why do you think we don't see this hero more these days?
I don't know. I think there's just a lot of potential to be countered in between of that onslaught, and I think he's one of the heroes that needs to snowball from the laning phase from the get-go itself. And if you don't get that done, it can be countered pretty easily. But I will say that melee heroes are not how you counter out that Primal Beast. You ideally want those range heroes, Morphling, Drow Ranger, etc. So we will see how Phantom Assassin does. He does have the Blink Dagger though. The Clockwork has the hook shot, Primal has the Blink Dagger. You know, you have the Invoker who's readying up his Witchblade. Or not even his Witchblade, he's actually going for the Mage Slayer, but you do have ample amounts of initiation at the ready, the Chain Frost ready as well for Zero Tenacity. It's time to go.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Retsu's down bottom with his crew. He's getting the delivery of his relic. Not that far away from having the full Radiance. And of course, PA can definitely suffer to evasion and mid-chance, despite how much she utilizes it herself.
Radiant's
So this is great.
structures are fortified.
Zayax though, is getting some vision onto Retsu. We'll let his team know, hey guys, Bloodseeker is becoming a problem. We might want to do something about this. And there are some heroes nearby, but unfortunately, this tier 1 is still here.
They need to be so careful though, because Zero Tenacity have a lot to go in with.
Okay, they're going first onto Ridis. Will they just allow him to be the sacrifice here? It seems that is the case. They're like, sorry, brother, can't really help you. And he died for the cause, right? That's what I was talking about. At least, even if they're losing, Navi Jr. can make those kind of plays. Just slowly pepper the tower down with the Pugna.
Zayak a bit too slow, and now with the Rupture, forced to TP out.
He's forced to TP out, but Niku doesn't have that option. He got caught mid. They came through with that blink dagger on the Primal Beast. They kill him, and they immediately ping to the top side of the map. Got the juice. Needs to get out of here.
Will he be able to see it in time though? He will try to just portal himself away. Will be able to make it out.
Okay. That pretty much finishes his Battle Fury as well, right?
Oh yeah, just about. I think he'll probably get it in around half a minute or so, given the courier time. But this is where things should be a bit static in the game. Although I say that, but I don't think Zero Tenacity are going to let down the pressure. Meanwhile, the Bloodseeker can continue farming up.
Zayax wanting to move around with the boys. They have the full Mage Slayer now in December Spirit as well. They can reduce some of the damage output from Zero Tenacity, so that's why they smoke up. Would be nice to find anybody. Unfortunately, Primal Beast managed to blink away. They're still drawing the line towards him. Zayax reaching forward. Sees him now. They get the pings out. And do they have the damage to kill him before his team can respond is the question, and the answer is yes.
Yeah, I mean, Xanavi Jr. have a lot of damage of their own, particularly if they're able to land that Vendetta strike. But I suppose it isn't the worst thing in the world right now. Both of these teams are going to be looking to secure as many of these safe kills, these safe pickoffs as they can, because they want to be giving the net worth, the farm to their respective carries. The question is, the pathway forward for Got the Juice is not the same, because Rupture is one of the best spells against the Black King bar. So it's going to be interesting to see how exactly Navi Jr. play against that Rupture later on.
As the game goes super late, then we can have some Lincoln Spheres and the like being involved to help out. Do you see now that they're going to go onto LeBron, so this Lich will die. It's taking a while, however, so maybe there's some counterplay. Nefrit jumps in, finds the spring onto the PMA, but unfortunately, another bigger target has been caught on the other side of the fight as they zone away this Invoker. But now Nefrit has the help of the Bloodseeker. Ritsu is coming in and tearing everybody to shreds. Already they have triple kill for this Primal Beast. Zayax knows that he's probably giving away an Ultra. Will try his best, but Swakov ending up with the kill. 4 for 1 in favor of Zero Tenacity with a very ill-conceived fight and a somewhat too tanky Lich there.
It looked like things were going in the way of Navi Jr., right? They popped the Lich almost instantly. Sure, the Lich got some breathing room, but then Zayac went in towards the Invoker, towards that back line, and I thought the Invoker wasn't going to die because the Emner planted a Remnant there, but he was just too slow. Miku. Meanwhile, Retsu came in with that Rupture, with those cogs, and he was just able to clean everybody up. So I think for Navi Jr., what went wrong there was the fact that they just took too much time committing on towards that Lich, and also they weren't able to finish off the Invoker in time.
They're about to finish off Niku though here in this mid lane. As soon as we come back from the replay, it's more of Navi Jr. getting overrun with Zero Tenacity. They've come back magnificently from what was looking like a pretty tough early game. But some of the over-aggression from Navi Jr. stopped paying off, and now they're starting to slide further and further behind. Look how little net worth is sitting on this Ember Spirit.
And he doesn't even have that many effective items, right? He just has a Mage Slayer, which quite honestly does not do much in those team fights. Sure, that reduced magic damage, but you have no way to deal with the Bloodseeker. As soon as the Bloodseeker comes in, you're all dead.
They're all dead. Now the Primal, the guy that's been creating so many problems for you, now he has BKB. So the few times where he's been interrupted by the Impale or by this Nyx won't happen anymore. And now PMA gonna end up dead, unfortunately. On the bright side, they did commit the BKB on Nefrit. Oh, but they're gonna get more anyway. Never mind. There's no bright side. It's all doom and gloom here, Tultras.
Oh man, Navi Jr. are kind of collapsing right now. Sure, their Phantom Assassin is farming up, and that's really good on going to be able to get his BKB within the next few minutes. But they need a game plan. They need a way to deal with not only this Bloodseeker, but also this Primal Beast. I mean, the amount of frontline sustain, the amount of damage coming out from Zero Tenacity is just a bit too much.
Oh boy. Got the juice. About to pick up a BKB at the very least. Well, not about to. Still a little bit of time required. On the bright side, as we mentioned earlier, they don't have the best high ground siege from Zero Tenacity, so they can't. This is not like some Nature's Prophet lineup where the game might already be over. Still have some opportunities to counterplay, and you're probably going to have to try and take a Roche defense. Sadly, they're going for the Roche offense right now, it seems, and it's before the BKB is ready, so you might have to let this one go.
Radiant are scanning.
Now we have to be careful though. They are stacking up on this bot side, but so are Zero Tenacity. And right now, Navi can't fight. The lack of damage is really hurting Navi Junior right now. They just simply can't match it. It takes too long for them to kill off some of the heroes of Zero Tenacity. It just buys them enough time for Retsu to come in with that Bloodseeker, and I think Navi Junior are going to be forced to give away a lot of these towers so that the Phantom Assassin can come online.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Now the good thing is, speaking of
Structures are fortified.
their high ground defense, it is pretty good, right? So in a situation where we go 30 plus minutes, you can defend your high ground pretty well.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
On bottom, looks like they, or top side of the map, they have found PMA. Looks like he's dead. Sorry, brother. Even going for a Lotus Orb, so this is going to be one of their solutions for this Bloodseeker Rupture.
I mean, if you have, so I've never actually seen this interaction because Bloodseeker is making his way into the competitive scene, I would say recently. Oh, but I'll just roll that thought.
They get this John Bretz, who's actually going to be the one that dies. He got assassinated by everybody else. Stoikov, can he find some revenge here? Got the juice coming in from behind, looking to try and bring down this Invoker. Zayax in the meantime ensures that Pablo does end up dead. And there is a little Ice Fire, but there's no Chain Frost. Probably PMA is like, guys, they killed me with Frost. Just run after them. And indeed they do. They find Stoikov. They kill him. They got the two big cores. How much gold did they get out of all this action? Holy base. 860 gold for this Ember Spirit. 1,000 for the Pugna. Jeez, what a turnaround by Navi Jr.
And around 5,000 XP as well, let's not forget. And they dealt 7,000 damage in what was less than 10 seconds. That's huge. If they can get more of these team fights, blow up the Bloodseeker a few more times, then they can actually make their way back into this game.
Yeah.
And I feel like Zayak is going to be the man that leads them to that opening. As you know, the responsibility is on him. He has that vendetta. He's playing that role for his team. His team does not have that many initiators in the first place. Pango just takes too much time to initiate because he does not have that Blink Dagger.
Radiant are scanning.
One thing that I'm also just wondering about when it comes to how they turn this game around or how things have been going is how different it would have looked if they were able to take like more of the map. Because there's still tier 2 towers, all of them pretty healthy right now.
Yeah.
So there's quite a bit of space available for this PA to keep farming.
And it's very risky to go for that PA, right? Because Navi Junior, it's not as if they're super behind.
Yeah. Zayax did get ruptured, but he's fine. The hook from Pablo misses. Probably dies if it doesn't. For it is though, they don't miss onto him. So they have the dual initiation. They're trying to hook middle and they jump and get the primary beast kill. And they manage to at least get one of those two.
Navi Junior just trying to play Matrix here, just trying to dodge all sorts of bullets, but meanwhile everyone else is also dying. So it's a bit of a tricky situation for them.
The PA has officially caught up though, basically. Not far behind the Bloodseeker.
Radiant's top
And
tower.
we'll see Zero Tenacity. They're going bottom. They're thinking about the Roche here. However, this time around, Navi Jr. can defend this. They have the BKB on the Ember Spirit. They will have full Lotus Orb on PMA as well. So this next upcoming engagement might not go the way that Zero Tenacity has been expecting. However, they need to come here right now on the Dire lineup. This is not going to take too long.
Yeah, and I don't know if giving away a Roshan is worth it for Navi Junior. They can put up a fight if they want to. They have the BKB up. I don't see what more they can make in the 5 minutes of this Aegis that would make that much of a difference. So, I mean, might as well fight, right? But just going to give it away for free.
Yep.
And the PA is making his way towards that Lincoln Sphere, has the goal for that ultimate orb.
Oh, poor Zax. Well, we missed out on you last time, buddy, but this time we're gonna get you for sure. Niku does actually do quite a bit of damage, and now look, Stoikov. He saw where Niku was going. Niku, though, does have the remnants. Has a BKB ready to trigger if need be. As long as he doesn't get himself ruptured. Retsu's chasing, he wants him. Nefrit going forward. They need to get himself out of here. BKB gets forced out, and now Nefrit. The jump will come in from Got the Juice. Nefrit needs to get himself back here. The heal from Ridis ensures that Niku does not die. And Nefrit, if he didn't have his BKB, probably falls there. But he's able to waddle out to safety on the dinosaur.
Yeah, I mean, that was a bit, I would say, a bit of an overcommitment from Zero Tenacity. The Bloodseeker does not have that scepter up. You want to be using this Aegis to take a lot of objectives, right? And I don't think the goal should be getting kills for Zero Tenacity right now. It's to take all of these outer tier 2 towers, make your way towards that high ground, because God the Juice will be a monster by the time you get to the high ground, irrespective. Already on the way to that Lincoln Sphere, just needs 1,000 gold to be able to get it. And once he has that, he has enough in his arsenal to actually hold his own in that team fight.
Yep. Speaking of team fights, one is happening, and Invoker and the Primal Beast are not here. So these heroes are a little bit out of position. They are going to be TPing in, though, to try and help. Retsu, he's the one on the foreground, but he has an Aegis, so they don't really want to target him. Still, nonetheless, they're holding him in position, doing quite a bit of damage. Nefrit waiting for his chance to jump back in, and he will directly onto Zayax. They want this Nyx Assassin, and they are going to get him. At the same time, now that he's back for life number 2, they want him out here with this Bloodseeker as well. Red is 4-star forward with the Demicate trying to keep himself alive as Niku catches 2 heroes with the Searing Chains, and then we get the pause. Oh no, what happened, boys?
That's an interesting situation to be in. Oh man. But Navi Jr., I mean, they've lost their Nyx Assassin. They did a pretty good job taking out that Aegis, but now what? Now what is the... I'm not sure what the game plan is for Navi Jr. right now. They should just duck tails and run, to be honest.
Definitely a dangerous place to be. There's an Invoker, a Bloodseeker, this Primal Beast that has just been a monster. LeBron just came back. You know, Nyx Assassin would have to buy back. Yeah, if they can, they need to get out.
Now, Pango does have the Lotus Orb, right? And the good thing is this pause gives them a lot of time to think, right? So who is the Bloodseeker going to rupture? He has 3 allies, including himself. So a Lotus Orb on any of them, and perhaps you can turn the fight.
We shall see. Just waiting for him to reconnect into the game. Kind of astonishing how much of a net worth lead they've clawed back for Navi Jr.
They've done a phenomenal job, to be honest. Like, the state of the game where Zero Tenacity were just running them down all over the map, they've come a long way. And I do believe Navi Jr. had a hand in letting Zero Tenacity get out of control in the earlier stages of the game. Those rotations by Got the Juice were just not that effective. The first one was amazing. It even caught me by surprise through the gate. But then later on, it just became too repetitive and just was not working out for them.
Yeah, definitely. PMA, we hope that he reconnects soon and that we don't have any big issues. Another thing that they've managed to do quite well is the recovery of this Ember Spirit, who was down horrendous. Really, really down in the gutter. But once they get the Shiva's Guard, honestly, things can start to look decent for them.
Oh, yeah.
All of a sudden, the heal that the Bloodseeker relies on in the fight, not going to be there. So let's see. The unpause will be there. And who gets the Lotus? It goes on to himself. Chain Frost is bouncing, and he's dragging it away from his team. And that allows the rest of them to surround and bring down Nefrit. They do end up losing PMA for it, though. So now things have gone too far. They need to get out. Ridis will go in. Look at Niku yet again finding 2 amazing Searing Chains. They will be able to bring down LeBron. Retsu now feeling like he's a little bit isolated here. Got the Juice, just jumps back in onto Stoikov. But the real big kill is onto Retsu, which Niku will find. Got the Juice. The evasion! Stoikov just missing right clicks. Eventually will be able to get him though. And now Niku wants the revenge directly for his boy. Stoikov is finally running out of mana, and here comes Ridis to try and give Niku some additional HP. They want to keep fighting, they want to keep going. Unfortunately though, Pablo makes sure that it's impossible. Stoikov, he went forward hoping to kill Niku. He will, but Zayax gets him on the retreat. It's a triple kill ruined by the Nyx Assassin. And when all is said and done, including the Bloodseeker, we had like, what, 11 deaths in that fight? Amazing stuff.
Yeah, and I think that's completely worth it for Navi Jr. Even if they lose the Nyx Assassin right now. I mean, they took down the Aegis. I'm sure Zero Tenacity had big plans for it. They managed to take the Bloodseeker down twice. They managed to get a dieback on that Lich. So Navi Jr., they should be really happy with that one.
Yep.
And a bit of an interesting play by Zero Tenacity that enabled all of that. As after the pause, they chose to all go in on the Pangolier, leaving the Phantom Assassin and the Ember Spirit to do all that much damage on Nefrit. And Nefrit is your tank. You can't just let him sustain all that much damage from 3 heroes without dishing it out in return. For a Pangolier who's expended his Rolling Thunder, right? Pangolier, after using all of his spells on that offlane role, just does not offer all that much compared to the Ember Spirit or the Phantom Assassin. So a bit of a mistake coming out from Zero Tenacity.
Well, said Pangolier does now have a Blink Dagger picked up as the PA. She sprang out for that Lincoln Sphere. It's fully online. So getting off these ruptures for the Bloodseeker becoming more difficult. And after that last fight, although he really wanted to get the Aghanims ASAP, he is forced to come back for the BKB. A bit worried about how long he was held in place by the Nyx Assassin and the Ember.
30 and 22 now, and the state of the game is now, it's, in my opinion, it's 50-50. It can go either way. This Bloodseeker, even with a Scepter, he can get blown up pretty fast.
Also building a Nullifier for the PA so he doesn't have to worry about these Pavises and the like. But here they come. Smoke up. Navi Jr.
Radiant are
Zayax is going right where Sentry Ward is. Radiant Scan will not connect, although they have the general gist of where these heroes are supposed to be. And the scan, oh my goodness. The scan expires seconds before they show. Feels bad.
Dire's bottom tower.
But
is
now they
under
are smoked
attack.
up, Navi Jr. They have an idea of where to go, and Zayak, if he's able to find a really important kill right now, any of these scores, Navi Jr. can translate that into a lot of success.
My boy is right now 130 gold shy of having a Blink Dagger. Imagine if he had Blink right now. This could be so different. But he sadly does not. Just has to play very, very carefully here.
Invoker does have a freshly minted BKB, so they do have to be careful about that.
Under attack.
It's not an easy enough target anymore.
Yeah, and unfortunately it's because of the nature of their disabled, right? It's only really Pango Roll plus Impale that are hard stuns. Everything else, it's a route from the Ember Spirit you can get out of. The BKB will always be triggered.
Dire's
Even the
top tower
Bloodseeker
is
chose to forgo the Scepter in favor of the Black King Bar. So Zero Tenacity, if all of this debuff immunity where only the Phantom Assassin and perhaps the Ember Spirit can be dishing out some amount of damage, but for those 9 seconds, they're going to be nearly invincible. Of course, against the Nyx Assassin, it's very trigger dependent, I would say, because if you manage to get the Vendetta and hit by the Vendetta and the Impale, then that BKB coming out may not be that much more effective.
Oh, speaking of BKBs, Nefret uses his own. They jump in onto Niku. They would love to bring the Ember down, but they fail thanks to the Lotus Orb, which saves his life. Retsu now wanting to pierce the backline, looking for the Pugner. It will be a decrypt. And as his BKB expires, he decides to leave. And there's the Vendetta hit. Impale Zayax! God, man. They bring down Bloodseeker, dead 60 seconds. Now PA feeling very comfortable heading into the fray. Zayax will be credited with the double by bringing down Pablo. At the very least, Nefret gets some revenge onto PMA, but now Niku, yet again, 2 heroes in the Searing Chain. They do not have a Rolling Thunder because there's a much better Chain Frost that's stopping them from moving forward. They all end up having to Delta split as they lose their Pango. Nonetheless, it's a 3-for-1 exchange, an exchange they will take 10 times out of 10, Taldras.
Oh, that is again.
Where are you watching?
Imagine, like right after this, there's going to be a Nefrit onslaughting Aridus in what is going to probably be the easiest cleanup. But the previous fight, It's strange how Zero Tenacity let their Bloodseeker run wild against 3 or 4 heroes with his BKB activated. He could just simply not do anything else after it. Zayak just came in with a quick and easy cleanup, and once you lose your Bloodseeker, you don't have all that much to fight with. And Navi Jr. made the same mistake with their Pangolier getting a bit out of hand in the sense that he ran too far away from the rest of his team, and he got cleaned up too. So this is the state of the game we're in these team fights, is that you have to stick together as a team. If you stray too far off, you're just going to get picked off and die.
The first time in a while, the gold lead is back now for Navi Jr.
Dire are scanning.
What are they going to do? Stoikov and the boys. He fortunately did not have to pop his BKB in that situation, so he still does have the full 9 seconds on the Invoker.
Oh, and Phantom Assassin has a full nullifier. These freshly minted BKBs, 8 seconds doesn't even matter. I will say that Navi Jr. are playing these fights a bit better than Zero Tenacity are. Recognizing their strengths, recognizing their weaknesses, and being able to separate Zero Tenacity and pick them off one by one. That's exactly how you play the Phantom Assassin.
He jumped down bottom, but Nefrit definitely will regret this one. I think he's going to break the Lincoln Sphere and be happy, but unfortunately, they're also very happy to just break his face. And that's 70 seconds without the Primal.
And I don't... Does he have buyback?
No?
Oh, wow. So Navi Jr. can actually just go towards that high ground, or they can actually secure Roshan. They're all primed up. Nyx Assassin Zayak is going to spot it out just a few more seconds away. But with the clockwork, both teams will know where Roshan has spawned. So how are Zero Tenacity going to respond?
Don't have the respawn just yet on the Primal Beast. They do jump onto Niku in the top lane, but I don't think they'll be able to do it. Chain Frost with everything deployed. Niku, does he get out of this one? He does! Bro, what a player. And he goes right back to where his team is at. He drew himself as a distraction. They fall for the bait. Hook, line, and sinker.
That was an incredibly ambitious play by Zero Tenacity. The Ember Spirit has that BKB, right? You threw everything you had on towards him. There's Chain Frost to come out as well. And he didn't even feel the heat there, right? Because he didn't pop his BKB, and he could have. He just very simply fisted and just remnanted away.
Yep.
And now with the BK, now with an Aegis on towards Navi Jr., how do you fight this? No Chain Frost available either for the next 30 seconds. You're going to be giving up your tier 2 tower free of cost. But what more are you going to give to Navi Jr. right now? As Zayak is looking for a target.
Nyx Assassin on Zayak has been so annoying. They BKB Nefrit. Just wants to make sure they bring down...
Oh, he turned into a target himself. The Invoker did take a bit of flack from Niku, but it looks like Zayak strayed a bit too far away and lost his life.
Sorry about that. I had an audio failure. But I'm back. We're good. Mid lane. We jump onto Nefrit. They want to try and bring him down. Quite a bit of damage was being dealt up, but they still feel it's a little bit too far. Let him chill. Let him cook. What else can they do in the remainder of this fight, though? Niku taking away some of these power cogs, making sure that everything is cool and everything's fine. They're cool, man. They're cool. No one's gonna fight anymore.
You say that, but Zero Tenacity have just smoked up. They want more.
They do indeed. Look at this. They got Niku. And they have him down this time around. Yet again, they fail, and now got the juice with an Aegis. Is happy to just jump in the middle of 5 heroes. Already brought down Nefrit. LeBron will die as well. Redzu will try hold his ground with this BKB being active, but he knows it's only a matter of time. PMA getting healed up. They can't kill off the Pangolier just yet. And here they come to the cleanup crew. Zayax looking for a way to just hold Redzu in position. Has got the juice. Does actually end up dying. They take away the Aegis life. Niku, what can he do here? Him and Pablo. Oh, him and Got the Juice kill Pablo. But they do get the Aegis out of Got the Juice. They were not able to bring down Redzu. He fell so low, but kept seeing him getting healed up in the fight. He can just keep going. And that ends up being a relative stalemate, favoring Zero Tenacity since they did get the Aegis.
Yeah, they did expend the buyback, though, so they have to be a bit careful for the next few minutes. because Nefrit is their frontliner. Should they lose the Primal Beast, then Navi Junior are going to have a bit of an easier time. But I will say this Scepter for the Retsu is doing wonders. They're soaking up so much damage from the crits from God that Use, not that effective. The Sleight of Fist either. Nyx Assassin just straight up dies when he enters the aura of the Bloodseeker. So Navi Junior, they have to find a way to play around that Blood Mist.
Like you mentioned, though, it was a buyback on Nefrit. So if they kill this Primal again, he'll be in the grave for a very long time. And Niku, as this game has been going longer and longer, he's become increasingly difficult to kill. Angling for a Lincoln Sphere after a complete Ags is out. So man, this guy is... How do you kill... If you don't kill him 100-0, you just have to forget about it now.
Yeah.
Never refuse gold given.
And this is how Navi Junior have to play this, right? They have to wait out some of these abilities from Zero Tenacity. You have to make sure the Invoker expends his arsenal, have to make sure the BKBs run down as well. You only have one Nullifier, so you can only hope to achieve one kill max in that first 5 seconds. But they have to play the waiting game.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And it's a bit hard because Zero Tenacity are the ones that can play the waiting game much better. They have much better control in the form of that Invoker and Clockwork. So Navi Junior have to do what Zero Tenacity's lineup is built for. That's a hard ask.
They are trying to get the Satanic onto Got the Juice, so allow him to tank up. We've already seen just how pivotal it can be if he's alive in a fight, so now being able to completely heal back up, it's like having an Aegis, feels good. Gets a Mindbreaker as well as the tier 4 neutral item. That feels amazing for a PA.
Yeah. Jump on the Lich. Lich will die. He has no Glimmer, no Ghost Scepter available, so
That does not look good.
they have to be careful.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You see Bloodseeker is now about maxed out. I saw an MKB flying in on the courier. So he can now fight mano a mano against this PA, and he wants to go show off his shiny new item. You see him and the boys, they smoke up. They head forward. Zayax is not envisioned just here. And they need to, if they can kill Zayax at the beginning, that's so good for them. And Rocket Flare hit him. Zayax does get off the Spike Carapace, forcing out a BKB from Nefrit. Niku, he's now going back in. He actually wants to find Nefrit. He forces out the break. There's going to be a Chain Frost onto Zayax, but now it's not available for the larger fight. He does have buy if needed. Will opt not to expend it. They'll just take their licks, head back top, chillin'.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I don't think they should be fighting with this Nyx Assassin down. The good thing is both of these teams can trade off pressure, right? If Zero Tenacity go for that mid tower, then Navi Junior are just going to be going towards that top side because there's not a lot of ways to knock down Niku, not a lot of ways to stop that BKB TP out either. You do have the Clockwork Hookshot and the Primal Beast, but
They managed to force all of them back. They need to retreat to the base, and now Nefrit looking forward. He's trying to reach Ridders, who is now going to be saved by the Lotus Orb. No Pulverize for you. Got the Juice, is going to start throwing some daggers back at them. With the help of Niku, who's also here looking for the Searing Chains. Gets on the 2, but they break. With the Dispel of Uproar, should be fine.
Zayak is respawning. I love how both of these teams, they're very hesitant, they're being very careful because they know that one lost team fight can make all of the difference right now. It's going to swing the goal lead 6,000 or 7,000 the other way, whoever loses. So it's make or break right now.
Your strength. Now rekindled.
Roshan, our big man, 90 seconds, we'll find out how long he's going to be in the grave for.
And both carries have what they want, right? Yeah. The Phantom Assassin and the Bloodseeker, they're both maxed out, nearly maxed out.
No. We still need Got the Juice to buy Divine Rapier, brother. Mid lane. Having a small skirmish here. Pablo showing the annoyance of the Clockwork Goblin, peppering the area with the rocket flares. They don't have any good vision of their own, so Niku cannot spam them out with the Sleight of Fist either. They just have to watch each other and say, alright, it's fine.
Smoke though. Navi Junior. They are wrapping around towards Retsu, and there are only 3 heroes right now. Oh, Retsu's he's a bit divided.
He doesn't know. They're gonna jump him. They're gonna try and kill him. Do they have what it takes? Yes, they do. Retsu gone, no buyback for the Bloodseeker. Pablo and LeBron try to save his life, but instead just end up being sacrifices to the altar of Na'Vi Jr. That's a Bloodseeker dead, and he's 2,000 gold shy of having buyback.
Oh,
he's
no,
not going to
that's-
be available for this defense. Invoker, they do not have a gem on Zayak, so I think he should be fine.
That's not good. I mean, that was so unlucky. Retsu decided to go right as his team went left and just got out of position. The support's not able to help him out, and this is a primal buyback.
The dieback might be on for the Primal Beast. Nefrit has a TP, will attempt to use it. Will he be lucky enough? No, he won't. Searing Chains cancels it. This is taking a while because the PA is not here, but eventually he will still end up falling. 110 seconds in the grave. Killing spree for the Ember Spirit.
This is a disaster. How do you defend this? You have the Invoker, you have the Lich, but it's still 30 seconds right now for the Bloodseeker to come online. These towers, they fall pretty quickly. 360 damage for the Phantom Assassin.
Radiant's middle barracks
And 12,000 net worth lead off the back of getting just a few kills.
are under attack.
Trying to finish up this mid lane of Rex. And it looks like they will succeed. And even when the Bloodseeker comes back, they still have the numerical advantage for quite some time. So it should be at least 2 sides, if not more. We'll see how they decide to approach this.
Are fortified.
I mean, you have the buyback, so even if you die fighting and take away 2 racks, I consider that a win.
Oh, hook shot in. On the clockwork, they still don't have the buyback on the primal, so this is going to be 4 versus 5. They're trying to bring down the Phantom Assassin as fast as possible. There's so much heal, though, coming in from the Pugna. He also getting healed from the Satanic. And she will not die. Retsu's the one that goes down instead. LeBron buys back, but only to have to watch his base get torn asunder, because there's really not much he can do all by his lonesome. In fact, they might even dive him inside the fountain. The fountain is no longer safe, Taltras. Thankfully, he does survive by the skin of his teeth. Nope, never mind. They bring him down. He's dead. Invoker brought back, but can't do anything, and that's it. It's called GG. Well played. Game 2 was a slobber knocker, but Na'Vi Jr. come out on top and secure themselves further position in the tournament, eliminating Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, Na'Vi Jr. keeping their cool was absolutely instrumental, and just finding the right pick-off. If we know that it would have come down to just the last team fight, who wins that one, but it wasn't even a team fight. They managed to chop away at that Bloodseeker, then take down the Primal Beast, and just turn it into a quick and clean 2-0. It didn't even matter when the Bloodseeker came online. You needed your tanker, and you did not have that.
Yep. This Bloodseeker did his best, honestly, and I think for me, the reason why this game went this way is just because of the requirements for Zero Tenacity to go up the hill. For them to go up the hill, they have to basically wipe everybody from Na'Vi Jr., and then you can go and take towers. They didn't have the best poke, not really great damage onto the buildings, and Na'Vi Jr., they rode that wave. Even when they were like 5-6k behind, all their tier 2s are up, PA is quietly farming, and a lot of the fights they were taking were on the other side of the map, right? So even if they lose that fight, there's not enough time for Zero Tenacity to actually push into their base. So Na'Vi Jr., I like what you said. They just kept their calm and kept composed. That's one of those games where your carry is just telling you guys, just don't panic, just relax. I can carry this game.
Definitely. I mean, I wish them the best of luck going forward in this tournament. And for Zero Tenacity, they're down and out. But of course, there's a lot of Dota going on, and I hope they can come back stronger.
Yep, of course, we'll be seeing the side here of Na'Vi Jr. in further action here in this tournament as we do wave goodbye to Zero Tenacity. We do not, though, wave goodbye to CCT Series action, because we still have quite a lot of Dota to bring you in this day. Na'Vi Jr. has defeated Zero Tenacity, but now we move to the other side of things, because we do have very shortly another lower bracket matchup coming. Elimination game between the 9 Pandas and the 4 Pirates. The numerical and creatures there. I don't know who's going to come out on top on that one. Do you have a particular favorite?
I'm not sure. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of action happen. I'm seeing a lot of games go back and forth between everyone here, right? I would predict for some of these other games, Patch and UA were the grand finalists last time around, right? And overall 9 Pandas, 4 Pirates, it honestly could be anyone's game. So I don't think there's any favorite that I'm seeing right now.
Okay. Well, that's going to be the match that comes up next. Later in the evening, we have Miles versus Passion, and then we round things up with Pulse versus ITB, who have had to rename to Jiggling due to some unfortunate news. With that, though, we are going to be taking a break, and when we return, we go to our next elimination game of the day to find out if it's going to be 4 Pirates or the 9 Pandas who can remain in CCT Series 6. For now, I've been Snare. This has been the superhero Taltras who came through to save our lives. make sure that you give him a follow. Make sure that you are following this particular channel, and make sure that you are here for the next series in our elimination round here for CCT Series 6.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Dire's top. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Can't kill the dead. What's this?
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting ourselves ready for the second series of the day here in the playoffs. I'm joined by, I am actually joining Toltros here, our first time casting together. Looking forward to the matches. And
Me
what
too.
about you?
I'm definitely looking forward to it. And again, first time casting with you. I casted for the first time with Snare as well. The second game of that series was exhilarating, and I hope that this one is going to be a good one as well.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what these two teams can do. Because, of course, we have a team that you don't expect to be in this position. They were invited to playoffs. 9 Pandas dropping in the first round and now up for elimination up against 4 Pirates. It's going to be a rough one for them, having to go through the entire lower bracket run. I mean, yeah, the CCT tournament is stacked, so it's not that surprising.
Definitely, and I think it's much of the same for Navi Junior as well. Both of the invited teams, they've dropped down and now they have to claw their way back into those grand finals. But, you know, in the lower brackets, anything can happen. We're seeing a lot of upsets in these CCT series. A lot of teams that are supposed to be winning aren't performing that well, so that gives room to a lot of the underdogs to actually come out ahead.
Yeah, they will be, of course, as you can see, taking on 4 Pirates, the Otaker Natty Narwhal squad. Yeah, looking at these two teams, I mean, are you going with the team that is invited for the playoffs, or do you think that there's a decent chance for an upset here?
The problem is 9 Pandas, they're such a stacked roster, right? The only thing that's not going in their favor is they still need required time to figure things out, right? But they have the likes of Solo, who's probably one of the most veteran players in the scene. So for the Pirates, they have their work cut out for them. Now they have had a good showing. Natty has played a wonderful mid Otaker on that carry position, and Perdanik in particular on that support position. They've played incredibly well, but it's an entirely different ordeal to be playing against players who have played at the biggest stages in the world, right? Solo, an international player, a multi-time major winner as well. So they have their work cut out for them.
It's definitely not going to be an easy one. I mean, both these teams obviously very talented. Here you see the 9 Pandas roster. I mean, V-Tune, who doesn't know him, was hailed as one of the best safe laners in the region, and you have Solo with all of his experience. Like, they have so much experience in that squad. It's kind of nuts that they actually did drop to the lower part. But you know, on the other team, there's another player that is very scary to play up against, and that's Otaka. And even though personally I think this patch might not be Natty Narwhal's patch, because he used to be incredibly good on like Coddle mid. I think that's his best hero. He also played a really good Wyvern, you know, kind of like the off-brand heroes. Those aren't in a good position right now. So I think maybe with an upcoming patch, it could change everything for him, because that's what we're all waiting for these last couple of days. When will it arrive? First of all, let's check out the bans and the picks. There we have the immediate first ban of Lycan. We've seen a lot of Lycan lately. Safe lane and offlane Lycan, obviously, as well.
And I think the Lycan functions similarly to the Beastmaster, although I'm not sure why teams are prioritizing banning out that Lycan over the Beastmaster. But I will say that 4 Pandas, rather the Pirates here, the 4 Pirates, they like to play that unorthodox Dota, like that Kotal you mentioned. They also like to run their Meepo, and they haven't been doing much of that in the CCT series, and they are struggling a bit. So perhaps they might want to go for those niche picks. I remember last series back with Snare, we saw a Ricky come out, and I haven't seen a Ricky in years, right? So a Meepo pick might just be able to surprise the Pandas here.
Yeah, Meepo, obviously Natty Narwhal is a Meepo player, so I would assume they have that in the back of their minds. This is interesting, though. We start off with the 9 Pandas Night Stalker, and then 4 Pirates go for the Beastmaster. You did obviously just mention, you know, Beastmaster versus Lycan. Why choose for the Lycan over the Beastmaster? This one I find very strange because now Beastmaster, he can't go for Helm of the Overlord because Nightstalker just gets shard and eats up the creep. So you're already putting yourself in a position that you have to go for the Drums of Slom build.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of Nightstalker, and the amount of vision that the Nightstalker is able to provide, you can't go for the Helm of the Overlord, and suddenly this Beastmaster, even if you go for that Blink Dagger, right, under the Dark Ascension, you're not going to be in that position where you can get that roar off. So how the Pandas play with this Nightstalker is going to be crucial in countering out this Beastmaster and much of the team fighting ability of the Pirates. So we'll have to see what they exactly go with. I think the Pirates really need a range carry, a long distance range carry, and the Pandas recognizing this, they immediately they banned out the sniper, so that doesn't leave a lot of room to be picking that any other carry up.
Yeah, the thing with Nightstalker as well that I like to see teams do is Nightstalker is a really good hero if you play kind of skirmishes, but not full engagements. If you want to go full engagements, you go for like a Centaur or something bulky, stand in the front. But if you go for, let's say, a Lina mid in combination with the Nightstalker, you get the vision from the Nightstalker. Lina hides in the trees with the Ags, flies over the trees, throws a Laguna, gets out of there. Like that sort of playstyle, I think, works perfectly with Nightstalker.
And another hero, Phantom Assassin, just being banned out. We're seeing this hero be very popular, very successful in this tournament as well. So nicely done by the Pirates, recognizing that one, just banning it out. What I'm interested to see is how are the Pandas going to counter out the laning phase from the Beastmaster, those wild boars. There's a lot of heroes that can deal with that. You can get the Lich, for example. The Sinister Gaze is knocking that one out. But with this pick, the Batrider, that's an insane amount of initiation. That's an insane amount of laning control that the Pirates have for themselves.
Yeah, Batrider gets played 5, gets played 4 these days a lot as well. I think personally that because of its heavy harass in this case against the Nightstalker, it would be a great 5. But it also really depends on the safe lane duo of course, 9 Pandas, because Batrider is a hero that if you don't have someone that can either, well, primarily just escape. For instance, you get a Crystal Maiden, you use your freeze once, and then he gets on top of you, you die. It's just that straightforward. Batrider is one of the stronger laning supports with his innate ability, and obviously his Firefly Burn / Flame Break pushback makes it really dangerous, especially in combination with, let's say, Beastmaster, who has a couple of boars in the lane, adds some more slows, and then you do get run down.
And now they do have it is a very scary lane. You're right. The Batrider, the Beastmaster, whichever way you send the Batrider, right? So the Pandas are going to pick themselves up a Lich and a Lion. In fact, I would have actually suggested they go for a Vengeful Spirit, right, just to counter out that Batrider. But looks like they have different plans. But it's all coming full circle right now. This Nightstalker is going to be incredibly important in how Pandas play, because his Dark Ascension is going to be the deciding factor into whether or not that Batrider is able to initiate or whether or not that Beastmaster is able to initiate. So 9 Pandas with this lineup are going to be playing around that Dark Ascension very heavily. And the question is, how are the Pirates going to work around this? How are they going to play in their daytime?
Yeah, I was just quickly checking out the stats of both these teams, because these are all heroes that they constantly play. Like Lion is 9 Pandas in the last month. Lion is 9 Pandas' most picked hero with a 76% win rate. Then they add in the Nightstalker, who is at their 7th position, played it 6 times, 83% win rate. Like they're playing comfort. On the other side, so is 4 Pandas. Their most picked heroes are in number 1 spot, Clockwork, 41% win rate, so most picked, not great stats.
Yeah.
And then the second one is Batrider, which they picked 8 times, only lost a singular time.
And it's very aggressive, right? The Clockwork, Batrider, they're just heroes that go all out. Sure, the Clockwork has some form of saving mechanism with those cogs, but if they don't make their aggression work, then they might just run out of juice. The Lion, the Lich, they have that saving potential. You can get that Hex out, you can get that Shield out as well for your carry, but the Pirates don't have that same luxury. Whichever carry they pick is going to be severely exposed if their initiation doesn't work out. So they need to be careful. Or, the second way you go about it is you just go all in. You just pick a carry, for example, like the Monkey King or someone that can join in the fight, but in fact, they're going to go for the Dragon Knight who was not banned.
Okay, DK left in, Sven with range, essentially. Doesn't really care that much about Lich because you get that big fat cleave in those fights, which is always pretty nice. That's a hero I didn't expect, and also don't really 100% see the reason why.
Perhaps the Batrider? I mean, and even the hookshot, right? It's not an instant, so a rupture onto either of them and you essentially exposes them. The Batrider has to stand in place. But I think the biggest factor going into the Bloodseeker is going to be the rupture on towards the Dragon Knight. You rupture the Dragon Knight, keep him in place, divide the fight, take out the other heroes, and then you try to face the dragon. I think that's the most ideal way to kill the DK, because a one-on-one engagement against the DK is just never going to work, right?
Yeah, that is true. I quickly checked. They have, in the last month, played one game of Bloodseeker on 9 Pandas, and they lost that game. It's just that, exactly that idea in my mind that, old Bloodseeker could beat DK when he had that ridiculously OP percentage-based shard, which made him Life Sealer on crack. But Bloodseeker now, if it actually comes down to a point where you have to man fight the DK, you can't. Like, it's just weaker than the DK. He gets at one point, DK gets his like 4th item Daedalus, and then he just two-shots you. That's why the Bloodseeker to me is a strange one. It might just be that, as you said, they want to rupture DK, kill off everyone else, then finish the DK last, which I can definitely see work. The only downside is if there's any situation where the rupture doesn't land or something, DK just nothing stops him.
Exactly. Which is why something like a Drow Ranger would have been so much better. You already have the Lich. Just take a hero that can pierce through that armor. But this Bloodseeker pick, I'm seeing a lot of teams try out this Bloodseeker with mixed success. Even in the previous series, we had a Bloodseeker in the game. He was doing really well, but still did not end up managing to win the game. So it's something that's a bit of a hit and miss in the European scene in particular. We see the Bloodseeker having a lot of success in the Latin American teams and in the Southeast Asian teams, where teams do know how to play with that hero. But over here, it's a bit of a trial and error. And I have to say, Pandas trying out a hero at this stage, as you mentioned, having only played it once in the previous month, it is the lower bracket. If you lose, you're kind of out. So is this the stage for experimentation? Who knows?
Maybe they found their answer in their pubs, of course, or in their scrims. But it is a hero that does work well with the Night Stalker to try and find the correct targets and quickly get a kill, dive in, dive out kind of gameplay. Then they still are in need of a mid laner that does exactly that. That's why they banned out the Storm, and also the Invoker with the Sun Strikes and whatnot. It could be nasty, but I still see Lina a very good potential hero here.
And for the Pandas, you could possibly go for the Viper. I mean, you ideally want a break mechanism for that Dragon Knight, right? That's the easiest way to deal with his armor. And Phantom Assassin is banned. They banned out the Lina. They could potentially go for the Viper. It would be a very deadly mid-game oriented lineup that they would have. They already have the Bloodseeker and the Night Stalker, but they're going to go for the Monkey King.
Okay.
A 3 melee core.
Yeah, it's not... Well, you're playing against Clockwork, so it is a little bit scary to play triple melee core, and also Monkey King doesn't know what their opponents have. For instance, they could go for the Viper right now, and then Monkey has 0 lane. Not
to mention the Rocket Flare. It's going to give so much vision. It's not as if the Rocket Flare is essentially a static version of the Dark Ascension, right? It just doesn't move around, but that's the only difference. It's extremely spammable as well. So in the case you're going high ground or defending your base, you're going to be throwing out that Rocket Flare to know where the Monkey King is. So I'm not sure about this last pick from their side, particularly against the Batrider, the Beastmaster, the Clockwork, these many melee heroes. And like you mentioned, they're just going to pick up the Viper for themselves. They're saying that, Pandas, you had your chance, but you let it go.
Yeah, Natty Narwhal, he plays disgusting heroes like that, like the Viper, as mentioned previously, you know, Coddle player, that sort of guy. This should be a pretty good lane for him up against Array. A very good lane, actually, against Arrays. I have seen Vipers completely snowball out of control, and considering their lineup, they have a Beastmaster, they have a DK, they have a Viper. Their mid game is incredibly strong, and they have pushing power behind it. That's something that Nine Pandas has none of. They cannot push buildings whatsoever. So I actually do really like the 4 Pirates draft, even though normally when I see a Viper, I'm already immediately thinking, okay, Viper lineup lost. But in this case, triple melee against Viper, you know, he drops his ulti on Bloodseeker. You just ignore him at that stage. I'm liking 4 Pirates here.
I definitely agree with you. Not to mention, they don't have much of the same problems as Nine Pandas, right? Their high ground push is actually extremely strong with that Beastmaster and with the Viper Shard when it comes online. Not to mention the Dragon Knight. They have the sustain to work around the Dragon Knight as well. And not to mention, you know, for Nine Pandas, you want to be going in on those other heroes and then take out Otaku last. But then there's no real way to get there. You have to go through the Viper and the Beastmaster, 2 targets that are not exactly easy to take down. Sure, you can take down the Clockwork or Batrider, but those don't really accomplish anything in the team fight, right? You need to be taking down some of those cores. So the Pandas have their work cut out for them. For them, it's just going to be playing an overall much better game, winning out on 2 of those 3 lanes if they want to be going forward, right? Don't lose out miserably in the mid game. Your Bloodseeker will want a Radiance. Your Monkey King will be going for that Glepnir, presumably. Your Night Stalker. I mean, I hope they have not set themselves up to fail, because their lanes are also looking pretty hard. Their objectives are too far away. And overall, just the Pirates are going to come online a lot faster.
It is, of course, still the question exactly what the Beastmaster is going to go for, because he does get counted by the Nightsuck if he goes Helm of the Overload, which normally with their lineup, you want to go Helm of the Overload because you want to push the objective quickly, but that's kind of a non-factor in this case. Even though Drums of Slam isn't a bad alternative considering you're up against 3 melees, so they're just going to always be on top of you. It is definitely draft-wise, I like 4 Pandas, but 4 Pirates, but 9 Pandas, you know, they are arguably just the better team.
Do they want to be fighting level 1 right now?
Well, Clockwork is a beast at level 1 fighting, though. And Viper as well. This is a very dangerous one for 9 Pandas if they get caught from behind. They're going to go in onto Natty Narwhal. His team is nowhere to be seen just yet. They come out a little bit too late. They lose Natty. They're going to turn their attention to Solo. Get a quick freebie kill in response. But it's going to be the bounty stolen by V-Tune. So that's 3 bounties and first blood for 9 Pandas.
Not the start that you would want for a lineup that's supposed to snowball. The Monkey King getting that early first blood, you know, getting a full creep wave essentially, and the XP to boot. Will help keep himself in the game at least. But you know, it's not the worst thing in the world if you're 4 Pirates. Viper should still be winning in this scenario.
Yeah, Viper should normally not have too big of a problem. It is a little bit painful, of course, with the Monkey getting first blood, but it's not like he's a bottle carrier. I would assume that he's going to try and keep up even with that mid lane, and then make some rather early rotations on the Monkey. Once the Viper hits level 3, level 5, it gets Erase already getting bullied out the lane.
Even on the rotations end, where does he go? Erase these, even for on the rotations aspect, these rotations can be extremely risky because you are playing against a Batrider and a Clockwork, so those TP ins, you have to make sure that 4 Pirates are pushing out the lane to be able to go in for a rotation, because a TP counter attack.
Bottom lays, dropping low, but won't be taken down. Nice block there from Loopsy. Make sure that the damage doesn't connect.
This is a bit surprising. 4 Pirates are actually doing a lot better in this safe lane than I would imagine. A 2 melee lineup versus the Night Stalker and Lion, who can essentially just impale the Clockwork, but it looks like he's in a bit of trouble.
Oh, catch onto Loopsy. He's trying to walk out. He's going to get blocked, so the second Power Cox connects. They lose the Lich in the top lane in the meantime. Loopsy's going to stay alive. And a lot of early aggression in the lane so far.
Both teams not relenting. I would imagine the Lion, Loopsy should be saving his Impale for that Clockwork. Just don't let the Clockwork close the distance and you're good, right? The Night Stalker has incredible amounts of regen thanks to his talent. So he should be able to trade 1-to-1 with DK, or at least not get zoned out as long as you keep the Clockwork away.
Yeah, currently Beastmaster looking really good in the top lane as well. Natty Narwhal 11 denies against the Monkey King, who is very much struggling at this stage. The first blood does, of course, help stop the bleeding a little bit, but he just cannot get close to the lane because Natty Narwhal keeps the creeps up on his high ground. There's going to be this 3-minute rune spawn fight. It does get yoinked up in time by the DK on one end, and top side, Ariel gets it. So both Radiant teams get the Lotus.
Now, the good thing for 4 Pirates is that they absolutely cannot lose that bot side lane, right? I don't see the Pandas having enough damage to take out the DK in the laning phase. So at least that one lane, the DK should be able to get his farm.
Yeah, and even if he doesn't, you know, you get a couple of levels in Worm's Wrath and you just head into the jungle. It is a situation where stacks might be pretty impactful for them to get if the Batrider can make some of the stacks happen, because their opponents can't really steal them either. They have a horrible lineup to clear stacks on the Dire side, and Radiant, like, you have a Beastmaster and a DK. Hell, even the Batrider +4 loves clearing stacks.
Even the Viper, right? Even the Viper with that Nether Toxin can do quite a bit of damage to those stacks, but how is the top side looking for Pirates? The Beastmaster seems to be doing pretty decently against the Bloodseeker, going almost even. It actually is ahead of the Bloodseeker in terms of denies, at least.
Yeah, it's Bloodseeker is a great hero to get kills once you get your level 6. Until that point, you're not really in the best position, depending on what you play against. But Beastmaster, he essentially is a ranged hero with just a wild axis spam. And then you have the slows of the Call of the Wild Boar, so you can't really stay in the lane too much. But they're doing a good job pulling the creep camps and making sure that the creeps stay close to the tower for Vtune to be able to clear up some extra creeps. Because one bad mistake and Lich gets killed off by the Batrider easily.
That's what I was thinking, right? The solo has to be so careful on this lane. The Bloodseeker can't save him. Not to mention, I don't think anyone can save him apart from the Lion.
This is really well done by Solo. He placed that Observer Ward right above about 20 seconds ago. And immediately afterwards, he spots Perdanic walking by, and they know that they want to go for a gank play. So just the perfect timing, knowing exactly when he needs to place the ward to keep his safe laner alive.
An interesting decision to keep the Night Stalker and the DK solo, and that's a decision being made from both of the teams, knowing that you can't really do anything against the Night Stalker or DK. So both of those heroes should be getting their farm up. Meanwhile, what can both of these teams get done with their supports? The rotation already being spotted out by Solo, as you mentioned, but now the Lion needs to make something happen.
Yeah, they're wasting a little bit of time here on 4 Pirates trying to make a play. They really are going to need that Clockwork level 6 as soon as possible. That's always the most crucial moment for Clockwork. He is incredibly weak until that point.
Oh, Perdanic stealing the Wisdom Rune as well, but is he going to end up paying for it? I don't...
Oh, Erase in a bit of trouble. Ariel's there. The pushback onto Erase. Erase is dropping low. He's just dying to the supports at this stage. And will he actually get taken down? Oh, the chase deeper from Ariel. They lose line in the mid but Monkey is going to be able to stay alive. Solo Lich is not going to be so lucky, is he? Slows the root, the catch, and the kill for Actor, who's now on a killing spree on the Beastmaster, and indeed he's queued up. He's going to go for the boots, as for the Drums of Slam, the Aghanim Scepter build up. And yeah, this Monkey King is just, he hasn't had, I think, a creep kill in 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's just not a good look. I mean, support's chasing you down. Meanwhile, you try to help your Monkey King, but the lion just gets taken down by Natty on that Viper. So nothing really working out for them apart from Otaker. But is that going to be enough?
Yeah, it's just not ideal at the moment. Vitoon, he's got pretty much everything going for him. Looks to already start building up his Radiance. It's going to be a pretty decent timing. You just don't have a mid laner at this stage. Like, Natty Narwhal, 7.5. Monkey is 4.5. Like, the Monkey is the same experience as the Clockwork. There is a rotation from Vitoon, though, going towards mid, going for the Clockwork, but it's a 4-man move to kill off a position 5 Clockwork. While in the meantime, Ariel is making some stacks happen. Natty Narwhal is just continuously farming. Beastmaster is closing in on his level 5, already has one piece of the axe done. Like, they're losing control of this game quickly.
Yeah, and they really need to play off of this rupture, get at least one more kill. Just one support for while you rotated 4 heroes in is just not worth it. The good thing is, once the Lion and the Lich get their ultimates, those are very powerful. Right, so you can essentially just play off the back of that to negate a lot of the pressure that the Pirates are going to be putting out.
A big advantage is also Frost Shield against a push draft. You'll be able to keep your buildings alive to a degree. Obviously, if Viper gets shard, that doesn't really matter anymore, because then he just does a lot of magic damage to the tower. But for the most part, it is a nice way to keep your buildings alive. More Otaker. Going for the armlet. Yeah, this night they're going to smoke up. Laze is now level 6. They know they need to make a play. He's looking for Natty Narwhal. I don't know if it's an ideal catch attempt because he does have Viper Strike at the ready. They are going to go in. Natty Narwhal, the silence comes out. TPs are a little bit slow. Ariel on the side. Pushback comes out. There's going to be the break, the slow onto the Night Stalker. Can they kill him off? Otaker is there. The damage is huge. Laze is just tickling down, and they will find the Night Stalker. Natty Narwhal stays alive. They had nowhere to close enough damage to kill off this fight.
Yeah, I thought that perhaps the Lion would be able to get off that stun, and that would be a much better execute, but just a bit too preemptive with that Dark Ascension pop out, and the TPs coming in. It's just very risky, right?
They weren't even fast TPs. They were like a couple of like
slow,
4 seconds waiting until those TPs came out, and he lost about 25% of his HP. Now, Viper is a very tanky hero with that corrosive skin as well.
They should be going on some other target, like the Beastmaster. That's a much easier target to get down. Could even perhaps go for the Dragon Knight. I mean, they've left the Dragon Knight to farm up solo, and Pandas have been seeing this for quite some time, but just no sort of engagement on towards the Dragon.
Oh, Loopsy is going to get caught bottom lane. Otaker's here as well. Loopsy's caught inside the cogs, and will get taken down by the Clockwork for another kill to be secured. Yeah, it's also like Erase is forced to jungle on the Monkey King at the moment, and he only has 1 point in Primal Spring, so he can't even reliably catch up. Like, he's still ahead of Laze somehow, though.
That's pretty surprising. I mean, the Night Stalker did have that free farm, and the Night Stalker is actually investing in a Hand of Midas that is very greedy. I don't know how well that's going to be working out, because this Dragon Knight comes online very quickly. The Viper will be coming online. The Beastmaster is very close to his Scepter, and you need to give space to your Bloodseeker to farm and Erase to actually catch up. So the person who's supposed to be creating space is the Night Stalker, but if he's choosing to take more resources away from his team, then I'm not sure if that's a recipe for success.
Yeah, it's not looking too great here for 9 Pandas. They're also starting to clear up the stacks. Beastmaster is now has max level wild axes, so
Radiant's
taking
bottom
those
tower is
ancient
under
stacks is not too problematic. Batrider's closing in on his level 6. Clockwork is level 6, so now you have to be very careful of big catch hook shot plays. People is very farmed. Oh, catch onto a race who's caught on the high ground right now, but the problem is there's no one in the vicinity to help out. They spot out some nice stacks. Ariel might want to have to clear soon.
Yeah,
they might steal
Verdanic
them.
was got the Monkey King guys, but just not enough. The good thing for the Pandas is that Four Pirates have not done a great job at dealing damage to some of these objectives, some of these towers. So most of the towers, tier 1 towers from 9 Pandas is pretty healthy. So there is a lot of room to play with. Not to mention the Bloodseeker is on his way to getting that Sacred Relic. So they will have the time to farm up and will have the time to catch up at least a little bit.
Yeah, but Natinarwal's got the Dragonlands done, so he's going to be right-click Viper. You've got DK Armlet done, going S and Y, so very hard to kill at that stage, and Beastmaster's almost got the Ags. It's kind of like the moment they have Ags on Beastmaster, you can also head into the jungle. They spot out the race, there's the roar being thrown out, but the Monkey King, Frost Shield is doing a good job. Natinarwal wants to kill off a race, the route is there, a race Monkey King is being slowed down. No chance to disengage. Hook shot was used, but missed, it seems, and they will get a kill onto, again, the Monkey King. How far is he? Yeah, with 50 more gold, well, 20 more gold, you get Ags, and then you probably also just get Roche.
That flame break from Batrider was so precise. Just a smooth execute to that lasso. Ariel just not able to do anything. Sorry, Erase just not able to do anything. 7 and 3 now, 3k net worth lead up already, and the Lion has the ultimate now. 9 Pandas. This is the time to get that finger kill. You absolutely need it to get some breathing room.
It's really gonna come down to Bloodseeker needs to do everything. Oh, Monkey's trying to steal the XP rune. Ariel, does he realize it? No, he's not gonna go for the steal. Erase is gonna back off instead.
Yeah, it's just not worth it. If you die again, that's just 2 kills you're giving away.
And,
I feel like 9 Pandas are just wandering aimlessly around the map, not really sure of what to do. Even the Night Stalker, right? You're going for the Hand of Midas, but he's not exactly farming.
no,
he's
he
just
cancelled going for the Hand of Midas. He went for the BKB instead. So
okay,
they're
that's
looking to
definitely
fight
the right
sooner.
decision. Yeah.
Which I don't necessarily know if I think is a better or a worse choice. Because with the Frost Shield, you might be able to extend this game quite a decent amount. But, like, Bloodseeker now has his Radiance. It still doesn't mean Bloodseeker can fight. Like, he can farm now. But if he goes into a fight, Viper Strike hits him, and you just die.
I personally feel that, it's the only choice that 9 Pandas have. Rather than it being the wrong or right choice, because they're running out of options on what to do. They're not able to find many kills. They've had the Lion ultimate up now for quite a bit of time. They had the Lich Chain Frost ready as well, but just I don't know. They're not making a move. They're just content of just farming up on this Bloodseeker and slowly farming on the Night
shot in, catch onto Loopsy. That's gonna be a quick freebie. Yeah, the problem is as well, you need the Monkey King to make the plays together with the Night Stalker. Now it's daytime, so it's even a little bit harder that way, but this Bat Rider has his blink done. He also did just get ruptured, so Rupture is going to be on cooldown. They're going to fight bottom, Otaka versus Erase. Found the strike comes in, Erase trying to get a jump on the trees. Can he disengage? It seems he can get out of there. Godfrey, but right now, 4 Pandas, yeah, they're going to head into the pit. They're going to get themselves the first ages of the game. And honestly, at that stage, they can just run down buildings.
Yeah. Yeah, the Panda's modus operandi is just exit these fights, evade as much as you can. Not being even able to smoke up and at least try to get a kill on towards anyone. It seems like they just gave up after that mid attempt on towards the Viper. After that
Gets the TP out just in time. But yeah,
Radiant's top tower
you were
is
saying,
under
sorry,
attack.
I saw a little bit of a tense moment there with the hook shot up for clock.
It's all right. I mean, I think pandas are feeling a bit tense right now, right? I don't see. I'm not seeing a clear strategy or battle plan coming out from them, right? They're just aiming wondrously.
They get the catch onto Solo. They tried to kill him off. They're actually taking a little bit longer than they would like. Chain Frost gets thrown up, but Dan is actually dead. Chain Frost is going to continuously bounce. Hurts Ariel pretty heavily.
Tower is under
And still more bounces. 1-for-1 trade, but that was the Blink Dagger reveal on the Bat Rider in combination with the hook shot catch. Like, they don't die that easily with level 3 Frost Shield available on the Lich.
Yeah, and a few unlucky bounces as well. I feel like if there were a few more bounces, then Laze would have played off of his Dark Ascension. I feel like 9 Pandas were ready for that one, but just the overall, just getting anything you can, right, is worth it at this point if you're 9 Pandas. But obviously the exchange going in favor of the Pirates.
Laze in trouble. Yeah, they're going to just hold him down. His ulti is on cooldown, so they can't really use that to get away. Loopsy on the side. Gets the TP out as well. Hookshot wasn't available. On the other side, though, there's a monkey chase. And the tree gets caught. Oh, high ground vision, baby. Actor gets a quick dunk on the monkey, and the race is just further in debt at this stage. Ariel is catching up to the monkey.
Interestingly, the Monkey King has the same gold as when he went for the 14-minute Wisdom Rune. So in about 4 minutes, he hasn't managed to get a single gold to his name, and it just feels awkward seeing the Monkey King just swing around those trees, not being able to get anything done. The Viper pick, they were not expecting it, and this
Which
should
is surprising because you picked the Monkey King mid,
Yeah.
and like they still had a couple of counters possibly. Lion, Loopsy quickly taken care of. They still have Hookshot, but that was the Blink Lasso, and they know there's no Night Stalker ulti, so there's really no threat.
Rupture is available now. The Monkey King has his Wukong's command, but even with that, what do you do? He doesn't even have a Maelstrom. Even with the Maelstrom, what do you do? So these are all. So 9 Pandas are actually several items behind where they need to be. 19 minutes in, 10,000 net worth lead, faced up against an Aegis, a carry that is online.
You know what's the weirdest thing? Of
What?
everything in this draft, I was thinking, I don't understand the Bloodseeker. He's the only one that's actually keeping pace.
Yeah. And I think he's the only one that can bring them back to this game, honestly. That BKB Scepter, sure you do still have Otaker to deal with and the Beastmaster who can go 1-to-1 with you, but a few lucky spells, a few lucky Chain Frost bounces, a nicely timed Finger of Death by the Lion, with the vision provided by the Night Stalker. This Bloodseeker, he can end up living the dream.
To a degree, if he gets hit by Viper Strike, he's still very dead.
Yeah,
Yeah. Like,
I'm trying my best to, provide
it's
some-
like, yeah, you've got BKB. They have 4 BKB piercing spells on
Yeah.
4 pirates.
It's not good.
Like, even with BKB, Roar, Lasso, Hookshot, and Viper Strike, you're still not going to get out of there unscathed.
Erase dies like he's in a support position. Honestly, those are like what 4 swipes by that Beastmaster and he's dead.
Drums of Islam, baby. Quick roar, get those drums at max, and then you just easily shred through a Monkey King who doesn't have anything. There's a lasso onto Laze in mid. Viper Strike comes out. DK stun, can't even respond. That's how fast he dies. And they're already getting to a point where they can knock on the high ground.
I think they just straight up go for the high ground. They have a Black King Bar coming in for the Beastmaster. He can literally just solo his way inside, just with the rest of his team just waiting behind him. They have enough counter initiation with the Clockwork and the Bat Rider should they need it.
Natinar will still going to need that shard, but he's going for the SNY. Otaka has the SNY. Actor's actually going Nullifier, interestingly enough. It's very good to have against Bloodseeker with the Blood Rage and, of course, the Lich with the Frost Shield.
It honestly feels like quite the impossible game for 9 Pandas. They're going to have to pull off one of the most amazing comebacks that I have seen. I wouldn't say that it's impossible, but it's highly improbable. The good thing is the Viper
it's
does
still
get-
Dota.
Yeah.
Teams fountain dive all the time and weird stuff happens. Plus, we haven't seen V2 fight yet, which they are currently smoked up looking for a possible catch. DK would be a nice target. Doesn't have BKB yet. I'm saying nice. If he pops Armlet, he has 3.7k HP. Not an easy target, but if they manage to kill him, would be great. The supports would be the best. Ariel spotted, quickly gets the blink out of there. The Rupture thrown out. The Chain Frost as well. They're going in for the DK. Can they kill him off in time? He's dropping low. He is going to get taken down. The Monkey King charging forward. V2's charging in. Monkey King Erase is dropping low. Natty Narwhal's trying to man fight. V2 wants to take this fight. He's healed up big time, and there's only one left alive. It's Natty Narwhal, but he's a raid boss, and everyone has to disengage right now. But a big fat fight for 9 Pandas where they blow up that DK right before he gets his BKB. If he gets BKB, he doesn't care, but that was a beautiful catch.
Yeah, the amount of Chain Frost bounces, the Rupture holding him in place for that to happen. Sure, the Beastmaster came in, but they just were not able to save the DK. All of the rest of the kills that they got, the Pandas, they were able to do that because they found the Dragon Knight. Like you mentioned, that simply does not happen once you get that BKB, but there's that breathing room that 9 Pandas really wanted, right? There's a lot of gold, a lot of XP that just went their way. They still have the rest of the mountain to climb, but it's not as if they're out. It's not as if their Hail Mary play netted at nothing.
That was also a fight where they very almost one-shot V-Tune, but because Otaker died right before V-Tune did, he gets healed up to almost full on the Bloodseeker and can continue to fight. Oh, Natty Narwhal going for the TP out, gets dragged back by Solo, and that's a 5-kill streak picked up by V-Tune. He's just getting a big chunk of money. 2 pieces of his Aghanim Scepter are done. This is getting a little bit dicey here. 4 Pirates they're kind of losing track of the game.
Yeah, they've given away a 5,000 net worth lead, right? It used to be 12,000. They've also given away upwards of 7,000 experience over on the other side. Once this Bloodseeker gets his scepter, that's going to be a very different Bloodseeker to kill, right? And he's nearly completed it. He just needs around 1,200 gold to make that happen.
Yeah, he's going to be very deadly for the supports, but once, DK now has his BKB. He's going dateless, so at that point, he's going to, two-shot anyone that he sees, which is scary. Beastmaster top side. Can they kill him off is the question. He has BKB, he has Roar available. BKB Roar onto Erase. He goes, and Erase Monkey King is dead. They both drop dead. Actually, Verdun gets the kill with his rocket flare there just to steal the wave, but this just shows you how strong Beastmaster is. My god.
Loops, he held his finger. I don't know why he held his finger. Beastmaster was able to activate his BKB and the finger damage just did not end up hitting him. You had the entirety of that Hex duration and that Impale duration. You needed to get that finger off, but you just waited a bit too long.
Dire's bottom tower is under
And
attack.
those are not mistakes you want to be making if you're in this situation. You want to be blowing him up with everything you have. Just dish out everything in your arsenal if you want to be securing that kill. Because if you don't, you're just giving away your core kill. You're giving away your support. You're giving away so much room that you fought so hard to acquire.
In general, I found it kind of strange that they wanted to kill him with just 2 heroes.
In the first place, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he's got the same net worth as... Actually, he has more net worth than those 2 heroes combined. Plus, he has BKB and a ton of armor, ton of HP. It's just not a valid choice to go for him. But they do manage to get the second Roche with the Aegis and, very importantly, the banner so that they can actually push high ground. Oh, they're looking to fight on the side. Ariel, smoke about to be broken. Goes in. Oh, no, gets instantly hexed. Quickly taken care of. That's the gem dropped. And they're going to back off. Rupture thrown out onto Actor. He still has the Aegis though, so doesn't really care if he loses his first life. drag back by Solo. The Aegis is about to get popped. Actor is going to come back alive with no Chain Frost available to them at that point. Jump in from Actor onto V2. Pops the BKB just in time. Nice final strike, but V2 is going to get locked in place. Gets broken. Do they have the damage to take him down? One more right click in the fountain. He's sticking. He's dead.
Yeah.
V2 drops dead to the dots. Chase in 4 more. Solo's going to be the next target, and this time no Chain Frost to keep you alive. 2 kills to be secured, and it did cost them the Aegis, but that's a sacrifice they're definitely willing to make.
A nice attempt by 9Pandas. That Batrider, unfortunate for him, he blinked in, died, but they did manage to take down that Aegis. And the idea for them is they want to be taking these fights away from their high ground, so even if they lose, they can respawn by the time that the Pirates reach their own high ground. So it's a strategy that, you know, is at least keeping them in the game enough so that in the late game, Monkey King has enough farm to come back into the fight. But for Pirates, I don't think they're going to be deterred from this.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, there's a little bit of cutting by Erase, waiting for the XP rune to spawn in 15 seconds. Maybe a little bit of a recovery that way, but he's still trying to build up that BKB, and actually is not even going to go for the XP rune.
He did manage to get the gem as well, though, so that's should give them a bit more safety to be farming up. But I don't know, against the threat of Perdanic, the instant hookshot or the instant lasso as well, how safe do you really feel, even under the cover of the night?
I haven't even checked the Night Stalker in forever. Like, Laze has just been a non-factor this game. He's got Blink BKB. He can be annoying to the supports. That's about the extent of what he can do.
But can he, though?
No,
Yeah,
not
the
really,
Batrider
because Batrider
Ariel has a
force.
4-staff. Yeah, and Perdanic, he just has a Solar Crest, so...
Oh, jump in. No lasso just yet. Finger plus Chain Frost gets thrown out. They need to spread out. Ariel's dropping low. They do kill him off. 3 ultis used to kill off the Batrider, though, so they don't really have much to work with. Oh, Darker spots out Loopsy. Easy kill. Looking for more. He's got the Chrysalis already done. That Daedalus is going to make a lot of damage happen. Solo quickly got to back off, but another 1-for-1 trade. However, in total, 4 ultis used from 9Pandas for that one Batrider kill.
Oh, and it
big
might just be a
catch.
dead Night Stalker.
Yeah, BKB keeps him going. Is going to go for the TP hook shot, though. Is going to connect. Actually, it's not even required there because Actor has too much damage.
But 9Pandas, I have to give them credit. They are playing this a bit smart, right? Take a fight outside your high ground. Sure, you're expending a lot of ultimates, but your ultimates are going to come back online by the time that 4 Pirates do eventually come to your own high ground, right? Except for the Lion's Finger, of course. But low respawn timers as well because they're in such a poor state of the game. And they also manage to kill the creep wave each and every single time they fight.
It's also about to turn nighttime, so Night Stalker is not in the worst position, but not in a great position either. There's going to be the push coming forward. Lasso drag on to Vitun. He doesn't have BKB though. That one is still on cooldown for 10 more seconds. Chain Frost onto attacker. The DK is in trouble, needs some help. Force Staff doesn't get him out of there in time. They actually find 3 kills for the price of 1. And this time, finally, Erase manages to get some damage in. There's so much magic damage on the other side. The roar comes out. No BKB, but the Viper is ready to pump out damage. Lays, do they kill him off? Yes, they do. Actors looking for more targets. It's going to get dragged back. But this nasty, Narwhal Viper is just right-clicking away at his opponents to break onto Erase. He's just another one in the dirt. Who cares about a DK when the Viper is the king?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure why there was an extended chase there. They won the fight, right? Just stop fighting at that point because the Pirates were not going to go high ground without their DK and without their Beastmaster, but 9Pandas just essentially handed them that opening.
And luckily enough, with the Lich buyback, they won't have enough to continuously push. Because the Frost Shield keeps the buildings alive for a little bit longer, but yeah, it's getting a little bit dicey. They do, of course, have Chain Frost pretty much back. Wukong's in 20 seconds. Rupture is, well, back again, and Night Stalker's ulti is available. So they can defend another high ground push if they go for it, but I think this actually deterred for Pirates a little bit too much of going for another high ground push right now. They probably want to wait until next Roche.
Yeah, I think that will be the right play because nine pandas have an incredible high ground defense, even though they are facing up against a Clockwork and a Bat Rider, right? The Blood Ride from the Bloodseeker, the Vision from the Wukong's command, as well as the Lich and the Lion, just too much magical damage. Even if you have your BKB, all it really takes is for you to get hexed up or stunned before you're able to activate it, and suddenly you take 1,000 or 2,000 magical nuke to your face, and your high ground attack is eliminated. The big question for me is whether or not this time around 9 Pandas is going to take the fight to Roshan rather than giving it away for free.
Yeah, it's going to be a very rough continuation. V2 does get a free shard. That's always nice, getting the extra 35 pure damage that also heals you. It used to be like, what, 2% pure damage or something per hit?
Yeah.
That was nuts, but it really made the hero very heavily scalable in late game. Now it's okay.
It's very interesting how one hero is able to keep them in the game, or at least one core hero. I know that Solo and Loopsy are playing an incredible game right now, Solo in particular with those Chain Frosts.
Oh, lasso onto Ray, Loopsy. He's staying alive with the Ghost Scepter for a little bit longer. They do lose Loopsy, both supports on the dire side of dead, but they lost Natty Narwhal. That's a big death here. V2 charging forward. The Roar gets thrown out onto the Bloodseeker. He has a BKB still available. He's trying to man fight. He needs to actually heal up if he wants to continue an engagement here. Ariel chasing for more lays, trying to run, trying to fly. Can he get out? No, he cannot. And this time they do manage to find the big raid boss, Natty Narwhal, first, but then you have to deal with the DK.
Yeah.
There's too many multi-threats in this game.
Yeah, you go for that boss, and suddenly you figure out it's like you're playing Dark Souls. I don't know if you've played it, but instead of one boss, there's like 3.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah,
Structures are
it's
fortified.
I have played Dark Souls 1, but never completed. I have played the other game, the Elden Ring. Okay. With just in general, you know, you killed the first phase, and then they have phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, and then they go back to full HP, and then you're like, okay, this game is just torture.
I'm going back to Dota.
Yeah, well,
that's a much better
to
game.
that other torture. Yes, that's exactly what I want. Oh, they gotta kill off this siege creep. It's killing off the range racks. The Roshan's banner is still topside. It's dropping. The range racks are one hit away from dropping. Can he kill it off? Oh, 6 HP on the range racks.
Oh wow. Oh man, but all in all, 9 Pandas, they are doing a pretty good job at least keeping this game static, or not even static. I know they're giving a lot away, but they're not losing very heavily, right? Even if they lose a team fight, they're still able to hold their racks intact by the simple fact that 4 pirates have to expend so much that they're not able to go high ground after the fight is over.
We have a Bloodseeker Dagon. I mean, spell life steal is nice, and the way to just keep yourself alive, it is still very that's strange.
Yeah, I would have imagined you go for a Shiva's Guard or an Eye of Skadi, just take away the regeneration of the Dragon Knight.
I was actually thinking maybe Bloodstone could be nice, especially considering you have that Blood Mist.
Yeah.
That increases the AoE and you just go bananas. I'm actually quickly going to check. Dagon is the normal build. Okay. That's weird.
That is in fact very weird.
Sure. Okay, Dagon. Yeah, it actually shows, if you look on Dota Pro Tracker, that Dagon, Shiva's... Bloodstone is picked more often, though, than those two, but they are builds on Bloodseeker these days.
Yeah, but in a situation where you have so much HP regen on the Dragon Knight, for example, you need someone to get that HP reduction, right?
Yeah.
Even Lace could go for the Shivas.
And the race is never going to have any money, so... Well, he's getting actually to a better degree. He has his SNY now done. They know exactly where both teams are, but they're just ready to knock on the Roche. in the
Dire
pit here
are scanning.
on 4 Pirates. They could just start roshing, to be fair, with how scared 9 Pandas are walking. Jump in onto Race. They do roar him up, kill off the Monkey King, quickly take him down. Charge in from Otaka on the backline. Chain Frost does get thrown out. Otaka needs to be able to heal up, but he is dropping low. They've lost 3 on the Radiant side. Otaka is going to get taken down, but there's the break. There's the death of B2. Lasso drag him back. Laze is the last one standing. They just got annihilated and
Radiant's
Erase.
top tower is under attack.
Oh, that's the danger of playing Monkey King.
Yeah, they just end up getting blown up. Every single time we've seen 9 Pandas start a fight, they've done exponentially better than when they've been initiated on. And you know, it's unfortunate Monkey King was not able to get that vision in. They should have popped Lizz's Dark Ascension to do that, but overall, I would say it's a bit of a misplay. Sure, they did do a good enough job at getting the DK down. He won't be able to get that Aegis. But now, how do you kill Natty twice? How do you take down the Cheese from the Beastmaster as well?
Yeah, it's a little bit of
Not to
rough
mention,
one.
the Beastmaster has the Shivas of his own. So the life steal from the Bloodseeker is not going to be that effective anymore.
I still would have liked the Bloodstone. Just big fat AoE, lots
Yeah.
of healing. Always neat. Natty Narwhal walking up the high ground. He's got the Age. There's going to be the hookshot on the side, catch on the ledge. No Frost Shield to be thrown out. Chain Frost is bouncing onto Natty, but he'll be just fine. Actor roars up a race. There is no Bloodseeker for another 10 seconds. And they used pretty much everything they had to try and stop them from taking these objectives.
I'm not sure what more fuel in the tank they possibly have. These Raxes are going to fall. The Bloodseeker is back up. He has the Rupture, but do they really want to be fighting? They have the Finger of Death as well, but no Lich, no Dark Ascension, no Wukong's Command.
Yeah, Natty Narwhal, he's got the shard. He's just pumping out damage, blowing up these buildings with the poison attack, armor reduction plus dots. Top side, looking for a raise. There's going to be the Hex in response on the bat right, but they're going to go for Loopsy DK. They'll easily clean him up. Verdanix should really stop killing off everyone with just the rocket flare, because he's
Oh man,
he's kind of shredding.
his air support, man, it's unbelievable.
Middle tower has fallen.
25k net with advantage for 4 Pirates, and they still can't really do anything against this Viper. Because you got to kill him twice. He's closing in on the Scotty. Going in onto Otaka. The DK is dropping a little bit low, very low. He's actually going to drop dead. Lasso drag onto V2. Drag him inside the cogs. The supports are doing wonders here, but there's no mana on Natty Narwhal to continue. Hookshot comes out onto V2, and the heal will be there, and V2 will stay alive. Actor, in the meantime, kills off a race solo in the Dire space. Is going to get jumped afterwards, and Actor will be done for. V2 gets a triple kill on the Bloodseeker. 2 more levels of his Dagon, so he now is level 4 Dagon.
He's investing in his Dagon. Oh man.
Who needs buyback at this stage? Drag onto Natty. No Chain Frost. No Night Stalker ulti.
The Aegis is still up.
Jump in from Otaka. He's going to quickly go for the Lich, but there is the save on the Lich. Keeps him alive. The focus is going to be Megas, though. Jump in onto Natty Narwhal. He's got the Aegis. It's going to get popped. And now he's in a lot of trouble because V2's got his Rupture in 3 seconds. There is a BKB available. Can he go for the TP out in time? And yes, he will. Natty Narwhal disengages, but they keep the melee racks topside alive. So it's not over just yet.
Yeah, I mean, 9 Pandas made it work with whatever they had. Sure, all of these buybacks and everything. They literally had to give up everything, but they did end up making it work, and it keeps them in the game. The question is, for how long will 4 Pirates wait for the next Roshan? I feel like that's going to be too long when all they need to do is take down 1 Rax. But at the same time, it's a different game when you're approaching the 40-minute mark and you're not, even if you get those mega creeps, because that still does not mean the game is over. You have a Radiance, you have a Monkey King. Clearing those mega creeps is going to be pretty straightforward for 9 Pandas. It's the Dagon that I'm worried about. And I know it's just 1 item, but it was his last slot, right? It was his second last slot. He has a level 5 Dagon. There are so many better items you could be getting in this particular situation, in my opinion.
Oh, there's Ags done. That's going to be a lot of vision. Clockwork Ags finished. The Rocket Flare spam on the map. You also have level 25 now on Bloodseeker, which is the double rupture, always nice. But the one that I'm scared for is the Viper 25, because then he becomes universal, and then he does so much damage. Speaking of damage, V2's in trouble. Can they kill him off in time? He's dropping low. The break is there. He's running fast. Is he fast enough? The last hits. The dots. He dies. No Viper available. Actor's going to get dragged back. Finger gets thrown out onto Actor, taken down. Erase has no disengage. Your Doctor's on the other side. You're just going to get sandwiched into oblivion. No Vivix on the dire side so far. Lay's got inside the cogs, and they're just going to make sure everybody drops dead to get the Megas, to get the game finisher. V2 calls G to the G, and with their backs against the wall, 9 Pandas cannot lose any more games, otherwise they're out.
Yeah, I mean, they tried their very best, right, with that Bloodseeker V2, but simply V2 was the only one who was able to make anything happen for his team in that game. In the macro setting, of course, you did have some nice chain frost, you did have some nice initiations from the Lion, for example, but in the end, it really did not matter. The Pirates were just simply too strong. I think their draft was just simply way better with that Viper pick, and I don't think that Monkey King should have come out. I think there should have been some other hero. I think the Viper belonged in the draft of the Pandas instead, but that was game number 1, right? There's an opportunity to improve on those mistakes, pick a better draft for example, and more orthodox draft, right? And perhaps you can keep yourself in the game, and for them, perhaps you can keep yourself in the tournament.
Yeah, they definitely need that. We saw great performance coming out of V-Tune. The supports also did their very best on 9 Pandas, but there was just no, a couple of nice Wukongs from Monkey King. There was no Night Stalker that game. It was literally a moving board. That was all it was. At that point, you might as well just get Nyx Assassin or something, because he just was a non-factor this game. But that's, of course, the first in this series. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go towards a short little break. We'll be right back after the break.
Battle begins.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The draft's already on its way. We saw a game number one with some interesting draft picks. Do you think they're going to go the same route, or do you think they're going to go for some more established picks?
I hope they go for the established picks. I don't want to see a repeat of the previous game. Just don't get out drafted, right? Is my requirement. I want a clean game. I want an even game between both of these two teams. And considering that Nine Pandas are arguably the team with more experienced players, I would imagine that they don't fall prey to such tactics from the Four Pirates. But it's happened once; it can happen again. And it was Four Pirates not even pulling off something sneaky. It was just playing with more Dota knowledge.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say per se more Dota. They tried something on Nine Pandas. It didn't work out in the slightest. The only hero that actually had the supports did pretty well, and the mid lane and off lane were just non-factors. I think picking a Monkey King without knowing, it's not a hero that if you beat it in lane, it can recover that well in terms of farm. I wouldn't mind it if you picked a mid laner that, he's probably going to get countered, but you at least have a comeback mechanic.
Yeah.
Monkey is not a hero that does that, especially if you go for if you don't go for max level Primal Spring, then you really can't clear off creep camps easily at that stage, and it was just a little bit too much. But that was game number one. That was an outdraft. Now we're in a new situation. Nine Pandas have last pick this time around. Four Pirates are going to go and start it off with a Dawnbreaker, though, so very heavy global presence immediately.
And a Nyx Assassin over on the other side. So let's see what they can make happen with this. I definitely like the Dawnbreaker, right? Just that overall global presence is one of the strongest offlaners right now in the meta. Meanwhile, you have one of the strongest supports, or one of the strongest pick-off supports in the meta right now in the form of the Nyx Assassin. So let's see what both of these teams have in store for them. I will say that it becomes a bit difficult for that Vendetta initiation or that Vendetta assassinate because you have that Dawnbreaker. So if you go for a target that's not an instant kill, then the things might just get turned around on you with that Solar Garden coming out.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. So Nyx Assassin heavily counters Dawnbreaker because, of course, Spike Carapace against the Dawnbreaker's ulti. But a lot of Dawnbreakers just go for first item BKB so that they can just pop BKB and then use their ulti to get into the fight. And if they do that, then you're at the point where all of a sudden Nyx Assassin's value just falls off the cliff. Because then the entire point of Nyx Assassin is to counter Dawnbreaker, and then you don't do that anymore.
Let's see what they. One thing I will say that whenever you have a Nyx Assassin, again, this was in the previous series as well. You want a really strong laner with you because you won't have that much presence in the lane with the Nyx, and Beastmaster and Lycan are both banned out, so it needs to be a tanky offlaner that can actually sustain those hits, that can trade hits with the opposing team's carry and support, and somehow still manage to make the lane work. And there are not a lot of heroes in the pool right now that can do that. The Night Stalker also banned out. Perhaps something like a Primal, which we saw last series, would do well, or the Mars, for example, something like that. But let's see.
Yeah, I haven't seen as much Mars as I would have expected as of late. You also have to think you're playing with the Nyx Assassin pulse 4. Sorry, have to drink. So you have to pick a hero that can possibly lane solo, because Nyx Assassins primarily just get like the Mind Flay spell and then clear creeps in the jungle. And then you're solo laning. So normally you have to have like a Timber Saw or a Tide there in case the enemy doesn't have a counter. Because Nyx Assassin, lane-wise, is one of the weakest heroes out there.
Definitely, I fully agree. And I really like a Tide Hunter as well for the Four Pandas. But, again, decent pool to pick from. And they go for the Tiny. So probably going to be a Tiny mid, I suppose. The
Would
break
assume
has
so.
been countered out, so I mean, you have picked yourselves up the next. The opposing team has banned the Phantom Assassin as well, so that break mechanism won't be coming out against the Tiny.
Still have the Viper, of course, that you have to
Yeah.
be a little bit wary of. Though Tiny does lane better against the Viper than a Monkey King would. And is a hero that primarily you just need the Blink Dagger to start making plays. Which I think is going to be very impactful. I love the Batrider pick for Pirates. They played so well with that hero.
Yeah.
Especially if they like maybe add in the Clockwork as well. Then you have the vision to catch the Nyx Assassin hunting you down, for instance. I'm surprised
And you have added
they didn't ban
synergy
them.
this time around, right? With the Dawnbreaker, but looks like you were right. They're going to go for that Clockwork again. Both of these heroes did phenomenal in the previous game, just catching everyone out. Even the mid laner from Nine Pandas was caught out several times by this Batrider and Clockwork combination. And now you have the Dawnbreaker Solar Guardian that's also going to be coming in. So Pandas have their work cut out for them again. The thing is, if they've learned anything from the previous game, they should have a better time, because they're facing the same heroes that they were the previous game around.
Now, one thing that is a little bit different is depending on, of course, Dawn's build, but normally when you play against Nyx Assassin, you want to get BKB, and then some. If you go for the Ags build, then you're definitely a lot weaker. But this time, Batrider Clockwork, you don't have. They add in the Pugna on the opposed. You don't have a very heavy damage support duo. So, like, killing off the Tiny, you need to use every spell those two supports have, and you probably still won't kill the Tiny at that stage. Dawn can help a little bit, but depending on the Dawn's build, might actually not have that much impactful damage, so you should be a little bit wary of the last two remaining cores that you're going to go for. You probably need to get something that does damage. I would, Voker would be a nice one for 4 Pirates in this case. So that you at least have like Sunstrike and still a lot of right-click damage potential.
A Darkseer, I don't think I've seen this in this CCT series, at least. Darkseer coming out, I have seen it in previous series. Passion UA used to love running their Darkseer. But the combination, I suppose the Vacuum and the Avalanche Toss combination, that's a lot of AoE damage. But I'm not sure what else this Darkseer is designed to do. Certainly auras will help you out a lot. I would have preferred seeing a carry come out here, something like a Dragon Knight from Night Pandas. But like you mentioned, the Invoker coming out from the side of the 4 Pirates is going to provide a lot of control, a lot of follow-up as well with that Sunstrike. So each of their 4 heroes are going to be acting in synergy. Meanwhile, over on the Nine Pandas, you do have a bit of it's not a complete composition, right? They have pick off, they have the sustainability as well. This Darkseer kind of feels out of place. Perhaps their last pick is they're going to look to close it up with their last pick, but let's see. I mean, the Dragon Knight, it would have been perfect for either side to pick that one up.
I think Nine Pandas draft, the only thing that they might be lacking is some Roche heroes, because they do really good damage to buildings and other objectives, and they have sustain, they have disengage, they have catch, but they are just lacking in a little bit of Roshan damage. On 4 Pirates, same story. Both sides really terrible at Roche this time around. There are no stack clearing heroes in this game, so no big. I mean, Darkseer a little bit, but both sides needing very impactful safe laners. I do like the Voker in this case for 4 Pirates, because you have the Tornado against the Darkseer's Surge, against the Pugna's Decrepify. You have multiple catch that way. You have more global presence, so you have, let's say, Clockwork, gets Vision, Batrider, Blink Lasso, Dawn Ulti, Invoker, Sunstrike. You have a whole shebang of spells to just quickly blow someone up, which is going to be very handy to have. But 4 Pirates, I mean, I don't. There's so many heroes that you can go for at this stage. All of them work.
Yeah, all of them do work, and the synergy from 4 Pirates that you were mentioning is kind of crazy. I mean, just all of their spells act in unison, and even if it's a tiny, even if you have a lot of HP, if you're stuck inside of the cogs and no BKB to get out, then you might be in a bit of trouble. But we are going to see which carries both of these teams go for. I will say the Templar Assassin I do like the Templar Assassin quite a lot over here, particularly for 9 pandas. You know, get that stack clear. You also have the vacuum that's going to be bringing everyone in, so those refractions will be hitting everyone. You have the sustain in the form of the Tiny to be providing for your TA, but obviously does horrible against the Batrider. But looks like they're going to go for the Lifestealer, so this is pretty good. Right, just straight up magic debuff immunity against every one of the spells over on 9 pandas. The only physical spell is, of course, is the Tiny, but you're essentially safe from the next assassin, right? Not to mention you don't have that horrible of a laning experience against the Darkseer because you have that inbuilt lifesteal.
I like Monkey King here for 9 pandas if it's still available. Good against
I think they
Lifesteal.
should axe the Monkey King, man.
Yeah, I know,
Like
but
from
now
the
it would be
last
V2
game.
playing it, not Erase. Like, big difference. Other heroes, I've seen some Troll Warlords, but they're not that great against Lifesteal, especially once Lifesteal get Ags. Then it gets a little bit rough.
They did a pretty good job with banning out that Morphling and that Spectre against the Lifestealer, so not a lot of options. Oh, okay.
Okay. It's it's good against Lifestealer essentially. Dawn is a very solid counter to Faceless Void, obviously, because of Dawn's ulti. One big addition that you have with that Faceless Void pick is Tiny can go Ags, which Ags has had some nerfs in the past and such. But if you get the Ags plus a Daedalus, you have the damage required to kill the enemy. If you do not do that, then with the Darkseer and Tiny being kind of a one-trick pony, you kill someone, or worse, if you don't one-shot them, then you're gonna lack damage most of the time in those team fights, which is the only thing I'm a little bit worried about for the 9 panda draft. For the rest, it's if you get Ags on Tiny, it's a great tree volley game.
Yeah, and to make up for some of the damage that they would be lacking in that scenario, you need V-Tune to get farmed up and to get big, right? And it takes a lot of time for the Faceless Void to come online, not to mention you're playing around, if you go for the Tiny Scepter and you want to be playing around the Chronosphere, that's a very high cooldown ability that you want to be playing around. So outside of those 120 seconds until you get the Refresher Orb, very late into the game, you're going to be struggling in between of those cooldowns. So whether or not the other side, whether or not 4 Pirates are able to utilize and maximize their output in between of those cooldowns, that's probably going to be their key to victory. And the other thing is that Void doesn't do that well against heroes that can catch and grab, like the Batrider and like the Clockwork, not to mention you have the Invoker, who's probably going to be getting a Hex later on. So of all the very hard carries you have, Faceless Void is probably the most execution dependent of them all, and whether he gets those Chronospheres off is probably going to determine whether or not 9 pandas are going to win or not.
I do think 9 pandas have a way better draft than last game. I think this draft gets close to 50-50, but in this case, I do slightly, I'll say 60-40 for 9 pandas, and that's just because of last game, V-Tune was playing on a Bloodseeker, which was heavily countered. Now he's playing on Faceless Void, which is a bit countered, but not like super heavily.
Yeah.
Like you get caught in the cogs, you just jump out, stuff like that. But yeah, if you get the same amount of farm on the Faceless Void, he hits his level 20 with the 80 attack speed during Chronosphere. You get a 2-man chrono, 3-man chrono late game, you just win the game.
Yeah, I don't see how anyone from 4 Pirates can actually survive under the Chronosphere against a farmed V-Tune outside of the Lifestealer perhaps, but even then it becomes tricky, right? Because the Lifestealer has to pop his rage if he's going to be getting Chronosphered up. And that's an incredibly difficult ask, right? Because anyone that's stuck inside a Chronosphere, you have such good follow-ups. You have the Vacuum, you have the Nyx Assassin who's going to be throwing out those Mind Flares. Not to mention you have the Pugna's Life Drain, right? Just drop down, just get the Shard, drop down a Nether Ward, and just start draining everyone. Kind of like a watered-down version of the Witch Doctor's Ultimate, right? Where you throw in the Chronosphere, throw in the Death Ward, and it just deals a lot of damage. So kind of like that.
Yeah. It's gonna be a fun game. I hope to see some great chronos. Obviously, I think this is probably a game where Don goes BKB Ags. just to make sure that the Faceless Voids, Chronos are non-factors.
What do they do if this Faceless Void doesn't have a good game though?
Oh, then
What's
they
their
lose.
backup?
Then
Because
it's just over. Like there's Tiny is an okay hero, but normally you go for the with the Kanda kind of build. Darkseer doesn't really do much. It creates illusions of the enemies. I guess the Radiance illusion from the Lifestealer is pretty nice. But on the other side, Voker these days turns into a right-click hero.
yeah.
And that's the big threat, is that it doesn't fall off as much as it used to back in the day. Now it's actually really dangerous.
Even the Dawnbreaker, right? A lot of physical damage can be dealt by the Dawnbreaker if he chooses to go for those items. So what I'm seeing is 4 Pirates have all of this room that their carry can be a bit behind and things will probably still be okay for them. But for 9 Pandas, VTune has to have a good game.
Yep. And we have 3 bounties for the Dire side. This time the early game does favor them a little bit more. Solo is that's always so sad. He's walking back to base and then has to go for, I assume he's just gonna TP to lane, which is sadness. That 100 gold. Oh no, yeah. He won't have another TP.
Okay, that was interesting, but I suppose VTune was safe with that time walk. Of course, he will be able to get that full XP from the creep wave, or rather 3 creeps from the creep wave, so he should have a very quick level 2. But meanwhile, top side,
yeah, there's a little bit of drag gameplay coming in. This time around, Ray should have a lot better time. Voker is not really the strongest early lane stage hero. So the Tiny should normally have a very good time at being able to keep up. Attacker topside already has open wounds leveled. Looking for catches, but you're playing against a double ion shell configuration that's going to be very nasty. As I say, that Ariel is pushing Loopsy all the way back.
yeah, and they have to be careful, right? Because it is against the Batrider. Sure, the Batrider's position is not that great. You could probably get that kill through using the double ion shells, but that Firefly can also chase the next assassin
Solo.
down.
Drop in low. First blood gets secured, caught in the cogs. And the Dawn joining in. It's also interesting to see that they swapped the Batrider and the Clockwork in lanes. As the
Definitely,
Batrider is
I feel like that's the
blocking
right.
them.
Yeah, I feel like that's the right decision, right? Because over on the bot side, the Clockwork and the Dawnbreaker can synergize well with the Clockwork, right? With that Celestial Hammer and with that Starbreaker inside of the cogs. So if Pugna gets caught out at any time, he's as good as dead.
Dire's top tower is
Yeah,
under
and
attack.
Ariel's really short. He's still level 1. He only has Sticky Napalm. He's pushing these 2 heroes back the entire time with 1 spell. And bottom lane, 2-man hit on to Solo, dropping to half HP. That Prugna is really struggling if he gets caught by the cogs.
I mean, he's still level 1 as well. Still a full half a level away from his level 2. Just not having a good time. The good thing is VTune, there's not a lot of threat towards him because they're focusing everything on the Pugna.
Yeah, it's so far so good. Erase is having a very good time in mid though. Comparative to Natty Narwhal, all he needs is a tree to get the last hits better secured. Looking at this game, do you prefer 4 Pirates' late game or 9 Pandas' late game?
It honestly depends on how farmed of a Faceless Void are we talking about, and also the hero itself is very user dependent. What kind of chronospheres are you landing, right? So farmed Faceless Void, successful chronospheres, 4 Pirates, 9 Pandas, sorry, win this game. But if it's an even game where the Void is, has a lot of farm, is landing decent but not too good of a chronosphere, then perhaps 4 Pirates take it.
Interesting choice. It seems both safe laners are going to go for the Hanamites. Oh, V2 gets knocked to the Twin Gate there by accident. Is going to get the lead back, and his healing salve is going to continue, so he's going to be just fine. back to full HP. But yeah, both safe laners have queued up that they want to go for the Hand of Midas immediately, which is interesting to see, especially the Life Sealer. Normally they go for Radiance first item rush.
I would definitely like to see the Radiance, just get the Radiance and just start pressuring as soon as you can, because there's going to be a pretty big window before that Faceless Void is online. Meanwhile, Actor has a Soul Ring, so the amount of pressure that this bot side for 4 Pirates is going to bring out is going to be insane. Just constantly spam out those hammers, spam out those Starbreakers, and, just zone the Void back.
Yeah, the Void is struggling a little bit. Same with Blaze top side. Of course, with some stacks can recover nicely. Loopsy is going to get caught in the meantime, and will lose his life to Natty Narwhal. 1k net with lead for the Dire side, and Otaka on this Life Stealer really just having a super free lane.
Yeah, the Darkseer Ion Shell just simply does nothing to the Life Stealer, right? You have that inbuilt Life Steal. Not to mention, if you get too low, you can just open Wounds Creep and heal back up. But VTune doesn't have the same luxury. He has to spend a lot on those regen items earlier on. It also has to contest farm with that Dawnbreaker, right? So that the last hits are going to be pretty evenly exchanged between both of those two heroes. Meanwhile, the Darkseer isn't known for his denying ability. So Otaka is going to get every single creep he can.
He's already almost done with the Hand of Midas. That just shows exactly the reason why he wants to go for it if he gets a 6-minute Hand of Midas, compared to bottom lane where a fight is breaking out. Rotation from Ariel, they're going to go for Solo. VTune still has a leap available. Solo not going to be so lucky. The bash immediately onto Ariel, not so great, but Solo not going to be able to stay alive. And it's not like Otaka needs help either. Like, those two heroes, you're going to need to send 3-4 heroes to kill him, especially now that his level 6 is almost there.
It's difficult, right? Because you can't kill Otaka that easily because of the rage. So, and the next assassin, like you mentioned, is not a good laner, right? So the next assassin is trying to make some space, but that just means the Life Stealer can farm. And meanwhile, the Batrider can go for all sorts of these rotations, take down the Pugna twice, perhaps go towards the mid side as well, or perhaps even camp towards this bot lane and just put as much pressure on VTune as you can.
Otaka's got Hand of Midas already completed. VTune's just about done with the Gloves of Haste for it, but he does of course have the Power Treads as he swapped his priorities. Life Stealer didn't need that because, I mean, there was no threat.
Yeah.
They can't kill him.
Oh man, this is let's see if this Void pick works out for them. It's always very tricky in my opinion.
It does have one of the best late game scaling potential heroes out there, especially once you get to a point where you can get an Aghanim Scepter and it not hamper your damage threat. Because with the Ags plus Shard, you just kind of go wild at that stage.
7 minutes in now, and we're not seeing any rotations come out from 9 Pandas.
Oh. They were trying to get an Infest play going. Nice stacks were cleared in the meantime by the Darkseer, so he is getting some pretty decent farm to stay up in terms of net worth. And Erase, same story. The tiny mid is not being hurt whatsoever, so he's getting some good farm. Is almost done with his phase boots. Then afterwards is very likely going to attempt to go for the Blink Dagger fast, as they need him to make some side lane plays and catches.
Yeah, but they really need his Blink Dagger, right? Because much of their early game depends on that Blink Dagger, what he's able to get done with it. He needs to be creating space for his Faceless Void, who is just... He's having a decent enough time, VTune, but he's not having the game that he wants right now with the free farm, right? Erase is that key to that free farm.
And Otaka's going for the phase boost. I would assume he's going Radiance afterwards. I don't really see a reason why not to. The only downside could be the Nyx Assassin, Spy Carapace, and of course the Darkseer with the illusions that he clones. But that's about the big threat of it.
Not gonna happen.
Mid-side, there is a lot of commitment from 4 Pirates. Now Solo is here.
Ariel trying to clear up some creep camps at the same time, but is going to be forced all the way back. Otherwise, it gets too scary with a 3-man move in towards mid. Loopsy is now level 6. Nyx Assassin has had enough Mind Flare creep kills to be able to get his level 6 at a decent timing, and should be looking for a kill soon enough. Bottom lane, Actor might have to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, the Nyx has his vendetta. They should probably know this, that he's probably hunting for some blood.
Yeah, Actor's dead. There's also Chrono in case it's needed. And Dawn is... There should not be a chance in hell that he escapes.
Yeah.
Loopsy gets the kill, and that is a pretty big one to at least hamper Actor's response.
Yeah, 500 gold and 400 XP going the other way. Much needed because Actor was uncontested in this offlane. You do slow down his farm and you boost up the Faceless Void's farm as well. Should be getting that Hand of Midas anytime now. Meanwhile, on the other side, you do have that Radiance queued up by the Lifestealer.
It's a very farm-heavy game so far. Oh, Natty Narwhal is going to be heading towards top. It's very, like, the moment that you use Open Wounds on Lays, he's going to use Surge, and then you hit him with the Tornado, he's dead. As they are looking really heavily to kill off the Starks here. But he knows something's up, he knows something funky's happening.
Yeah, and you don't have your level 6 up on the Batrider or the Clockwork, so you can't have that fast initiation quite just yet.
That's just a wasted amount of farming time used. Though in mid, they just walk up to the race. Who's going to get caught inside the cogs and pushed back slowly but surely. Can they kill him off in response? Ooh, missed stun there onto Perdun, but still the toss plus 3 throw is going to be enough to get the kill on the Clockwork. And yeah, that's really where it shows that they are lacking in their ultis, as these supports just do not have any damage between them.
It's surprising that Actor didn't come in with a Solar Guardian. I'm not sure why, because that would have been the difference maker. The Tiny would have surely ended up dying there.
I guess he might have been a bit worried that he'd just get chronoed, or Nyx Assassin was nearby to hit the Spike Carapace counter stun. But it is getting a little bit... not worrisome. I mean, Otaka is still by far top net worth, but they are losing track on their leads, especially in terms of supports, because Loopsy is already starting to build up his Dagon, and at that point, he can very easily kill off the 4 pirate supports.
Could even perhaps kill off the Invoker. You know, there's not a lot of HP difference. Invoker only on 1200 HP.
Smokebrook, V-Tune spotted. Can they lock him down in place? There is the lasso. Dawn ulti on top as well. Boom goes the dynamite.
Yeah.
The 4-man rotation should secure the tower, while in mid, Perdun needs to run away.
That was everything they used to blow up V-Tune, and they're going to get a tower to boot now. It is probably going to be a trade, as 9 pandas rather, should be looking to get this tower as well. They will grab it, but overall, a lose for the pandas as their carry goes down. And I'm not... They should have had a read on it, right? Because they were on the mid tower. No one was there. No one was on top side as well. So V-Tune should have realized that he might just be the prey here.
Yeah, so far... It's not going to be the first item BKB for the Dawn. He's going Orchid. So is going Orchid into the Echo Saber. So he wants to be an extra right-click hero in their team. So they're just going to go all out on damage this time around instead of BKB Ags.
And they also want to be silencing up that Faceless Void, right? Against the silence, he does nothing, right? He's forced to either go for the Manta later on or perhaps go for an earlier BKB. But that just means that he loses out on a lot of damage potential that he otherwise would have had. So overall, you know, pretty good item. I wouldn't even put it past the Pirates to invest in another Orchid, perhaps on the Invoker.
Ooh, Loopsy gets a lot of vision here in the back area, spotting out where they are with this Vendetta. Yeah, I think second Orchid might be nice, but the Dawn is sorry, the Invoker with the Witchblade, he's just gonna go for the right-click build and eventually use that to probably get Hurricane Pike skill into an extra core. They'll have 3 very dangerous cores. This Darkseer, he's going Aura build, which obviously is very nice, but against Lifestealer, it doesn't really do too much. Oh, Catch comes in. Good kill on the Clockwork. They're actually TPing the Lifestealer bottom now. Infest. Ariel has Blink on the Batrider again.
That's going to be deadly. Under a 2-second lasso, if they're able to catch VTune, can they finish him off is the big question. Because they don't have a lot of hard stuns apart from the Clockwork hookshot coming in. They have the cold snap, but
TP topside. There is Loopsy again with his Vendetta walking about. They don't have vision of the area. Hookshot is not going to connect onto Solo, but in comes the Nyx Assassin from behind. Spots out Nati, is going to go for the damage. Can he kill him off? They do a lot of damage, but there's the Infest bomb coming out on ulti. Gets interrupted. Great job there with the Spike Carapace keeping that one in check. Nati Narwhal drops. And they make it a 1-for-1 trade. There is no Faceless Void. Erase actually going to charge forward, but has to be careful, because they do have ways of taking down the Tiny if he is not fast enough. Gets the blink out of there to disengage, and they fall out with the advantage now in terms of net worth going to 9 Pandas.
yeah, 9 Pandas played it excellent there, managing to take out that Invoker. Sure, they lost their Nyx Assassin, but meanwhile, all that was happening, VTune was farming up. So that's a clear win for them.
Oh, in mid, Clockwork. Cogs trying to keep himself alive. Gets himself out of there. V2 try to chrono, but won't be able to hit the mark. Has his Maelstrom now, I think, to be delivered. And yeah, Maelstrom now done. He still is nowhere ready to fight.
Yeah, and Relic for Otaka, once he gets that Radiance right, those Infest bombs should be doing a lot of damage. With that Batrider, suddenly you are able to take down these heroes a lot faster. He needs to be careful though. Oh, he's used his rage.
Loopsy from behind. Otaka Infest in time. Gets himself out of there. He also invested in the creep that does not get one shot by the Nyx Assassin, but Otaka, can he get away? Hook shot in. The toss though. Huge toss in the nick of time. Make sure no cogs pushback shenanigans come into play, and they find a double kill with 9 Pandas now getting pretty much in control of this game. Loopsy's almost done with the Dagon, so you're going to have to deal with an extra Nyx Assassin hunting you and being able to solo kill you. Solo will get dragged back. Should result into a kill, or will it? Actually, Solo staying alive, healing up. Nati Narwhal's in trouble. Actor goes back in, trying to at least kill off Solo with his Orchid reveal. Will be dead immediately afterwards, and they find 2 cores for the trade-off of a position 5 Pugna. Make that 2 cores and the support. Aerial drag back. Oops, he's not even going to right-click in there. He's got the Dagon at the ready. They have to be very careful as they've lost all their advantage on 4 Pirates.
Yeah, more than their advantage. I mean, they lost on a lot of map controls, just giving kills one by one, not exactly correctly estimating their own damage output. They weren't even able to kill a Pugna.
Oh, Otaka, quick on the response, but done. Okay, nice save there from Otaka, going for Loopsy. Gets force-staffed out of there. Can he get himself further away? Dawn ulti comes into play. No Spike Carapace. They're charging for more. Solo is going to get Orchid silenced, but there is the jump in from V2. Doesn't have the chrono, but they get the 2-man stun. 2 cores dead. Once again, looking for more chases there. Otaka has no way out. Has no infest, has no enrage. Will they keep chasing? Yes, they will. Ava onto 2 tosses there, coming in. Otaka is dead. V2 ultra kill, looking for Ariel, but a big, fat, juicy fight. And this is what V2 can do when he's got a hero that he can do it with.
Yeah, and I don't know, that was an absolute disaster from Four Pirates. They're just not able to get a single kill, despite of the fact that they're committing so much. We're not seeing the cold snaps come out from the Invoker. We're not seeing the grabs from the Batrider. The Solar Guardian is coming out so late. Not to mention, this Lifestealer, he got a Midas. He doesn't have the Radiance
Dire's
up
middle tower
yet,
is
and
under attack.
and he's just trying to fight with his team. It all seems very lackluster. And I fear that they might have given too big of a lead to VTune here with that
Dire's
ultra kill that
has been killed.
this game,
Dire's
this is
bottom
probably
tower
out of
is
their
under
hands
attack.
currently.
Oh, Loopsy finds Actor as well. Dawn takes half his HP. There's a chrono available. But yeah, I do agree. I think there's also like no, don't want to point fingers, but I think Actor should have gone for the BKB first item.
Dire's middle
Because
tower
his
is under
ulti
attack.
is useless this game. It doesn't do anything. He can't use it. And that's kind of what the hero needs to do. They are going to
Yeah.
chase in for the Clockwork. Tormentor's about to spawn as well, so they're ready to try and clear that one, get the free shard. As they're aggressively fighting here. Otaker still doesn't have his Radiance. He's had his Sacred Relic for like 6 minutes.
Yeah, he's been trying to fight constantly,
Dire's
and
middle tower is under attack.
I don't know, he perhaps he has lost sight of his goals right now. He needs farm to man up against the Faceless Void. He was the highest net worth by far
Fitun,
in the early
Orchid
game.
silence, hookshot comes in. There's the heal from Laze. He gets the leap away, has the chrono at the ready, gets the 3-man chrono. EMP, he is kind of caught by the cogs. V2 needs to get out, healed up by Solo. Owen back in is V2, wants to man fight Natty. Narwhal dropping low. Don ulti comes up, is going to heal a little bit, but not anywhere close to enough. And now it's going to be Actor. Once again, every single time Nachi Narwhal dies, Actor joins right
Dire's
behind him.
bottom tower is under attack.
And a triple kill this time around for Laze. It's not looking good for Four Pirates. I mean, 9,000 net worth lead. They have no way to kill this Faceless Void. They needed Otaker to gain some amount of damage, but they simply don't have that. The Orchid silences, they're not matching up. They're not synergizing either. Each and every single time, they're getting initiated upon, and they seem to be collapsing. Because Batrider and Clockwork are also not having the same amount of impact as they had in the previous game, and it's really showing.
Yeah, the big difference is I think they're just lacking the damage with those two supports to kill off the Radianteers. Because Faceless Void, you have to nuke him 100-0, which is doable, but you need 4 heroes and probably Dawn ulti as well to be able to get it done. But Dawn can't use his ulti because Nyx Assassin is there. Speaking of which, Nyx has level 2 Dagon, almost level 3. So Loopsy, he's an extra core. Like, he's about the same net worth as Natty Narwhal.
Yeah, and the Invoker doesn't exactly have those exhort levels either, right? So Natty, he can't contribute that much towards that lasso as much as you would like. That Sunstrike Meteor combination is not possible, and that's really hurting their damage output.
And to the Roche pit they go. Get that Aegis. No way that they can interrupt the top side though. They spot up Loopsy. To be at least able to get a kill onto the Nyx Assassin. As a bit of a trade-off, but they are still heavily behind.
Yeah, I don't see how they kill this Faceless Void twice. They'll need to expend everything they have on to killing him once, but once he comes back online, he'll have a Chronosphere. So how do you take this fight? Do you simply dodge towers right now?
I don't know. Like, you don't have great creep. Like, you're gonna have to send Batrider to cut creep waves the entire time, and Voker maybe to summon some of his Forged Spirits to be able to keep them away from your base, because they have push. They have a Pugna. They can take buildings very easily. There's looking to be a little bit of a brawl. Loopsy is back alive with his level 3 Dagon, has Vendetta at the ready as well. And is going to Vendetta charge forward, see if he can get a catch. There is the Orchid usage coming up. Vitoon going in onto Actor. Heavy damage. Chase for more while the second fight is brewing on the side. Loopsy blows up Clockwork right next to Otaker. Speaking of which, Otaker's going to get tossed right back into the loving embrace of 9 Pandas, blow him up, 3 kills secured. They're right next to a Tormentor that they can clean up. V2 did use the Chrono for that kill onto Dawn, but yeah, they're just quickly gonna get a free shard, take the tier 2 tower. They still have the Aegis. They're gonna be just fine.
Yeah, I don't see, without Lifestealer having any amount of farm, I don't see how they can possibly contest them. Even with farm, VTune is so far ahead right now that one Chronosphere and 4 Pirates just collapse.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Erase has a
Dire's
Conda too.
bottom tower
It's just
is under attack.
one stun toss combination on any of these heroes, the Invoker, Batrider, or Clockwork, and they just end up dying. So
He's going for the Silver Edge next, interestingly enough. They do spot out the Clockwork, who is dropping low, very dead. In response, can they get the kill here? The first life of the Face of Void. He is out of mana. V2 is going to go in for the man fight against Natsu Narwhal on the side. Lo Solo is dropped dead. They know there is no timing, so this is the best time to fight. There's going to be the ulti immediately interrupted by Loopsy and Fast Bomb. V2's just right-clicking away. He's playing easy gaming right now, blowing them up. Otaka tries to get out of there. Race with the double kill. I mean, I smell GG in the air, or, you know, it's already here. There's nothing that they can realistically do. V2 still didn't die.
I don't think he's going to end up dying anytime soon, because the Lifestealer wasn't on him for the majority of that fight. Meanwhile, the Invoker and this Dawnbreaker was trying their very best to take VTune down. All 4 Pirates managed to get was a measly support, and that's just not enough. No buybacks available on their side, as well as it's looking like they just might want to call it right now. 18,000 net worth lead, 25 minutes in, only 9 kills with a lineup that's supposed to be hyper aggressive in the form of that Batrider, Clockwork, and Invoker. No farm up on your Lifestealer either, and that's just, they don't have the comeback mechanisms built in their heroes for this, unfortunately.
On the side, solo kill by Loopsy. Dominating streak. There's a Chrono for V2. In case he wants to drop it on someone. He is level 18, so he has level 3 Chronos. Actually, he doesn't have level 3 Chronosphere yet.
Well, he didn't.
He puts it in attributes instead. I guess the mana cost might be too much.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Some next level, some big brain players coming out from there.
Oh, 4 staff to get out of lasso range. Great job there. Vacuum onto 4. Loopsy one's back in with the Decrepify. Is trying to, Matty blows him up. They get a double kill. Toss up in the sky, drop down in the ground. Otaka is gone, chasing for more. V2 says hello, goodbye, ta-ta, as 9 Pandas take game number 2 and take us to a game number 3. Elimination on the line for both these teams in a final deciding game.
Yeah, 9 Pandas really showing us what they can do when they have a draft that they're comfortable with, and 4 Pirates just completely collapsing under the pressure of their own lineup, perhaps, you know, having that farm on their Lifestealer, but just not having a clear strategy on what they want to be doing. Otaka just simply joined the fights too early on without even, he only had a Hand of Midas and a phase and phase boost to his name, and he was trying to join in on some of those team fights, and that's not a position you want to be in. They did not end up synergizing well with the Orchid either when it came out, or on the Witchblade. No rotations of their own, and I think the culmination of those errors of judgment really cost 4 Pirates this time around.
Yeah, they managed to kill. From the 9 Pandas cores, they killed off the Void once, and the other 2 did not die. That pretty much shows you exactly how well 9 Pandas played in game number 2. But of course, this series is not done just yet. We have a final decider. As previously mentioned, we're going to go towards a short little break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3, final draft of the series. One of these two teams is going home. Toltris, who do you think it's going to be? Do you have an early prediction, or is it all based on draft in your eyes?
I mean, we always predicted that 4 Pirates would have their work cut out for them. 9 Pandas, just overall veterans of the scene, some of the most experienced players in Dota playing, some of the oldest players, in fact. I believe Solo is 33 years old, which makes him one of the oldest
God, he's
players in the
older than
scene.
me.
He's older than me too, right? So he has more experience. He has more life experience than us as well. So if 4 Pirates manage to take a win here, then they should be feeling really proud of that fact.
4 Pirates are the game 1 they looked really good. Game 2 they actually, laning wise, they did a very good job. It fell flat with, I think, Otaka trying a little bit too much in game number 2, but now we're going to the final decider, and we have a Beast versus Gyrocopter matchup, or as a first pick for 9 Pandas. So a lot of AoE damage already coming out for the Pandas.
And I think the Gyrocopter, it should be a core, right? Because it does very well against the Beastmaster. Even in the laning phase, those flag cannons should be dealing a lot of damage to those Hawks and to the Boar. So definitely a good pick. Now, of course, it changes things when the Beastmaster eventually does get the Scepter up, because the Gyrocopter requires a lot of farm to come online. So it really depends on how the laning phase goes. If the Gyrocopter pops off during the laning phase, then perhaps 9 Pandas will have that edge going into the early game or mid game. But meanwhile, if the Beastmaster gets a really good laning phase, then the Gyrocopter is going to struggle. So very one-to-one matchup here.
Yeah, it's gonna be quite interesting to see, of course, if the Beastmaster is gonna go for the Helm of the Overlord this time, or the Axe. Same with the Gyrocopter. Seen some Gyrocopters build the Axe first item if they have a good lane to use it for farming purposes, but Gyrocopters also tend to maybe go for it later if they feel the need to get aggressive in the early game, where you go for the Dragonlance, for instance, fast, or Chrysalis as a first item if you need that early damage. It also doesn't immediately say that it's a Gyrocopter safe lane. Gyrocopter does also still get played as a support hero. It's not... I mean, I've seen some Gyrocopter games where Gyro pops off as support, but most of the time it's not the most fantastic support.
Yeah, I personally, I don't like the Gyrocopter as a support. Past the laning phase, you're just kind of a creep. Just running around, not being able to offer that much apart from your homing missile, because your rocket barrage doesn't do that much in past the laning phase, right? You can't run down heroes as a support. But let's see what they lane the Gyrocopter with. Lich still in play. It's been picked for the past 2 games, and I would expect the Lich to come out here as well. Very good in the laning phase against the Beastmaster in particular. The level 1 Sinister Gaze can just wipe out that Boar instantly. Not to mention that Frost Shield should be keeping the Gyrocopter alive in those team fights later on. So overall, very good pick for 9 Pandas. Very good pick for 4 Pirates as well, but it looks like they're going to invest in the Phoenix.
Yeah, Phoenix obviously, I think, is one of the strongest supports in this patch. Same with, of course, as you mentioned, the Lich, but Phoenix has the percentage-based damage that always it enjoys to have, plus it forces the enemies to get fast attack speed heroes like a Snapfire, which wouldn't be too surprising if 4 Pirates go for it, because Snapfire Beastmaster is a very solid lane to play with.
Could go for the Snapfire, and not to mention the Phoenix, like you mentioned, AoE damage, but also the slow that you provide, right? Even if you position this Phoenix as a position 5, which would be surprising to say the least, but you do have that very strong slow on the Beastmaster's creeps as well, even if he goes for the Helm of the Overlord, so that slow can do quite a lot. But I do think that they should send the Phoenix down towards that top side, perhaps on that offlane position or position 4, and pick themselves that sustained support, like the Pugna, for example, or the Lich over on the Gyrocopter, or even the Shadow Demon would be pretty good here.
Shadow Demon is always very nasty to deal with. But yeah, Ogre Macha Muerta on 4 Pirates. tons of attack speed to deal with Phoenix Egg. And Muerta, of course, still has the potential. It's probably a +4, but it's also a safe laner that is very strong against Gyrocopter.
Yeah.
That you can flex it into. So they don't give a lot away from their draft just yet. They have pretty solid flex possibility with that hero.
Not to mention the bloodlust on the core Morta, you know, I can see that being a very good combination against 9 pandas here. Just instantly take down that egg without even having to focus on the egg necessarily, right? Kind of functions similar to the flak cannons in that way. You can just target the gyrocopter and also take down the egg simultaneously. But like you mentioned, not giving too much away apart from the Ogre Magi. But for 9 pandas, though, how are they going to deal with this? Now, interestingly enough, every time I see a Phoenix, I see a Mortar instantly picked up because of the silence, the Spirits of Silence. You know, you can just drop it down. But they're actually going to go for a Nyx Assassin and the Darkseer again. 9 pandas.
I mean, Lays played really well last game on the Darkseer, didn't die a single time. Laning-wise was a little bit weaker, but yeah, their support, that offlane duo did work last game, and I think it's obviously a very good one to have here because Muerta, you blow him up with good magic damage. Darkseer adds in sustain with auras to keep the gyrocopter alive, and if this is a safe lane Muerta, and you manage to survive through the burst of Muerta, at that point normally you can just clean it up.
Yeah, and not to mention the AoE synergy with Darkseer is really nice here as well, right? The vacuum into the gyrocopter's call down and the Phoenix Egg. So that's a lot of AoE potential they have. The Nyx Assassin, of course, is... And this is something that we were talking about earlier. Nyx Assassin, obviously very weak laner, or at least doesn't offer that much in the lane. The Darkseer can simply just solo the lane himself with that Ion Shell. So overall, 9 pandas, they have their strategy worked out, mapped out in their minds, and it's looking to be a good one. For me, the question is, for Pirates, how are they going to survive the Nyx Assassin and also try and counter out the Phoenix and Gyrocopter? What carry are they going to go for over on their own side? The Morphling is risky for me, in my opinion. Would do pretty good against a Gyrocopter, but against a Nyx Assassin? Oh,
Ooh,
it looks
I like that one. I like that one a lot. It's one of the strongest heroes to kill off a Gyrocopter. You kill a Phoenix Egg also pretty fast. The only problem that I might see this game for Pirates is they have a bit of a struggle to lock people down.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't really... Like, they have Roar, they have the Ogre multicast stun, and Muerta's dead shot pushback, which is okay, all of them, but when you get Surge, you're just like... out of there.
Yeah, and that's the biggest weakness of the Ursa, right? Being kited around, and we see a lot of that potential from 9 pandas. The Surge, like you mentioned, the Phoenix dive as well, the Nyx Assassin. So many stuns from their side. Not to mention, Ursa is a very weak laner against the Darkseer, for example. The Ion Shell just does not have that lifesteal. And not to mention, you don't really make the Morbid Mask anymore on the Ursa as you previously used to years ago. So how this laning phase is going to go for Otakar is a big question mark in my mind. Certainly the Gyrocopter should be doing a lot better than the opposing carry.
Yeah, I do like it still regardless, but yeah, you also have an Ogre like you are playing double melee into a Nyx Darkseer. That Iron Shell is going to hurt like nobody's business, and it's going to be a very big problem. You might even get pushed out of the lane if you're not careful.
And you need that early BKB as well, right? Because to take down that egg, if you're the Ursa warrior, you need to get up close and personal to do that. You need to be wary about the vacuum, the Nyx Assassin, the Gyrocopter. There's so much magical damage that is going to come raining down on you when you go towards that egg that... You know, it's difficult. Who's exactly getting the pipe over on 4 Pirates as well? There are a lot of questions that are up in the air.
Yeah, you're gonna need Beastmaster to get the pipe, but you really... The way Beastmaster plays these days, you kind of don't want to.
Exactly.
But it is going to be a necessity this game. And I also do assume that he's going to go for the Helm of the Overlord creep instead of the Drums of Slam, because it's just... there's not too much value out of the Aghanim Scepter compared to. I mean, it's good against the Darkseer illusion, I guess, but having that Helm of the Overlord creep, it might just be a little bit more value in trying to take the objectives faster, cut the map from 9 pandas quicker, because you need to force this gyrocopter away from any good farm.
Now, what are they going to pick for their mid heroes is the question. They need something to close it out. For Pirates, they could go for something like the Lina, right? That attack speed, the Fiery Soul should be able to deal with that egg, not to mention the amount of magical damage you have. You can take down that Nyx Assassin and the Phoenix before they're able to do anything. But, oh, okay, it looks it's going to be an Earth Spirit. That was the one weakness of the Lina, working against the Nyx Assassin, the Mind Flare, not to mention the pick-off potential. So the Earth Spirit is, obviously you can't take down on Phoenix Egg with the Earth Spirit, but you now have a lot of ways into the fight. The Ursa can wait for the Earth Spirit to engage and then just swipe everyone down.
Yeah, okay, Shaker is going to have a field day in mid, first of all. Second of all, I like Earth Spirit as a hero. I just don't like having a tri-melee core lineup up against a Darkseer, Shaker, Gyrocopter tri-core. And even add in the Phoenix there with the Sunray. Like, this is a very dangerous game for 4 Pirates. I really, really like 9 Pandas' draft. Like, 80% to 20% of 4 Pirates.
Yeah, I mean, if you look towards 9 Pandas, all it really takes is one good vacuum, right, to make everything work out for them. It's a very spammable spell. Erase can come in with the Echo Slam, Lupsi can come in with the multi-stun, Vendetta solo with that egg, V-tune with that call down, and suddenly it's just so much damage. How many BKBs can you possibly make, right? And over on the other side, you have 4 Pirates who are completely reliant on this Ursa from having a really good game, and the Ursa is matched up in his lane against a Darkseer with an Ogre Magi at his side, so he's not going to be getting that good lane that he wants. If he is not able to snowball, and then I have a feeling that 4 Pirates are just going to crumble.
Yeah, I think so as well. I like the Earth Spirit, but yeah, it's just they have too much to counter him. They'll probably get Laze is going to get Guardian Greaves plus Pipe, and then there's no damage from the Earth Spirit anymore. Same with the Beastmaster. If he goes for the Aghanim Scepter build, Pipe's going to do too much counteracting damage. And I assume Solo is probably going to get a Yule Scepter, because the only threat you have this game is going to be that Ursa. And then you just like Yule's him, or you only have to kite him around to make sure that the Ursa is going to be a non-factor. And every single hero on the opposing side has a way to at least hamper him in chasing.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a difficult ask. The Earth Spirit and the Ursa have to play perfectly this game in order to get anything done. Not to mention, if this Earth Spirit dies a few times, 10 minutes in, then they've simply lost their way into the early game, right? They don't have a lot of rotation potential as well. The Ogre Magi, not that great at rotating. The Morta, not that great at rotating. Meanwhile, you have that Phoenix and you have that Nyx Assassin who can rotate. It just seems like 4 Pirates are kind of boxed into a corner right now with these picks. The ultimates on the opposing team side, they're not even that. They don't even have that big of a cooldown, right? The Vendetta, not that big of a cooldown. The Call Down, not that big of a cooldown. Sure, you have the Echo Slam and the Phoenix Egg, which do have those high cooldowns. But Phoenix and Earthshaker offer so much more than just their ultimates. They're not those ultimate-oriented heroes per se.
Yeah, no, for Phoenix, it's going to be the Sunray that's going to be impactful against 4 melee heroes for that fact. And so the percentage-based damage, the blind that comes out of it as well is going to be very important to have. And Gyrocopter in this case, they have to nuke him in one fell swoop, otherwise Flak Cannon hits everyone, kills everyone. Loopsy's interesting position here. He's looking to get some courier snipes at the start. And probably also snipe the range creep. Otaker annoyingly chasing after Laze. wants to force Lays to get a surge, but Otaka doesn't have the Orb of Venom, so no nasty chase.
Yeah, I'm not sure how the Ursa is supposed to snowball. I guess it really depends on how much his team is able to get done. And it looks like it's going to be a Phoenix with the gyrocopter. Position 5 Phoenix. Now, I thought of this, but I would have imagined that... Okay, so they don't have any other choice, right? It would either be the Nyx or the Phoenix. Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah, you definitely want the Nyx top side so he can snipe those creeps. And he's going to drag him back.
This learning curve facet really does not help the Ursa.
Yep. Snipe some creeps in the meantime. Luffy just being a nuisance, gonna double stack the creep camp. And then, yeah, Otaka can't bully Lays out either. While mid, a bit of a fight between Erase and Natty Narwhal. Normally, this should be very Earthshaker favored.
I think it will be once some of those later levels come out, you know, level 2 Enchant Totem, or perhaps even a level 3 Enchant Totem is just going to force Natty to rotate. And that's really what he needs to do, right? Natty's role in this game is to help Otaka snowball.
But would you then still go for the Battle Fury build, or would you go for something more aggressive like a Diffusal Blade?
Oh, that is perhaps the question of the hour. I mean, you ideally want the Battle Fury as an Ursa because that just helps you farm really fast. But this game, you might not get that much space, so you might want to be going for that Diffusal Blade. I guess it really depends on what you're feeling comfortable with, what you think your team will be able to accomplish for you.
Well, the plus side is Ogre at least has its level 2 now, so finally can use some spells. Loops he's trying to catch up to the courier. He was looking to dive underneath the tower, but needs to be a little bit careful there. And we'll just drag the creeps all the way around, look for some more Mind Flare targets.
I would imagine Perdanic to be maxing that Bloodlust for his Ursa rather than be going for these Ignite and Fire Blast skill ups, because there's no real way to get these kills, right? The Surge is always going to outmaneuver you.
Loopsy double stacking the camps again. Yeah, they're having a pretty good time topside, as it's not the worst for Ursa. He is still getting some pretty solid farm, but it is annoying that he's going to get forced underneath the tower the entire time.
Still no kills though, so it's 0-0. This is surprising, but I guess the way that these lanes are, the composition of these lanes means that it's going to be a static game.
Yeah, 9 Pandas, they're pretty much looking to play it exactly this way. They don't want to get any early aggression. They know that they have a very solid chance at the later portions of the game. A lot of damage onto Ariel. My lord, that's just one rocket barrage. Almost takes down the entire Muerta.
Loopsy, is he going to die?
Oh, Ogre doesn't have any mana, and Loopsy is faster because he has the boots of speed. Is going to suicide by the neutrals. Actually killed off the big creep, so he didn't die to the neutrals. That's that's
Oh,
an
man.
oopsie daisy. That's a mistake.
Yeah.
At least he'll be able to TP mid to make sure that Erase gets a bottle refill.
And they'll even deny the Earthshaker the bot water rune, so a win going for 4 pirates very early on. And that was solo XP for the Ogre Magi.
Oh, Loopsy actually did not TP mid to help out Shaker. Rip Erase, forced to get himself ruined, drag back onto Perdan. Ogre Magi dropping low top, is going to get taken down by Loopsy, but in response, Otaka will find a kill onto Lays. That's a trade-off that the Otaka Ursa is very happy to make.
Yeah.
Has queued up that he wants to go for the Battle Fury build, though. If that's the case, then you might want to create some stacks. They can steal stacks. That's the only scary thing, though, if you try to go for that route. Actor Gonna get stunned up. V2's trying to chase him down. Has the rocket barrage. Has the facet as well. The afterburner facet's looking for a double kill. Gets one. Looks for two. And Ariel should not be able to juke his way out of there. Wants to suicide. Does suicide. Luckily
Very
enough.
nicely done.
Tower is under attack.
So both carries, Otaker and VTune, having a really good time.
Docker looking for an even better time. Level 5 already going in for the Nyx Assassin. They have a surge available in case it's needed. And they will use it to quickly get the Nyx Assassin out of there.
If this Ursa can make 12 to 13 minute Battle Fury, that's going to be ideal for them. They have the potential to... Obviously, both of these teams can actually steal stacks and create stacks for their own team. So that's going to be an interesting dynamic. Which team is successful in doing that?
Erase is level 6, so they have to be careful of getting randomly echoed with the creeps in mid. He is going to go for the haste room bottom. Can he reach it? It's so very close. But on the side, Natty Narwhal has the rolling boulder, is going to be able to steal it away, take the kill onto Erase. Solo is now stuck inside the trees. It's just going to get hunted down. They find a double kill, get the haste rune onto Natty Narwhal, and a huge play there from 4 Pirates to make sure that the Earth Spirit comes back into the game.
Yeah, there was just no way for the Earthshaker to actually move over there. Very nicely done by Natty as well, just rolling in at the last second, stealing the rune, which he's going to use to try and make an attempt on this gyrocopter.
And V2 knows that something is heading his direction. Solo is actually going to be TPing in as well. Actor here, but yeah, they're going in for the fight. Actually, Natty Narwhal, he's got Magnetize available. Does get a 2-man hit on it. V2 is dead. Solo, he just respawned. Natty Narwhal has another rolling boulder in 4 seconds, but Solo is too far for the chase. Nonetheless, Natty Narwhal making some very impactful plays.
Dire's middle
Yeah, and
tower
that's
is
what he
under
needs
attack.
to keep on doing for his team, for the Ursa Warrior.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
And he's
attack.
essentially forced Ninth Panda to respond to him, right? They have to rotate away.
Catch in mid onto Race. He's got the echo, but not too many creeps to echo onto. However, Loopsy comes charging forward. Vendetta strike. Boom goes the dynamite. Natty Narwhal quickly blown up, and maybe a little bit too overzealous there without any more heroes rotating in to help.
Yeah, Natty getting quite carried away. I mean, it is a very early level 6 by the Nyx Assassin as well, right? I mean, we're only 8 minutes in. It seems like he spent his entire time mind flaring creeps to be able to get that one done.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Solo diving in to try and steal some of the creeps, but he's just going to get feared right back to Actor. And
he's
no
dead.
spells left, so he is a freebie for Ariel. Actor is in the meantime going for the drums build, the Aghanim Scepter, instead of the Helm of the Overlord.
Should help him to man fight, right? I mean, you ideally want multiple sources of damage, physical damage this game, because in case your Ursa is not able to get the job done, then at least Actor can put out a decent bit of damage himself.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I guess I would have probably liked the Helm of the Overlord and then into the pipe next, a bit more.
You want that
because of
pushing
the amount.
potential, definitely. I do agree with you. Ursa horrible at taking towers, and in particular, if you look at 9 Pandas, their tower defense game is extremely strong. Like, it is very difficult to even go high ground or even for that tier 2 tower defense. Ursa is just not going to be very good at it. So you want someone else to be able to do that.
Oh, bottom side, Loopsy. He's vendetted up, looking for Actor. Possibly, no, he's not going to chase in for the catch. They also do have a sentry ward. And this is just a wasted Nyx Assassin gank attempt so far, but he's heading towards mid race. Gets hit by the Magnetized. Throwing out, I don't know what that means. 4B.
Me neither, I mean. Oh.
Radiant's middle tower
I don't
is
know
under
the
attack.
Cyrillic alphabet. No idea. Probably something like Ha.
But 8 and 3 now.
Radiant's top
4
tower
Pirates,
is
they've
under
kept the
attack.
lead to their side, but they've also stagnated quite a bit. With Loopsy getting his Vendetta, the game has slowed down.
Ariel TPing towards mid. There's going to be the shield room for Natty Narwhal being secured. Going in for that Nyx assassin kill. Fear him right back towards Ariel. Loopsy gets one man hit, but will get taken down by the second. The Shaker, they're going to need that Blink Dagger ASAP. He has fallen pretty far behind because of the support coming out from 4 Pirates.
Yeah, and I'm not sure why Loopsy did not go for that Impale to secure that rune. Perhaps he thought he had that one in the bag, but 4 Pirates just cleaning him up for that mistake. 9-3 now. They need another rotation. They need to take down this Gyrocopter again. VTune is simply free farming in this lane. He's the second in net worth. And you know he's the key to 9 Panda's victory, so you need to put a dent.
Yeah, VTune, he's going for the Chrysalis first item build into the S&Y, so looking to fight earlier than normally you see on Gyrocopters, which isn't surprising, especially with the Nyx assassin on the side. Speaking of which, Loopsy is going to get spotted out by Perdun, rushing forward. Vendetta Strike does connect, Roar gets thrown out onto the Nyx. Do they want to go in? The silences there. They do manage to get the kill. Call down though in response. Perdun, Ogre just barely survives. Natty Narwhal catch onto the gyro, pushes him towards Actor. In comes Otaker. That's a very scary one. Going for V-Tune. Surge moves him out of range just in time. Natty Narwhal though, rolling boulder in. Doesn't connect onto V-Tune, but will get the boulder smash coming forward. Lay's gonna get caught next, and Otaker to clean up house here. 3 kills for 4 Pirates and absolutely shredding through 9 Pandas.
Yeah, 9 Pandas is not having any sort of response, and it's so unfortunate the Phoenix solo does not have his egg at 12 minutes into the game, and they just couldn't simply disengage quick enough, and it was unfortunate that they couldn't land their spells on towards 4 Pirates either, because the Ogre Magi survived with just an inch of his life.
And right behind him was also Ariel on that Muerto, was also very close to dropping from just straight up the call down, but did not drop dead just yet, and they're doing a very good job. It's only a 3k net worth lead, but that Ursa is about to be done with his Battle Fury. It's going to be a 13-minute Battle Fury, as you mentioned. Great timing to get the farming on his side, and this, I mean, I'm especially impressed with Natty Narwhal's performance here. He's got the Blade Mill already done against pretty much an entire lineup of uncontrollable AoE damage.
I mean, once 9 Pandas gets their own AoE damage coming up and online, it's going to be a very different game. Right now, 4 Pirates, they're in their zone. This is where the Ursa is in his prime. This early to mid game, this is when they can make the most happen. So 4 Pirates, they're going to have to amp up the pressure, get that Blink Dagger on the Ursa and get going, get kills all across the map, take down V-Tune many more times, and perhaps that's going to be their key. And also Roshan.
Actor almost has his Ags done. He's cleaning up the big ancient stack, and that should be his Ags. That means also Roche is very easy to take for them. They will have the Beast Aghanim Scepter plus the Ursa on their side, so it's actually one of the easiest Roches ever.
Erase has his dagger too.
Yeah, this shit, Erase has to go big here. Loopsy's vendetted up, looking for a catch. They want to go for the Beastmaster, but they guess the incorrect angle that the Beastmaster is at, because he's farming the triangle camp instead. Dire scan, they know they're here, but Erase gets, Ariel gets blown up by Erase.
That looked like a one-finger punch from Erase. Like, he didn't even use his totem, he just used his hand.
Oh, Loopsy tried to TP out, but the pesky little Hawk dive bomb interrupts the TP. And it is going to be a double XP rune secured for 9 Pandas.
And 13 kills for 4. I mean, in that Earthshaker dagger reveal only got the Mortar down the position 4. It's not the best. 4 Pirates should be recognizing this fact. And I mean, there's nothing really stopping 4 Pirates from making plays of their own, so I'm not sure why they're choosing to play this one static. Natty has his Blade Mail up and ready. You do have the Scepter on the Beastmaster. You have the Battle Fury, so you can let the Ursa farm. But meanwhile, the rest of your heroes, it's time to go.
For Four Pirates, it's definitely a big BKB kind of game. They have nothing that they can throw at you once you pop BKB. That's the one clear item that they're desperately going to need to have to take these engagements safely. Because right now there's still a ton of magic damage coming out from 9 Pandas. Even if they're... I mean, 3k is not that much, but there's too much magic damage otherwise.
They have the egg up now as well.
Otaka, Blink, Echo, catch onto the Ursa. Quickly take care of him. They spot out the Ogre, who walks in aggressively. Nati Narwhal rolling Boulder in, not going to connect. Solo still has his egg available. Nati now needs to be careful himself. He's going to get surrounded, and that is a double. Net worth advantage completely gone in just the blink of an eye.
Yeah, I'm not sure what went into that delayed reaction to try and help out the Ursa. He got blown up. And sure, the Ogre Magi committed on towards some form of help, but I'm not sure what Natty was doing there. He missed his roll in, and there was just simply nothing more he could do in that situation.
Yeah, that's kind of the downside of Earth Spirit. It's also a hero that falls fast in terms of net worth, as you see him dropping on that chart. And his items, yeah, he has Blade Mill. He's going for the BKB. Those are not farming tool items. They're fighting items. And that means you are going to need to get aggressive. But the Ursa is just not able to join anytime soon.
Beastmaster has his Blink Dagger though, so really for Pirates, they need to be making something happen. I can't emphasize this enough. They have everything that it takes. 4 ultimates are down from 9 Pandas.
Well, Shaker's Echo is almost back up. Guldown is already back up. Not going to take too long for the Darkshade to get his. Like, it took a very long time to even find anyone. They spot out Solo, but it's not like you can kill off Phoenix. The smoke gets broken immediately. And that is a great job from Ogre, but they're going to get the jump onto Attacker again. Vendetta Strike, boom goes the Dynamite, blow him up, look for more. Actor wants to blink in, gets the Roarcast on the Earthshaker, but the Sunray heal isn't going to be enough to keep the Shaker alive. Erases just keep on going. They have to run away. The Beastmaster is going to be next, taken care of. Erase, the Magnetize isn't going to take enough. He is going to get the TP out of there. Natural Narwhal up against the Spike Carapace, gets stunned up. Verdun should be able to get a kill. No, Nyx Assassin TP back to base. TP to survive. 4 kills secured. And 9 Pandas take the lead with an absolutely painful death right there onto Attacker a second time in a row.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate that the time they chose to go back in, the ultimates from 9 Pandas was already available. And perhaps they thought the Ursa would be able to survive this time around, but I'm not sure how.
Oh. Okay. That was big enchant totem damage right there.
For Pirates, the problem is that they're not making moves quick enough. They're just simply... It just simply takes them too long to group up and too long to find some sort of objective. They simply can't allow these mistakes to happen. A 4,000 net worth lead, every time they lose a fight, it's going to be a lost team fight.
And now you also have V-Tune done with the SNY, which obviously for the status resistance is great. But also very important is the slow resistance with that afterburner facet he has. He can outrun that Ursa pretty easily.
Yeah. It's just...
And he's top net worth, of course. Erase is done with the Aghanim Scepter. It's going to get delivered right now. Loopsy is looking, spots out Actor in the trees. Gets the Vendetta Strike, tries to blow him up. They jump in, Erase gets the kill. And another one secured. They're the ones aggressing on 9 Pandas the entire time.
Yeah, and that's really the problem, right? 9 Pandas, if they're not the ones making the move, then they're going to get jumped on, and they should be realizing this. Just overall hesitating across the entire map, just not a good state to be in. And look at this. 9 Pandas are feeling so confident they want to be going Roche. Going Roche against an Ursa is perhaps a disaster for 4 Pirates. I mean, this was supposed to be their easy way, this easy Roshan that they were supposed to take earlier on.
And Loopsy immediately looking for any catches, walking about. Spots out Perdun, walking bottom side. So Ooh, Docker's here as well. They took the gateway. They're coming into this general direction.
Radiant's middle tower
Looking
is
for a
under
fight
attack.
with Docker.
Oh,
No. Nice. Jumps over the stun. Did already use his enrage for it, but they were too far away to make a play.
At least he was able to survive this time around, but he has the Blink Dagger, still 1400 or 1300 gold away from his BKB.
And in towards the mid-tier 1 tower. Yeah, they're not great at tower pushing on the side of 9 pandas. Lupsi is going to get caught by the roar. And it does nothing because they have a pipe available. They have a mech available. He doesn't care. A little Phoenix egg dropping bottom side of Docker. Clears it up. Is going to get immediately echoed and blown up. Bye-bye.
Yeah, that was
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
very well played by the Phoenix, just diving on towards the cliff, or actually just running up the cliff.
See, again, baiting them all in. They got to be really careful. They're getting baited a little bit too much in these engagements. Lays runs back. Magnetize is going to tick forward, but the mech heal keeps him going. On the back end is a race. Stun lock onto Natty Narwhal. Double kill comes out for a race. Looking for
Dire's
more.
bottom tower
Looking
is
for
under
Actu, who
attack.
doesn't have the roar available. Fisher block comes out. V-Tune has a homing missile as well. Can they catch up? Yeah, body blocked by a race for good measure. And WWE SmackDown as a race gets a triple kill.
Very lackluster movements from 4 Pirates.
Dire's middle tower
It seems like they don't have a clear objective, and really, it's in a similar situation as the previous game, right? They had a really good start, but then somehow they managed to botch that start early game.
Dire's middle tower
Yeah, they
is
just
under
kind of
attack.
stopped getting aggressive.
Dire's structures
Um,
are fortified.
They wanted to get their BKBs before they made any plays. With the drums, for instance, the Ag's done on Beastmaster, the first thing you immediately should pretty much do is walk into the pit, get that Aegis. That's like objective number 1 the moment you have it completed. But he wanted to get the Blink Dagger and then the BKB afterwards, and now he's going instead of the BKB for the pipe because they really need a pipe. Oh, Ariel. Another one bites the dust. Actor on the run. Triple call down. It's going to all pretty much connect. Dive forward. Chasing for more. Beastmaster has a roar. Can't even get the cast off. Taken care of. And yeah, they're just running them down at this stage.
And with the Aegis on the Earthshaker, it's a free reign for 9 Pandas. Now the good thing for 4 Pirates is that their BKB is now online on Otaker, but it looks like he might just end up dying. Hopefully he gets a T. Okay, no, he's seen. It would be a wonder if he gets a TP out.
Tries to get over the edge, gonna go for the TP, but is gonna get caught. And Rage still stuck in the trees, cuts his way through. Fissure block, meaty stun, lasts forever, and Loopsy blows him up because he wants to get them Dagon levels. He's already on 3.
Yeah, he can actually just end up solo killing the Morta if he wants to. It's a tough life. This Ursa has his BKB now, so I would imagine that 4 Pirates go for a Hail Mary play when that Aegis ticks down. Just go 5v5 and hope to make something happen, because there's not a lot of items you can make on the Ursa now that would significantly turn the tides in your favor.
Yeah, no, this is very much Struggle City, a race close to his BKB. And gonna get the jump in onto Ariel. One more hit. He actually drops the Echo just to make sure that the kill gets secured. I mean, at this stage, Echo is just a byproduct on the hero.
Radiant's top tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
Just not really, doesn't really need to be using it, but I mean, he has so much damage, right? It's not even just the Gyrocopter dealing a lot of damage. It's the Earthshaker as well. It's the Nyx Assassin.
And everyone's being kept alive the entire time by this Darkseer that has Guardian Greaves pipe done.
Yeah. The Earth Spirit just simply doesn't do anything, right? You Guardian Greaves, the pipe, suddenly no more magic damage for you.
The only plus side is he has a BKB, so damage taken should be a little bit less. V2's going to get jumped on the side. But that's the SMY coming in heavy there with the Sunray heal. V2's back to full. Walking forward is a race. Has that BKB at the ready. Will get it popped. Natty Narwhal needs to roll out of there. Phoenix Egg gets dropped in the area. Chasing for more. They blow up Otaker on the side. They know who they need to clear to finish off this game in their favor. Natty Narwhal cannot really roll out of there because they're blocking his exits. Does do a lot of damage thanks to just blade mill, but they are they're getting outdone.
Yeah, they didn't even have enough damage to deal more than 50% of V-Tune's HP, and that's a sorry tale. I mean, what happens when he gets his butterfly in is just not going to be possible. Earth Spirit was also a bit too late into the fight, Natty, when Otaker was on the gyrocopter. Of course, it might not have mattered because you do have the BKB up for the gyrocopter. So
Dire's bottom tower has
I don't know. For Pirates, they don't. It's not even as if they have a great high ground defense, right?
No, it's actually a pretty bad high ground defense. The best thing they have is like the Bloodlust on towers and maybe Muerta dead shot someone in a favorable position. The only advantage you have is they don't have the best high ground push either.
Yeah.
Oh, and Actor quickly gets taken care of. All this little creeps that he summoned become extra food for the Shaker with the Slugger facet.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Going off
Full BKB up ready for him as well. I mean, first you get through the pipe and then you get through the BKB. How much damage do you even have? I don't even think they have it. Even if this Ursa were to land an entire 6 attacks of his overpower and Fury swipes on towards someone.
Oh, they will catch out Loopsy. He tried to kill off Ariel there. So at least they'll get a nice kill in response. They smoke up immediately looking for a fight. Could be a good catch if they find a race. Do they have a basher yet? No, they still don't have a basher on Otaker. They know where a race was, but they're just all disengaging too fast. It's hard to control the Shaker in this game.
It's actually kind of nearly impossible, right? You only have one very reliable stun in the form of that Ogre Magi. Of course, you do have the roar, but it's extremely difficult to land that roar on a Shaker that's just jumping around everywhere. Not to mention, you want to be roaring up that gyrocopter, right? So, I mean, Ursa, obviously, Otaker has 14,000 net worth. It's not as if he doesn't have the farm, it's just he's lacking the damage output, and like you mentioned in the drafting phase, they're lacking lockdown.
Yep, and they're also lacking good vision tools against this nasty Nyx assassin who's constantly looking for the enemies. Spots out Actor, gets a stun in. There's a Shaker walking through. Erase has the Blink Echo at the ready. Doesn't even need to use it, just gets a quick jump in. And another kill secured top side. Call down onto V2 News. He's gonna get chased here by this Ursa and this Earth Spirit. Otaker wants to get the blink back off cooldown. Erase is here. And V2 is out of there. He is so incredibly fast. While Erase looks to finish off Natty Narwhal. Look at Otaker. He's still walking around looking.
Yeah.
Where did V2 go? Gonna go back in onto V2 and Echo gets dropped, not gonna connect. Otaker's Enrage has been used. It's gonna be on cooldown right now. He did buy a shard recently, but has no Earth Shock available. Will get taken down. V2 is unstoppable. And so is the rest of 9 Pandas.
Yeah, the lack of lockdown is just too much. Not to mention the butterfly coming out for V-Tune. Ursa's Fury Swipes, they're not doing as much damage as he can't simply land those hits. Not to mention the Earth Spirit's magical damage is simply not enough. He doesn't have the Shiva's Guard. He only has a Blade Mail, right? And debuff immunity. So the only thing he's really offering is some return damage and some magical damage, but that's just about it.
Chasing, finding, killing. Actually, Loopsy, Dagon Gaming. Level 5 Dagon. The extra punish. Has a Nemesis Curse as well on the Nyx Assassin.
I think the debuff is applied before the hit, right? I could be wrong. From the Nemesis Curse.
I don't know. I would assume so.
Dire are scanning.
Regardless, still a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's actually absurd, right? I mean, he could potentially just solo anyone from the side of four pirates. Not a lot of HP. Even Natty, he's only at 2000 HP.
It's not the tankiest hero, still only 2 items on the Earth Spirit. About the same net worth as the Nyx Assassin. Solo heading in towards the pit, gonna get themselves the Aegis plus Roshan's banner, and that should help them be able to push high ground. This Nyx is almost level 18, so then you get the extra Vendetta.
Now you have to kill V-Tune twice. And I don't think... He only has 2 deaths, so, and those were the 2 deaths in the early game, so they actually have not managed to kill V-Tune in probably over 20 minutes. And now they have to kill him twice. So, good luck to you.
Well, they are smoked up, looking for a catch. V-Tune only has Lays nearby, but that might just be enough. They're going to get to jump in onto V-Tune. Vacuum wall placement. V-Tune, can he run away? Actually surged himself, but V-Tune's going to be just fine. Backline chase comes out. Loops is going to lose his life, but they're going to make sure that Actor at least pays dearly and are immediately ready to hunt for more. But yeah, they couldn't even get close to killing off the Gyro's first life.
Has the BKB up and ready as well. A full Satanic as well is going to come out for him, and I mean, I think, I don't know, this might be 4 Pirates exit from this tournament.
One advantage is Creep Wave is going to get cut by Ari. Actually, no, he doesn't cut the Creep Wave. Okay, then they can just continuously push high ground. Otaka blinks in with Overpowered to kill off the wards, because no one else can even get close, but did have to use his Enrage for it. So won't have that for another 15 seconds, and that gives a good timing for V-Tune to just keep pushing. I mean, they got the Roshan's banner, nothing really stopping them. The opponent's high ground defense is terrible.
He also put out, so no buybacks for anyone on 4 Pirates.
Roll in, but in response, Natty Narwhal needs to pop the BKB just to be able to survive. And V-Tune, Satanic done. Like, he's just healing it. All this little tickle damage that you keep doing up.
1 Rax free of cost, and let's see how much 9 Pandas can get. I believe that they can just get everything
on the side. Oopsie does get caught. It's your classic Nyx Assassin gameplay. While V2 just continuously pushing forward. There's still a banner bottom, so the creeps are just not dying. Octarine Core now available on the Shaker as well.
I love how they're trying to just throw away 100 damage.
No BKB on that Narwhal. Vacuum onto 3. Sunray comes in. Nice roar being used on the back end. Gets the kill onto Solo. No Phoenix Egg continuously. Will be able to buy back and rejoin the fray. The Ursa of Otaka, can he find a better target? Because V2 still has that Aegis at the ready. They lose Ogre, who has another buyback for the Dire side. But the push will commence and continue.
I mean,
Solo also
long?
has a
I
holy
don't...
locket, by the way, just for the extra healing.
Oh man. And without them even having to expend their ultimates too, right? Echo Snap still up, Egg still up, so worst case scenario, they just pop those.
Trying to get, again, this pesky little loopsy Nyx Assassin who is scurrying about. But they're just going to go for Megas. There's no reason to stop, still got the Aegis. The only problem is that, of course, Phoenix did die, so... and bought back. But that's minimal. Roll in from Nati, pops the BKB, pushes V2 close towards the tier 4s on the side. Ariel going in, they want to go for the Phoenix again. He gets to the back end. Echo Slam gets dropped down, a double kill for V2 comes in. And there is no buyback for the Ursa. Buyback Muerta. Can he do anything to help out his team? It seems not.
Barracks are under
And
attack.
for Pirates, they're gonna fountain dive. Phoenix Egg into the pit, they drop, and Loopsy's gonna get taken down. Two-man stun comes out. Can they kill off the egg? They can. They go a little bit too deep. V2 is gonna heal up with the Sutana, going for the kill onto Actor. They're going too deep. Actor buys himself a Ghost Scepter to stay alive. Chase back, finish off the race. Vacuum on 3, but this is like, okay, they're still gonna get mega, but this is one of those situations where you're like, bro, the only way you can throw this game is a bad fountain dive, and this was a very bad fountain dive.
I mean, it's amazing that for Pirates, they're choosing to continue to play, continuing to, I don't know, this is... I don't think there is a way back into this game, if I'm being honest.
Probably not. I mean, unless you go for another couple of those fountain dives. Like, if in that fight, for instance, Ursa did have buyback, which he didn't, they would probably have been wiped.
But even then, how many fountain dives do you need to make to lose this one?
I mean, it's not easy, but you buy back on Ursa in that situation, you get a full team wipe, all of a sudden your MKB is done. And the rest of your team gets some extra items plus experience. It's not easy at all whatsoever. It just, there's always a shot if the enemy goes full potato mode and dives you.
Funnily enough, yesterday I casted a game, I think it was Zero Tenacity, Phantom Assassin, Divine Rapier, Mega Creeps, still managing to end up lose.
What have we here?
And I don't even know how that happened, but you know, if Zero Tenacity could have lost that, then perhaps 4 Pirates can win this one.
It's not easy, but they have the potential of Muerta, for instance, scaling into a core. That's always a possible threat. He is nowhere near the farm that's required for it, considering he also did just buy a Ghost Scepter to survive in the fountain. Same as the Beastmaster did.
And I think they sold it? Okay, no, so Morta Ariel has it, but I think the
Actor did sell
Beastmaster.
it.
Yeah.
He used it, sold it. And did buy a BKB now. A smoke up. From the Shaker with the Ninja Gear, looking for a catch. He's level 25 as well. So he's got the Enchant Totem cooldown reduction with the Octarine Core. It's now down to a 2-second cooldown. Dive, place some wards, get some good vision. Natinarlo going in. They're trying to get a catch. War gets thrown out onto V2. They have Otaka now with the MKB. V2 needs to quickly run away, but he is too fast, too furious. Sunray comes out. Otaka's still chasing, but the kite is real. And Otaka will not be able to disengage or do anything. Everything is on cooldown. They lose the Ursa. They lose the Earth Spirit. And it got a little bit dicey there.
Yeah,
But
it did. But
they too fast. The gyrocopter is just too fast.
the BKBs just don't have the duration anymore. If that was a 9-second BKB, perhaps they could have done that one, but a GG call from Natty is going to seal the exit of 4 Pirates from CCT Series number 6 and 9 Pandas to move ahead.
Yep, that was quite a series. The comeback, reverse sweep play coming in to full effect, and a great job there from 9 Pandas to recover. Of course, they did look very problematic in the first series, so it's not in the first game, so it's not like amazing, well done, congrats, you're out of the woodworks, but they still are alive and kicking. But of course, we will be quickly swapping out. Any last words for the viewers at home?
I mean, I hope that 9 Pandas come again to the CCT next time around. I hope they participate in a lot more tournaments. It's definitely, if they're able to take a game against Solo, then that shows that they have a lot of potential, right? So for them and for every other team that has been eliminated, I hope they continue to play, continue to improve, and continue to participate.
Yep. Don't forget to check. There are 2 more series left today. Totros, thank you very much for joining me in these matches. They were phenomenal. And don't forget, ladies and gents, Night Pulse versus Jiggling will be played momentarily. We're going to quickly sign off so that we can swap casters. Have a wonderful evening. And in case we don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Welcome in, everybody. We're going to get started here with, I do believe it is the upper bracket semi-finals for the two series we're going to be covering here. And Bowie is going to be joining me with this glorious mustache that he's got going. Bowie, how are you doing today?
Dude, I'm doing great. I'm incredibly excited for this match because both sides have players that I love. You know, big Davai Lama fan, big Kidaru fan. And then we have Jiggling, you know, with Mind Control and Lelis, one of the most unexpected stacks. I mean, teams that formed this year. Very excited. I'm sad about ITB, the whole ITB thing, but, you know, I'm still happy that they're playing together.
Yeah, very brief on Into the Breach. I think it was only a couple of weeks. You know, there's been some, let's call them issues, shall we, around the actual Into the Breach brand. So yeah, they're going to be going back to the Jiggling roster for now. I know they are looking for another team though. I think they've still got T-Governor helping them out as well. So
yeah,
you know, he's going to have his hands full as the, I guess, the coach slash manager looking for an org. But the players are here. They are ready to play some Dota. We've got the Night Pulse roster coming up on the screen to start with, though. Kami Warwick, Davai Lama, Desire, and Kidaro coming through. And yeah, this is, I like this roster, and it is a group of players that I think that they play well together. You know, they play well anyway, but they play well together. You know, looking forward to seeing how they're going to play today because, like I was saying to you, I haven't watched any Dota, haven't even opened Dota up for the past month and a half. You know, I think I finished the last CCT and I was like, cool, I'm taking a break for the, you know, holidays, whatever. I'm going to get in on some vanilla World of Warcraft, and that's kind of been my life. So, yeah, looking forward to getting back into the Dota. And on the other side, we do have that Jiggling roster coming through. So, if you're looking at both of these rosters, who are you looking as the favorites coming into this best of three?
I think this is a really close one. I would give Jiggling the slight advantage just because I feel like their players are a little bit more seasoned, you know? They have, you know, Mind Control, definitely the more experienced player out of everyone in this series. But alongside Lelis and Copy, I think they have a lot of experience. But you can't really discount, you know, the hunger of Night Pulse. They've been playing some ruthless qualifiers, and sure, they didn't qualify to any of them, but they got pretty decent results, taking games and series out of G's, Enigmas, and even, you know, Avalas and teams like that. So I feel like this is going to be a super close one. Definitely a 3-game series.
Okay. And we're going to be able to get ourselves, I think, into the draft in just a, well, as I say, there it goes. But yeah, again, I've taken about a month off, about a month and a half off, so I've not seen how the teams have been drafting. Going to be getting the Enigma pick coming out right away for Night Pulse. So is there anything that I should be looking out for? You know, any new heroes? Is there anything that teams are trying out? Any, like say, any heroes that we should be watching out for in this draft?
Well, you might have lost the Lich craze that's happening right now. That is a hero that is literally played every single game. 99% of the time is picked or banned. So that is definitely one of them. I think, you know, Alchemist, you never get to see that hero because it's always banned. Dragon Knight's still pretty popular. What else? Oh, Magnus. Magnus is another big one that I wouldn't be surprised to see either Mag or Lich picked here by Jiggling.
Okay, and yeah, we do see, like I said, that Enigma coming out straight away, and it does look like it is the carries, you like say, where I left off being banned out and being focused on the bans. So just looking through what these teams have been playing here. So Night Pulse coming up against Navi Jr. They did pick up, there was a Morphin here, a Phoenix, Clockwork still ever popular, the Ember Spirit, and the Jakiro in their first game, and then, yeah, the Tiny, the Morphin was still being picked up, Night Stalker coming out there as well. So it is still, like I say, those heroes that I kind of took a break on. On the other side, though, Jiggling, they have been picking up the Chen. So, you know, something that we might see coming through, like you were saying, the Magnus here as well, Storm Spirits, even a Lifestealer coming out for them, and a Tide as well. So, a little bit more unorthodox, but it is going to be a Magnus pick right off the bat here.
Yeah, I think Jiggling is a little bit frustrated. They ban a lot of the Warwick heroes from the start, and taking away both Monkey King and Gyro just gave Night Pulse a free Enigma first pick, which is very rare, very hard to make it work. You mentioned the Chen. I think it's a really good hero, not necessarily the greatest Enigma response. So the Mag being here means that Night Pulse probably needs to flex Enigma as a 5 now, or 4. I think Magnus just deals with the Eidolons way too well. It's way too hard to blame.
Yeah, they're going to go for the pickup on the Tusk as well. So you're going to have the, you know, the control, the snowballs, the saves coming out this year again. I think people were kind of getting bored of this when I left off about a month and a half ago. So still seeing him picked up. Bit of a surprise coming out here. The Earthshaker pick for Night Pulse and the Lich that you just mentioned at the beginning of the draft. So that looks like it might be the... Do you run the Enigma as a 4 still, or are you looking at like a core role? You're looking for the offlane combo maybe of the Earthshaker Enigma here for Night Pulse?
You need to wait confirmation on what the Magnus is going to be playing. I think this Shaker is also flexing right, could be 4, but I think it is mostly a safeguarding case Magnus is going to be mid. It's a really good matchup for the Shaker, so I would wait. It's very hard to tell what the Enigma is going to do, but Kidaru is a big Enigma player, so definitely a chance he's playing it as 5.
Okay, we'll see what Jiggling... With all these big spells, are you thinking that Jiggling might be tempted for that Rubik pick? You know, you've got the Echo Slam, you've got the Black Hole, Chain Frost coming through from the Lich as well. Those are 3 big ultimates already for the side of Night Pulse.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a common hero, but it's definitely a Lelis hero. And even though it doesn't pop up that much, I would like it. Especially if it's Magnus offlane. I feel like you just have a lot of wave clear, the Rubik can stack for you. The hero's a bit weak right now, but as you said, there's a lot of value.
Okay, well, it's going to be the Razor for now. Looking at that, again, I've seen it in the 3, I've seen it in the 1, so it can still be flexed from time to time. Maybe potentially if it is going to be, like you say, up against that Earthshaker, maybe run it in the mid. But yeah, very good flex hero here for the side of Jiggling. And overall, you know, keeping them guessing on the side of Night Pulse. So Night Pulse needs to start locking. I mean, you might have to lock in one yourself here and give away maybe potentially your offlaner or who is going to be your position 1 on the side of Night Pulse, but you could still lock in a support for Jiggling.
I think Jiggling has to pick a support. It just feels really bad to get Rubik on 24.
Yeah.
They're going to go Muerta. It's just the hero of the moment, you know. We kind of talked about Mag Lich, but Muerta is definitely a close third. And it is flex in case you pick a high armor hero. So I don't think it's out of the question that Muerta could be a carry, just because it's a really good matchup against Terrorblade.
Yeah. What are you looking at them ban-wise? They actually ban out the... Okay, a hero that I've not seen. You know, the Tinker does go, though. Like you say, so are you looking to still be flexing the mid on both teams? Is that what we're going to be seeing ban out from both sides coming into this last ban phase?
Dude, this is so hard to predict, because TB could be off lane as well, right? You gotta remember TB is actually an offlane hero. So I think what Night Pulse is gonna do, they're not gonna ban Doom, and they're gonna leave this Terrorblade open. And in case Doom gets picked by Jiggling, they're gonna flex TB to offlane. But if that doesn't happen, it means Night Pulse needs to pick a hero that flexes to carry. Carry and what? Carry and support, I guess. It's a really... I don't know what's happening, man. This drafts are pretty high level. Like, even for Jiggling, like, we know that Tusk is a support, but besides that, Mac can be 4. Mac can literally be any corp role. We know Razor's a core as well, but I think this Muerta has some good arguments to be a carry here.
Yeah. Okay, well, we'll see what the position is going to be here. Jiggling, they've got that last ban. Banning out the Pangolier. So, again, can be flexed off lane. You see it mid. So, yeah, Night Pulse not going to be able to pick that one up. We'll see what the last one is going to be. And again, they are running down this clock. So, they have about 15 seconds of reserve time there as well. So, about 20 seconds overall for this final ban. And then the plus 30 seconds here on that next pick to see, you know, what they want to be going to in terms of their last roll, and Jiggling will be able to respond. So let's see what it is going to be. You know, what's the final ban into the final pick going to be?
They have so much reserve time. they can wait this one out. I would ban Rubik. Like, if you think there's a high chance support's going to be what Jiggling's going for, even if it's a 24 pick, Rubik just, I mean, even Sunder, right? It's such a good steal.
Oh yeah, that's the reserve time for... I was reading it as that was the reserve time on Night Pulse, not Jiggling's reserve time that's left on the next pick. Okay, yeah. No, they have a minute and 40. So coming through onto this, we'll see what this one's going to... And whether they're going to talk it out as well. You know, use this full, because, I mean, talking to all the analysts, you know, you don't just use this as a pick. You're using it for the early game plan as well. It's not just about, okay, what are we taking? What's the bans? It's how do you want to play these lanes? How are you going to be setting up? How are you going to be approaching this? Do you want to go for that 5-man smoke rotation? Are you looking for a good early gank? Do you want to set up defensively? So yeah, they might use all of this reserve time here just to discuss how they want to play it in the early game.
Yeah, they probably already know what they want. They probably know what they want to ban, right? When it's 24, it's a very reactive type pick. So you kind of have to wait for the enemy to do something. So in Nightpole's position, it's definitely better to have a lot of reserve time because you already know what you're going to do. And it just gives you that extra planning, as you said.
Okay, well...
I don't like Lich and Terrorblade as safe laners because Terrorblade is already very high armor.
Yeah.
And there you go. That's the one mid that flexes to carry. Tiny is being played a lot as a carry, and he's also very good against Doom because he has a lot of HP. So now do you pick the Doom or do you play carry Muerta?
Is there anything else you'd like? I mean, looking at these heroes here, could you go for something a little bit more aggressive for the mid lane? It's going to be the Timsaw. Yeah, I was just looking because you have very good jumping. You've got some good, getting in and out of the fights here. Shouldn't really be at too much of a risk if you get into the middle of the fights. Even with Kami, you're trying to throw out that Sunder, you can still get yourself in and out, and Copy is going to be the one that plays this on the Timbersaw, so I do like this Timbersaw pick. I think it's going to be really good up against the illusions that come out from Terrorblade, as well as just being good up against Tiny, up against that Earthshaker hero as well.
Yeah, pretty... I think you can actually get away with the Enigma just because it's a carry Razor and not the Magnus we talked about. MC usually plays Magnus a bit more in Jiggling. But they have a very strong lane with the Shard block and Static Link. Very annoying for the Nightpole's heroes to deal with. You don't really have... I guess, besides getting a really good Shaker Fissure block that puts you outside of the shards, there's no real counterplay.
Yeah. Okay, well, we'll see. Again, are you still feeling this goes the way, Jiggling, looking at the heroes that are being picked up now? Are you leaning back towards Nightpoles? How do you feel about this first game?
I actually like Nightpole's heroes a lot more. The Shaker 4 is a little bit of a question mark to me because I haven't seen that hero being played as much in the 4 role, but I just look at their heroes, I see more value, I see ease of execution, whereas for Jiggling, I do think they're the better team, but they're just a little bit over the place. I'm not that big of a Razor fan, and this Timber, should have a good time mid, but there's a fair amount of control. This is not a free Timber game, even if there's 2 strength heroes on Nightpole's side.
Yeah. No, I've never seen this armor combination, like the cosmetic combination for 4-2-3 on this Razor before. So it's just like someone's taken the Morphlin and just stretched him right up,
That's true. They put a mask on it. It's cool. The shield is really pretty.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Like I say, I've not interacted with Dota for about a month and a half. I took my time off. I took a break, make sure I wasn't too burnt out. So I'm looking forward to getting back into it and being able to get into a best of 3 like this in the upper semi-finals as well to see who is going to be moving through, and who's going to be going down to face up again. I think the loser semi-finals can be coming up on Thursday, and then getting into it though, the first game on board to me in the new year. Let's see how this one's gonna go. And yeah, how do you actually want to try and play around this one? Is there any early aggression on the lanes? Are you looking for anything to particularly, be a kill lane here, or do you just think both teams gonna be sizing each other up in game number 1?
I think the aggression is definitely gonna happen from the safe lane of Jiggling. This Razor Tusk level 2 is super strong, and that's really what Nightpoles needs to be careful with. I think if they get level 2 very fast there, it's a certain kill on either the Shaker or the Enigma. That's probably where first blood's gonna come.
Okay. Well,
unless there's a level 1 fight, which apparently there might be.
We are seeing the smokes. We'll see how they're going to try and play around this one and who's going to be getting aggressive where, because you can see that the Earthshaker isn't here. The Earthshaker Desire's looking for the blocks on the map, so you can see isn't with the rest of the team here. Dalai Lama is smoked up, but away from the other 3 players on the side of Nightpulse. Maybe looking to try and see if the smoke breaks where he can try and scout out. But yeah, you can see that the rest of them on the other side, Jiggling, are sticking together. Are they going to be able to get anyone caught out here? Dalai Lama still trying to play it a little bit safe, just on the step, smoked up, looking for that smoke break coming out. It does break, so immediately moves himself away to safety.
All right. Yeah, that looked like a potential kill if you get the shard blocks, but the Vi was definitely very aware. And the thing with Night Pulse is that their level 1s are pretty bad, right? You have Enigma and a Shaker that wants to block the wave, so you're pretty much playing 5 versus 3 if they get a good connection. But unfortunately, Jiggling didn't really get to find anyone.
Yeah, and you can see that moving down towards this bottom part of the map here, it is going to be Mind Control on the map coming up against the Terrorblade. How do you like this matchup? Because you are going to have some range support coming through on the mortar, but you do have to step up and try and get those last hits in. And Terrorblade not going to go for the meta that early on, but that will be coming out in the next couple of levels. And do you think that's a big punish for the Magnus in the lane?
I don't think so. That hero can get CS pretty easily with Shockwave. You have ways to secure in the range creep with Lelis as well. I really feel like against some heroes, Lich Terrorblade can be pretty strong, but not against these two. Even though Kidaru's actually putting a lot of pressure here.
Yeah, the bully coming out here onto, and you see the Mortar going to be forced back as well because you have the mirror images coming through on Mortar right down to 100 health, and you might try and punish this one. Speaking about punish though, you see 423 caught out. There will be the Fisher coming through, and 423 won't be able to get through those trees and get himself away. So 423, it's a lot of damage coming through here. Can they get the kill? Where's that damage here from the Earthshaker? Will they be able to pick up the first blood? One more right click, they will. Desire, he's the one that gets that one on board because it looked like Davai Lama just wanted to get back into the lane. So given the first blood over to the Earthshaker, and I suppose that's something that you got to look at because even as a position 4, that Earthshaker does want an early blink dagger on board, right?
That is disastrous. Like, they are supposed to get the aggression with level 2, but that perfect Fisher block from Desire absolutely changing the tides, giving them the early level 2. Yeah, that looks pretty bad, and as you said, the Metamorphosis, you definitely gotta respect it. You're not gonna die, but you're gonna miss some CS.
Well, I mean, tell that to Lelis. Look at him; he's sitting right back down on another 2, and he's burning through these tangles. Had to get another stack out as well, and is really being punished every time he comes forward. So Kudaro seems to have his number at the minute, and Lelis not really having a massive impact in this lane. Mind Control going to try and do what he can in terms of lasts as well. Only sitting on the 6 to the 10 of the Terrorblade. So the Terrorblade having a really comfortable time in this lane.
What they really have in this lane is aggression when the creeps are under Jiggling's towers. So you can get a good dead shot into Skewer, and that's like 100% a kill in most heroes. But they've been playing the creep equilibrium very well. You can see that the small camp's not blocked. So I think that is really the goal here for Jiggling. Make sure that you block that camp, and now you have aggression under your own tower.
Yeah, and we'll see if they are going to be able to do something. They're going to be both running over here to the Lotus Pool. Who does actually get it? It's going to be going the way of the Terrorblade, it looks like. And meanwhile, on top, Desire will pick up his bottom lane, though. Kadaro could be going down. We do see the Colin coming out as well. Blood Grenade going to be thrown out. Kadaro going to get himself through these trees alive. It looks like he might just be able to, but no, MC on top of him. MC, he does have that shockwave coming up as well. Does he have the damage to get the kill? There is going to be the death shot as well. MC will pick it up. Kadaro does go down, so evening it up, but it is only going to be a support here. They don't lose Cut. And meanwhile, on the top lane, the Enchant Totem once again, they're going to be able to get the damage onto Essie. Essie's going to get really down low. The damage isn't going to be up. It is. And now 423 got to be careful as well, even with the Plasma Field coming out. That static link here as well. He's taking a whole lot of damage from these Eidolons, and Desire getting in. The Fisher, he gets himself another kill on the board.
Dude, I gotta say, Desire might be the most underrated position 4 in Europe right now. Like, every time I see Desire play with any team, he's like 90% of the times the standout player. Sometimes I cannot believe he hasn't found like a tier 1 team to actually play with, because he has so many glimpses of brilliance.
Yeah, and I think that's something that we saw last year, and hopefully it continues on this year as well, that there's so many tier 2 tournaments going on that these players get to show off what they can do. And I mean, we've seen, looking at the mid lane here as well, we've really not spoken about this all the way through this game here. Copy and Warwick, in terms of last hits here, see the Timbersaws having a fantastic time, but the timing not too far off. But yeah, I think last year was absolutely amazing for the tier 2 Dota that we did see, and we saw teams come in like Avalis. I always talk about One Win as well, that come up, they give these big tier 1 teams a game as well. And now with teams like Nightpulse, Jiggling coming through as well. I think
Yeah.
the landscape, it is going to change up because these tier 2 teams have so much playtime consistency. The gap is really closing between the top of the charts and around about this mid-table that we're seeing Nightpulse and Jiggling play at.
Yeah, for sure. We definitely saw a couple of players rising from all of the tier 2 tournaments last year, and I don't think it's going to be different this year. Because as far as we know, there's going to be even more tournaments.
Yeah, hopefully we're going to be seeing a whole lot more again this year. And coming back to this game, though, the Timbersaw is at the top of the table. Not really spoke a whole lot about Copy here on the Timber because we've had action on both side lanes. But what are you looking for this Timbersaw? Are you looking for that quick 6 you'll start to hit the rotates, trying to get the Will and Death, the Chakrams out and look for these kills? Or are you happy for him to sit in the lane up against Warwick here for another few minutes?
I think ideally he would like to farm a bit more, but this game is more and more looking like a game he needs to stop the pressure, because that Razor Tusk lane, in my opinion, was supposed to do really well. They are being destroyed, and you know, surviving this lane.
Does he get himself out? One more right click, is it enough? I don't think he's going to be able to catch himself up here as well, and it looks like the mag might just be where Lelis was the if needed. Could have dropped the calling, you know, just in case, but yeah, looks like the dead shot was just enough here. Mind Control will live, and not able to catch up on the Terrorblade, so he is going to live here, Mind Control. We're going to see he does have stacks in the jungle on these Ancients. Whether he's going to go for the Empower and just try and farm these out, or if he is going to go back to the lane after healing up.
Yeah, he needs to. It's still too early for him to jungle. And that's the thing, with the side lanes being destroyed like that, the Timber will need to find a way into this game. This is already a 3k goal lead with the tier 1 tower down. And as we said, this is not the easiest Timber game. So one mistake could potentially snowball this so hard for Nightpulse.
Yeah. And we'll see just how it does play out. Kadaro going to be moving into the mid lane here as well, so they do feel comfortable leaving Kami here in the bottom lane alone on the Terrorblade. Level 6 not up yet for the Magnus either, only level 4 on him, so yeah, you can see that they do feel comfortable. They do feel like this Terrorblade not really under too much threat. He has that 6. No point in the ult, but it looks like he's saving a point just in case here on Kami.
Yeah, you gotta be very careful about that one. And looks like it's another tower falling. The Vi just having a perfect Enigma game. That's the first pick Enigma, mind you, that they were not able to withstand. They just played so well on Desire.
Yeah.
And now he's getting free farm top because the Enigma can rotate to get towers in jungle, which means Desire's Blink Dagger is gonna have, like, he already has Arcane Boots and working towards the Blink.
Yeah, he's going to have the one coming out, another Blink Grenade as well if he's looking to chase down. And like you say, now he can go full steam ahead towards that Blink Dagger, and it's not going to be as quick as if it was, you know, the Core Earthshaker, but it's not going to be too far off with his 3 kills and 1 assist. You know, that does give him plenty of bonus gold for him to get up the net worth chart. And yeah, looking at it, I mean, he's sitting top of the supports here, 2.4k. He's only 300 gold behind that Razor, and the Razor supposed to be the top farm here on the side of Jiggling, supposed to be that carry.
Yeah, supposedly. Not really looking like that at the moment, and that's a smoke here from Nightpulse. Ideally, we love to use that black hole. It just gives the Vi the chance to jungle for the next couple of minutes.
Oh, they're going to be able to get another jump in now as well. Going to be able to get the avalanche off. SA can run himself away from this one. He does throw the shards out, but nobody on the side of Nightpulse will retreat, and they were full steam ahead here, and it will cost him his life once again.
And that's the thing, like, the Timber, when he knows Black Hole is up, can't really assist. He knows it's going to be Black Hole, and it's just not a good use of his time. MC... Oh, there's a haste from Tiny. He might be dead here.
Yeah, he did skewer away, but he took an illusion with him, so this illusion is going to be able to get the vision out here. Mind Control not going to be able to get the runaway. The avalanche comes in, and Mind Control, yeah, tossed up, should be killed off. Are they saving the kill out for Kami? They do. So they picks it up on the Terrorblade here. A little bit of bonus gold going his way once again. And yeah, it is just looking absolute mayhem here for the minute. 6-1 at the first 9 minutes of the game. Nightpulse really taking control of this one. And like you say, these Eidolons moving down. You have the Terrorblade with his illusions as well. They're going to be able to get the last tier 1 tower on the map for the side of Jiggling, and Jiggling really not putting up a fight at the minute.
Yeah, I mean, they can't. They don't have their level 6s. They don't have Blink Dagger on MC. Poppy feels like he's in such a bad position because he did what he's supposed to. Like, he won his lane slightly as he should against the Tiny. But I don't think he was equipped to really... Oh, there you go. Oh, they cancel it.
The black hole comes out. Copy going to try and run himself away. The sound's out onto the tiny now as well, thanks to the calling. But Kadaro will still pick up the kill. And yeah, Copy just could not get himself away from that one. 3-4 heroes collapsing on him. And he just had no answers after that black hole came through.
I mean, great positioning from Lelas. I think he did exactly what he was supposed to. It's just that Nightpole's 5k gold in minute 10 just means that you're severely stronger than the enemy team. And the timing they're waiting for is so rough. Like, you still need 1,000 gold on MC. There's no Kaya on the Timber. And it feels like once those items are up, Desire may already have his Blink Dagger.
Yeah, and yeah, how far off it is? He's about 1,200 gold away. Not too far at all here from the amount of gold that he's been picking up. In fact, Mind Control could be in trouble again. The ward is going to get dewarded here. Desire, do they want to try and make a move? Kadaro, he wasn't close enough for the pullback here, so Mind Control with that deward might just have kept himself alive. Oh, on the other side, though, Divine Llama going to get himself away. No, he's going to be caught in by the shards. There is going to be Chain Frost coming through those, so he's still got the kill into SE, and now Copy trying to run himself away from this one. The sound's coming out onto the Lich once again. But it's still a really nice... I mean, it's a 1-for-1, but I suppose it is an offlane here for support, but still, it keeps Nightpulse's momentum going and still puts Jiggling on the back foot.
Yeah. Ooh, that's such a rough game. Like, usually Razor, as a carry, you know, likes buying a Yasha, like some intermediary item, sometimes even a Maelstrom, but
yeah.
Fortune 3 needs to rush BKB, and he is not at all close to one. You still need to wait for MC. So you're seeing all of this aggression. You know that Black Hole is on cooldown, and you don't get to do much. Although it is a smoke here, at least with Sand Copy.
We'll see 4-2-3 trying to run himself away here, but he's going to be scouted out by the Terrorblade Courier. He might just... Yeah, the Fisher comes through now. The toss back as well from the Tiny. 4 heroes around, and he is just going to go straight down. Mind Control trying to come in to try and maybe save his life because he does have the RP up, but you throw that RP out, and it's kind of like... Then what, you know? And they just have to back themselves away. In fact, Mind Control, there is going to be Chakram coming through from Copy. It's a lot of damage on Desire. Desire, is he going to go down? The Echo Slam comes through. Is he alive for now? Desire is going to live. And now the RP, though, it catches 2 and 3 on the back lines. The Iglons as well. Do they have the damage to get the kill to them? They do take down that Earthshaker, but can they follow up even more here? They will have that Razor back up in the next few seconds, but no tier 1 tower, 2 TP2. So it looks like they're just going to give this one up after the RP gets thrown out.
I mean, that was surprisingly not that bad. Sure, you did lose Fortune 3 in the beginning of that fight, but killing the Shaker, making sure that the Echo is on cooldown, it allowed... Wait. Oh, Copy so low. Oh my god. Yeah, he finishes his Kaya, and MC will have his Blink Dagger. Unfortunately, RP is on cooldown, so finishing it doesn't really give them any moves at the moment. But, you know, they're holding on. The gold lead is stable at least.
Yeah. What do you think about the state of the game at the minute? You're 9-3, but only a 4k net worth lead going the way of Nightpulse. Are you thinking that it's not a massive gap for Jiggling to be able to catch up on? Do Nightpulse need to keep this aggression? How do you think this game's going to go in the next few minutes?
I mean, it's definitely Nightpulse advantageous. The thing with Razor and Terrorblade matchup is that early on, Razor is actually pretty bad against Terrorblade, but it is one of the hardest counters later into the game because TB doesn't really have hard lockdown, and Razor just steps your damage, right? There's not really anything you can do about that. So if this goes, if they can hold this past minute 40-ish, 35-ish, I think there's some hopes here for Jiggling.
Yeah.
But the fact that they're behind right now means that holding up to that point might be very problematic, especially when there's smoking here and there's no RP on MC.
No, I'm going to drop a ward down here, but Warwick, okay. Do they want to try and go for the D-ward? Does that even see... I think it does, yeah. It's going to be able to see the Observer Ward here for the side of Nightpulse, but Nightpulse standing just behind it. There's going to be debating for Warwick. Warwick gets that into the XP rune now. And Mind Control, he doesn't actually get a skewer back onto anybody. Do they want to try and chase this one out? Mind Control is going to try and run himself away. And you can see that the rest of Jiggling already on the retreat. The Earthshaker and the Razor not here. 4-2-3, sitting on about 2/3 of his health here. And now the TPs are going to be coming through. Do they have the vision on where that Razor is? They don't, but Nightpulse are just going to be able to get that Wisdom rune, get themselves out safe, and Warwick, he even gets himself a DD rune here as well.
Yeah. I mean, at least they didn't really lose anyone. Fortune 3 is farming, but Nightpulse with the Blink Dagger on Desire being up, that's when we're really gonna see them go all out. It means that they can Roche if they want to, it means that anyone isn't really safe, especially because Seth pretty far from his Blink Dagger. That is the
Yeah.
one save that could potentially change some of these later fights.
Okay, let's see just how they want to play this on the side of Jiggling. Because, like I say, only 6 kills behind, a little bit in terms of net worth. Whether they've got a plan to try and, get themselves out in front here. The Blink Dagger off the Magnus, he's got that RP back up now as well. Going to be going for the shard here onto Mind Control, not too far away from that. He's about 700-ish gold, so not a massive gap. Lelis, how is he looking? Going to go towards the Rod of Vatos here on the Mortar. You see Copy just on the screen here now as well. In fact, we're going to come back to that one because Essie could be in trouble once again here. Does he get himself away from this one? Desire maybe looking for that jump in. There is going to be the toss from Warwick, and now they have the control with that Avalanche as well. And Essie, no way to get away from this one. The Snowball, it's only going to buy him time, but we'll drag him back in the direction of Desire, and Desire going to be able to get another Fisher out. Defy Llama controls that kill and gets it with the Eidolons.
Yeah. They do get the Blink Dagger on Copy with the Blink RP ready again for MC. This is an interesting timing they can maybe utilize, especially because they're finally getting their first tower out of... Oh, never mind. There is a TP here.
Yeah, Chain Frost comes through as well, and Magnus is going to go down. Mind Control not going to be able to get himself away from this one. Lelis, he does miss on the dead shot. Going to go for that TP behind the trees. There was a creep that saw him, but there was no follow-up coming out from the side of Night Pulse, so they will just let Lelis go.
Really good defense. TP super far away from the tower, so they were not really aware of that. Jiggling. Being outplayed throughout the entire game so far.
Yeah, looking at it now, straight into the Roche pit here for the side of Night Pulse, and I don't even think Jiggling knows this is going on, so they're not going to be able to contest this one. We'll be giving up this Roshan for free, it looks like.
Yeah, there's not... I don't think there's much they can do.
No.
I mean, you have RP, but without the BKB on the Razor, you're just not ready to fight. He's very close, but not enough.
And if you're looking at this, again, you were talking about them trying to take control, trying to take the game to the side of Night Pulse, but how do they really do this one? Because you look at the net worth here, that Razor, he's so middle of the table. He's about 1,500 gold behind the Terrorblade now, and it feels like Night Pulse, they are on the warpath, they're on the march, and they're ready to take away tier 2s now as well, and really close that map down on Jiggling.
Yeah, and I mean, we're talking about him, but the Magnus is even worse. MC got absolutely demolished in a lane. I don't really think they should be losing that hard, so they have the tools to be able to come back through team fights, but it probably requires Night Pulse to make some mistakes, maybe, dive tier 2s a little bit, waste the Echo, which is always possible. We'll see if they can do it. Okay,
and yeah, you see the Terrorblade still farming up now as well. Going to be going towards his Dragon Lance. It looks like just needs the gold for the recipe. Already got himself the Manta Style on board Falcon Blade. Are you looking potentially BKB here for the Terrorblade after this, or do you want the Butterfly coming out? What do you want to see Kami building into?
I wouldn't be against a Sanjay Yasha just because they're against a Magnus, but BKB is usually the safe play. Sky is pretty good against ranged heroes in general, so pretty good to kite the 423 Razor. But I think either one is fine. In general, I think I would prefer the Sky just because they're ahead. Oh, Lelis.
Bottom lane here, Lelis, he might be in trouble. The Colin is out. You see how slow that Tiny's attacking, but he will go down in the end. Warwick does secure the kill. And again, it feels like Night Pulse, the synergy of the team here, the rotation's just completely on point. Warwick will lose his courier that had the phylactery on it. Was that a full... No, it wasn't. So, okay, so he's not even started yet on the Chrysalis. That wasn't a full Kanda being complete, but it does mean that he doesn't have that phylactery for at least the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's pretty sad, especially when you give your mid laner the Aegis. It means you want to play aggressive, so it's gonna maybe make these aggressive plays a little bit less effective here. But technically say this is a 3k goal lead now for Night Pulse.
Yeah. It is going to be, about a minute left on the Aegis once that phylactery is back up. So, I mean, farm-wise, he might just be able to get you know, the timing right to maybe complete that candle once the curry's back up. But like you're saying, it looks like he really isn't farming. He's looking for these kills, and that is going to slow him down just a little bit on the actual damage of the outputs here when he gets that jump in.
Yeah, but there's still the fact that they're looking for kills means that the space Jiggling has to farm is very limited.
Yeah.
423 is pretty much the only one that gets farm alongside Copy, and we know Magnus is a pretty greedy hero. You don't want to be under farmed. He cannot really buy his shard because he needs BKB, and you know he doesn't have any space. So usually you would think that getting the shard actually increases your farming speed, but in this game he needs to ration all of the. Oh wait! Oh my God!
Oh, they're going to try and take a fight onto this one. Do they get the damage out? There's going to be the RP coming through here. Drive back onto the Earthshaker and the Tiny, but they've already lost 4-2-3. And once again, a now mind control is going to go down. Fortification got used just for the extra tower shots coming through. But now it does mean as this creep wave pushes in, it's going to leave that tier 2 tower vulnerable to the pressure of Kami and these Eidolons as well. And you can see that Kami's already going to be stepping up with these Tower Blade illusions. And now the damage coming through. This should be a tier 2 tower going down. 20 seconds on the Razor respawn, so I don't see them going tier 3s, but they might just move through to the tier 2 tower in the mid lane as well.
I mean, that's a big miscommunication from Jiggling. Your Razor was already dead. Your RP with no follow-up whatsoever. There were so many no-nos to going for that play, and it just allows Nightpulse to do whatever they want now.
Yeah. And I like this as well, that I didn't think they'd go fully ahead with it, but they did put a little bit of pressure onto that tier 3. They force out another fortification here as well. So that means that, again, if they can pressure out, if they can find a good angle, maybe find a couple of kills, they could potentially go high ground here on the bottom lane, or at least, you know, have free pressure on these tier 2 towers in the mid and the top.
Yeah, I don't think there ain't no rush to win this game as Nightpulse. Like, they can definitely wait the second Aegis, especially because it is in their mid laner at the end of the day. But yeah, I mean, it's just a perfect game so far from Nightpulse. Not really a lot of mistakes, and in general, they overdid themselves in the lanes. I don't think, like, if you play this game 100 times, I don't think the status quo should be how it looks right now.
Yeah. Yeah, finding that one universe where they are so far, so in control of this game, and that is going to be his career back up now as well. How much gold is he off the full Kandra as well? He's about in fact, he cleans up that creep wave in one shot, gets the gold for it, and it's going to be the full Kandra being flown out on the courier here for Warwick. So Warwick, with this double damage rune, that's going to be the amplified damage rune going now as well. He could just get a jump in, blow up this mortar. In fact, I don't even know if the Razor's going to have a whole lot of health left if he gets comboed up like this as well.
Yeah, and you know, this is more of a problem with the draft of Jiggling than anything. But like, you pick this Magnus very early, and you have a Timbersaw and a Razor, right? These are not heroes that really benefit from Empower at all.
Yeah.
So, just in terms of synergy, I do feel like their draft is pretty wonky. Like, when you lose your lanes, you don't even get to farm that fast, because this Razor, like, barely cares that he's empowered, right? It's just, it's okay, but it's not great. Oh,
okay, fight comes out here now as well. Yeah, Terrorblade, is he going to be able to get himself away from this one? He does have his ultimate if he needs it now as well. Do they have the control to take him down? And you can see that he's trying to run himself with the Black Hole. He catches on to 4! They're going to have to take down nearly everybody! Tips, alright, yeah, Davai, he just pretty much won that fight single-handedly there for his team. And now they're going to be able to get the chase on. There is the buyback onto MC, onto Lallis here as well, but this should be at least another tier 2 tower. And again, no fortification coming out for the side of J lane. Do Nightpulse just go high ground here?
Yeah, you do. And I mean, it just goes to show how desperate Jiggling was with that play, because, you know, that's a level 17 Terrorblade. Do you really think you're gonna solo RP? Like, the follow-up wasn't there immediately, first of all. But even if it was, like, that Terrorblade is extremely hard to take down. You don't have that much lockdown. They're fighting again, but
yeah, Timbersaw's going to be controlled. They even throw the Echo Slam out onto this one. Do they have the kill? Snowball's going to keep him alive a little bit longer now as well. The Midnight Pulse goes down. Do they have the damage to get the kill? It looks like they might be able to take down Kidaro, and he's trying to run himself away on Copy once again. They take down SE, so support for support. A couple of big ultimates being thrown out here from Nightpulse. They won't be able to get the kill onto the Timbersaw, but it does keep Jiggling on the toes.
Okay, I mean, very bold move. Even though there's no black hole, there's also no RP.
Yeah.
And your Razor doesn't have BKB, but still being able to at least push them back. Make sure that your tier 3s are going to be healthy. Next Roshan is really what makes or breaks this game. Jiggling probably needs to contest it.
He's going to be up at least the next 12 seconds as well. So we'll see if it's going to be a quick one that might catch both teams
Top tower is under attack.
underprepared. I don't want to say unprepared, but a little bit underprepared, you know, without having these big ultimates. And whether, like you say, yeah, Jiggling are going to contest. So what's the clock going to be? Going to be about a middle of the road one, so a minute and a half here before the big man is back up in his cave.
Yeah, it's still a dire Roshan, so slight advantage for Jiggling. The biggest problem is that Black Hole will be back in the menu, and potentially the Vailama could even finish his BKB by the time they go for it.
Yeah, how far off it is? He's only the recipe away, I do believe. So yeah, gonna have it in 1,000 gold, and like you say, not too far away for an Enigma that's got the Eidolons, can help him farm up here, trying to get through the jungles, and maybe even... do you want to go for... You don't want to take a fight, right? Roshan is going to be spawning up, so you don't want the chance that you do lose someone a little bit early on. Just wait for those ultimates to come back up. How far away is the Echo Slum as well? The Echo is up in 18 seconds. So, yeah, they're going to wait, and they're going to wait for this Roshan respawn, and then maybe potentially take a really good fight. And if they can get it on the side of Night Pulse with this Aegis and take 2-3 men down, they might just be able to break the pace of Jiggling. But like you said, Jiggling, they have to contest this one. They can't let this one go for free. They have the RP up. They have all of their ultimates back up. And we see they're going to try and make an early aggressive move, maybe try and get this kill onto Devi before the Roshan can respawn.
Oh, but can they find him? He's in a really good position. MC fishing.
He throws the RP for this now as well. Do they have the damage to get the kill? They might just be able to. They will. It's going to take a good jump in from the entire team. You know, they have to use the RP for this one. Excuse me, but they do take him down. 40 seconds on the sideline as Roshan has just come back up. Is this the opening that Jiggling need?
I mean, they're already... I think they probably feel like they don't have the damage. If they had if they were a bit ahead in this game or just had a better draft, I think you just run straight up to Roche, because that Enigma doesn't... If you force Enigma buyback, the BKB... he doesn't even have it, but if you did force it, he would be so delayed in the BKB.
Okay. And let's see how they want to go. The Towerblade did go for the Eye of Skadi now. He's going to be going into the... It looks like the Hurricane Pike before the Butterfly here. Shard being queued up as well. But let's see. Davai is back up now. He's still about 750 gold away from picking up that BKB. Is that what he wants to focus on here? It looks like he is. Just farming through the triangle.
Yeah, and that's why Night Pulse is in such a comfortable position. They know that for Jiggling to force this Roche, it's so awkward, so slow that they probably cannot do it. And this means that Night Pulse has the luxury of waiting Roche to be on the Radiant side, waiting the Enigma to have a BKB. Like, every tier 1 is still up. They're gonna get the first tier 1 tower minute 28. This is... I mean, it feels good, but it also feels so bad.
Yeah, it is rough here for Jiggling. I mean, again... Maybe they're just warming up first game of the day for them. I'm sure they've been playing pubs beforehand, but just a case of getting in that competitive mode, and they have just been a little bit slow to warm up, it feels like, here in game number 1.
Yeah, they're definitely holding on. It felt like at some points here, some teams would have maybe GG out after that 4-man black hole, but they do go for another smoke. Kind of where the Night Pulse is on the top side. BKB is actually up for the Vi. He's sending the recipe right now.
Okay, and yeah, you can see that they're going to try and make a move. The drums have been popped here as well. They're inside this pit.
Oh,
He's going to roar. How far off are they here on the side of Jiggling? They are on the way. Going to be close, though, because Roshan, it's down to about... In fact, no, it's only lost about a half, maybe even less than that. Fisher comes through onto the Timbersaw. What damage can they do here? Warwick is on the back lines. Colin is thrown out here as well.
Okay, I mean, they're posturing pretty aggressively. But, Night Pulse, they don't care. They know that they don't need to finish this Roche. All they need to do is wait for it to go on the Radiant side. But they are going to wrap around first.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, they know.
Looking to maybe get the jump onto this Lelis on the Mortar on the back line. Stop that silent smokes break. They know someone's here. They're going to be able to spot out Lelis. He is going to go. No, he survives a little bit longer. He pops the ultimate. And it is going to be enough to keep him alive just to interrupt this fight. But is it enough to win the fight? Lelis will follow the back lines. MC is going to try and do what he can. Snowball comes out there as well. It looks like MC, though. He threw the RP out. They get another big black hole. They get the Razor. They're going to catch out onto the Tusk as well. Backlines. Copy's going to try and get himself away. That BKB is going. MC trying to go for the TP away. Looks like he might just be able to get himself out alive. And so will Copy, but it means now this is going to be a free Roshan going the way of Night Pulse if they want it.
Yeah, I mean, just perfect wraparound from Night Pulse. They get the Muerta. Instant disable of the Magnus as well by the Shaker. Desire, he's just playing a hell of a game. 4-1 and 15. To me, he is like the clear MVP of this match.
Yeah, he started off well. He put that, like say, the Razor under pressure in the lane. And there was just nothing, it feels like, that Jiggling could do in the lane stage to be able to keep themselves or get themselves into a recovery mode here. And yeah, again, Roshan going to be going the way of... do you give this one over to the Tower Blade?
Yeah, it's high ground time now, so definitely give that to him.
Okay. Gets that banner here as well.
Okay, so...
Dire are scared.
Technically, all they need to do is go high ground. Shard's gonna be given for Lelis here. Not the greatest. I mean, Tusk already has his. I'm pretty sure MC would be way happier about getting that shard.
Yeah, not really a big thing like you're talking about on the support. Morta. If it was a carry Morta, I'd be like, okay, yeah, no, your core item great for the, but I don't even know if I don't even think she's got a kill in her ultimate form here for the PSFL. So yeah, it's maybe the worst side of the coin flip coming out for the side of Jiggling.
Yeah, it's definitely.
Banner is down. Fort is available here for the side of Jiggling as well. Now, they're going to break this tier 3 tower. Colin goes out here. This banner, it's going to get low, but Lelis is going to get even lower. He's going to get killed off. And now, again, fortification not going to be used here on the side of Jiggling just yet. They are going to lose at least one Rax. Jump comes in. MC not going to be able to get the pull out. And it looks like MC, he went fishing. And all he caught was a boot.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom barracks
I mean, this looks very hard to come back now because you don't have your Muerta. There's still Black Hole. I mean, it's gonna be up in 22 seconds. The fight's definitely gonna be over in 20. So good luck.
Yeah, Jump comes in. Copy going to try and do what he can. The punch comes out onto the Tower Blade here now. Again, can he back himself away if he needs to? He's got that Sunder. That's a lot of damage onto the Tusker. We get no benefit out of this one. The Snowball going to be dragged back towards the enemy team. And ST is going to go down once again. And it looks like they might be able to get even more out of this now. With that tier 3 tower going down. Again, another Rax here. It looks like Night Pulse, they want to take full control of this map.
Yeah, they don't have mana anymore, but still, no BKB on the Magnus means that getting an RP is so hard. Like, the Lich, Sinister Gaze cast point is so fast that you can't really RP Skewer before Lich casts his spells.
Yeah, and if we look at this here, I mean, SC's going to be up in the next 10 seconds, but doesn't really offer much offensively outside of the punch, you know, because it doesn't feel like Night Pulse want to retreat. So those shards not going to be able to get catches out because nobody's going to be running away here. And like I said, this Terrorblade, he's got this Aegis for another 2.5 minutes. He's got that 4 staff to get himself away to safety. The Glimmer Cape's coming out as well. So he will just be able to stick himself on the front line like this. Yeah, keep using that Sunder here as well and keep just charging and picking away at the Dire buildings.
Yeah, they have no rush whatsoever. I'm surprised that after the Sunder, they're not going in for more. But still 2 minutes of the Aegis. They might be waiting for someone's... I guess the eggs on the Vice pretty close.
Yeah, and...
Copy.
Oh, in fact, no, they're going to get a catch out. Copy here. Can he get himself away? It's a little bit of control, but not enough to get the kill.
Alright.
And yeah, they're just going to keep on chipping away. It is the melee Rax that is left, though, here in the mid lane, so it does have some regen coming through for Jiggling. So as long as you can keep it up, it will just keep healing itself. But Terrorblade wants to step in. He's got the Meta Illusions coming out now as well. He looks like he wants to take this one down with his final push, so he will be able to get it. RP comes through. They do have the control, but no, again, the force staff on the Terrorblade. They don't get the catch out at the right time. He's not going to get dragged back into the enemy team. And cut. Yeah, the tips again coming out. Kadaro here with that force staff. He keeps the Terrorblade from being caught in a sticky situation.
They have so many force staffs. Like, this is a really hard. You know, if it feels like they picked this Enigma so early on Nightpulse and there was no response. Whereas this Mag got absolutely countered. Oh, the 5, the BKB.
There is still the Sunder and no, the Black Hole once again catches out onto 2. Chain Frost to bounce around, but it does bounce back to the creeps here. Copy had that BKB going. They pop the Aegis at least. What can they do after this one? Sunder is still available here for Kokoko, so he's going to try and run himself away. 4-2-3 wants to get involved, but what's Kami going to try and do on the turnaround here? It looks at 4-2-3. Even with that static link coming through, going to be pressured out here. The damage onto 4-2-3. Force staff once again. And it looks like they are going to be able to get the kill, and now Lelith gets low. Do they get the kill? 4-2-3 going to try and buy himself back, and you can see that Kami just trying to run himself away from this. But still, they take a tier 3. They force out a buyback from the Razor as well.
Yeah, that's like the best case scenario. They kill the Enigma, but still lose your Razor. No buyback. They're looking for something here, but no RP, no BKB, MC.
Oh, big slam out. MC is dead. Can they go for any more onto this one, though? It looks like there is going to be a enchant totem coming through onto the Fisher. Blink away. Snowball comes through. Warwick, can he get himself out of this one? Kokoko, he gets a kill onto Luz, but they are going to lose Warwick now. So Jiggling getting something out of this. The creeps are piling up in the base. Those tier 4 towers, the effigies all taking a whole load of pressure. And it looks like you can see that Nightpulse just trying to keep them out of base as long as possible here. Kokoko, he turns around, he gets the Sunder off onto Copy. He's got the backup of Divine now, and Divine, they're going to get the kill on Copy. He got baited in the hook, line, and sinker. Getting the kill out onto the Timsor. Now 4-2-3 has to go on the retreat, because don't forget, he did just buy back in that base defense. So if he goes down here, they potentially give up the full game.
Yeah. It looks like they're gonna hold the barracks, but all of the tier 4s are down. They're ancients in shambles. And never mind, illusions. They're gonna be able to get it here.
SC once again, Snowball coming through, shards are out as well, but SC gets caught in the Fisher. Do they have enough to kill? They don't. And it might be last chance saloon coming up in game number 1 for the side of Jiggling, because Nightpulse, again, fully clearing off the racks. They're just going to call GG. Yeah, they don't think they can fight out of this one on the side of Jiggling.
Yeah, I think they're right. You know, they just... Their lineup has potential in the late game, but they need to be even. Like, this is way too big of a gold lead, of a tower lead. From, you know, minute 0, it felt like they were being outplayed. And I didn't like the draft of Jiggling, but I don't think they should be stomped that hard in the laning stage. So, you know, sure, even though I don't like the draft, I don't think that's why they lost. I just feel like they didn't play their lanes well.
Yeah, and you can see on the scoreboard here, 1 kill for the Tusk, 2 for Copy, 3 for MC, 1 on Lelis, and 1 on 4-2-3. It felt like they never really got themselves going, never really built up that momentum. On the other side, you see the kills all over the team here, everybody picking at least 1 up. Warwick is actually the lowest kill scorers with 4, but 16 assists there onto the Tiny. So, yeah, you can see that Nightpulse, they got this game in the hands, and they never really let it go.
Yeah. We'll see if Jiggling can bounce back, I definitely felt like they were the favorites for this one, but they got dismantled.
Yeah. So we are going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with game number 2 of Nightpulse versus Jiggling to see if it's going to go to a full best of 3, or if Nightpulse, can they lock it down in 2? We'll find out after this break. Welcome back in, everybody, to game number 2 of Night Pulse versus Jiggling. We're going to see just how Jiggling are going to respond after going 1-0 down. And Bowie, how do you think Night Pulse actually play this one? Because they looked really clean. The execution was amazing in that last game. Did they just play more of the same? Do you go for a similar draft, or are you looking to change it up in response to what Jiggling want to pick, just to maybe keep them down in the dirt?
I think Night Pulse definitely could play like they did in game 1, but I feel like Jiggling is going to give them a really hard time. It all started with that free Enigma they gave Night Pulse, and I think after that mistake, they never really found a way back into their draft. So, maybe I'm coping here, but I think I would be surprised if game 2 is as stompy as game 1 was. I feel like Jiggling, they're going to take the necessary precautions here to... Because, like, after you lose the lanes that badly and you have that draft, like, what are you supposed to do, right?
Yeah, that's kind of one of the things. It's like back to the drawing board right here for the side of Jiggling. So they do ban out that Enigma like you were talking about. The Out, the Dragonite, the Monkey King, still going to be the 3 big bans being taken away straight away. On the other side, Night Pulse goes straight in for the Magnus, banning out the Morph and the Nyx Assassin and that Batrider. So, yeah, just picking up the MC hero from the last game, saying, okay, we're going to show you how to play this one now, because Night Pulse, I do think, once again, one of the teams that do run that Magnus to great effect.
Yeah, and they took away the Morphlink, which is really the one core you can kind of pick into Magnus in the first phase. The second one is PA, but I think that one's a bit harder to do. So I'm curious to see if Jiggling has the balls for something like that.
I think the PA was banned out in the last game. Let me just check what the actual bans were.
I think it was banned second phase, but yeah it was for sure. It is one of the good matchups against Magnus. Like, he, as a carry, he can buy Blowthorn, but it takes a long time. It's also here you don't want to give away to the Magnus team because they can easily play PA and Mag together.
Yeah.
So it's just a hero that it kind of, once Magnus is picked, the other team's like, okay, we got to address PA somehow, but they're going to get the Bristle instead.
Okay. Are we still seeing the Bristles as the carry? Is this the 1-3 flex coming out here, or is it solidly locked into a position? Because, before the new year, before Christmas, I was seeing it as a flex, but have teams locked down a position for this hero now?
I think it's more an offlane than a carry, but it can definitely be a carry as well. It really depends on how your lanes are going to look like, but probably like 70% of the times offlane.
Okay. And we'll see, just whether you want to go with this, whether, like you say, they do lock it in. Overall, though, with Jiggling being 1 down, the confidence going to be a little bit short. We're going to see if they do want to go again, if they want to think outside the box, because looking at the gem picks were there over the past couple of days, they've looked for heroes that just kind of suit their style, but kind of drags the game out. And it feels like Night Pulse don't want to let this game be dragged out. They want to be running this one, putting the pressure on. The Phoenix is coming through as well. The Mars combo here for Jiggling. The Lycan's coming out, so maybe some split push potential coming through here in the gameplay for Jiggling. And we didn't see any of that in the last game, in that draft at all in the last game.
Yeah, I really like your Chen idea. I think that's comfort for Jiggling, first of all. But when you have Mag, you want those RPs to become kills instantly, right? And having tanky cores with Chen on top of it and the extra armor he provides is very valuable. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a straight up Chen here for Jiggling. Oh, they banned the PA. There you go.
Okay. Using a decent amount of time, it's going to be the Shadow Demon actually that gets picked up here for the side of Jiggling. So I guess looking... Potentially, if the Shadow Demon's outside, he could try and save teammates that could get RP'd, stop them from being skewered back, or get the disruption onto the Magnus himself when he gets that jump in.
Yeah, it's the Empower Disruption Dispel as well, right? You just get your OT, make sure that even through BKB, whoever's empowered is not going to be doing that much damage. It's an interesting pick. Definitely a cool one. Shadow Demon after the nerfs post-TI wasn't really picked that much, so I like that we're seeing it again.
Night Pulse, though, they go for the Hoodwink. They, again, potentially could be that offlane combo coming through. So you've got the Bushwhack into the skewer back here for the Magnus. And you were talking about how the Magnus, that wants that creep wave underneath his tier 1 tower to be able to get those skewers, and the Hoodwink here might just be able to set up for it and be able to get the drag back in, or set up for the drag back here and put the pressure on with the acorn shot coming out as well. This Magnus, if they can keep the pressure, or excuse me, keep the creep wave, creep equilibrium underneath their tier 1 tower, might be able to punish out, but the edge comes out here as well. So what are you looking at in terms of 4-5? Do you want this Hoodwink in the offlane with the mag, or do you want this edge instead for the slowdown, for the harass that can come out here?
Hoodwink's definitely the 4, and I like the Hoodwink as well because of the break into the bristle, right? That's definitely going to help bursting that hero down. And the Ench, make sure that you cannot pick Chen, or that you're kind of bummed out of picking Chen. You also cannot pick Beastmaster. So you're going to steal the Tiny, which, I mean, it's very good to burst his squishy supports.
Okay. And what do you look at then? Because you've got 2 cores on the board. Are you looking to lock in your second support here for Jiggling? Not give away where you want to be laning these core heroes?
Yeah, for sure. I wonder if Rubik is an option, right? We talked about it against Mag. It's very good against Hoodwink. It's definitely not that popular of a hero, but I kind of miss it, and I think it's maybe underutilized a little bit.
Okay. What else is there? So, again, is the Nyx banned? The Nyx has been banned. The Batrider's been banned here as well, so not going to be seeing them as picks. Ogre is available. It's stanky. Gives attack speed for the Tiny. They're going to go for... That's very defensive on the support picks, though. The Disruption as well as the Snowball for saves. Ice Shards comes out if you're getting a Chase Down coming through as well, I suppose. If you get the Purge as well, the Demonic Purge coming out from the Shadow. But it just feels very defensive on these 2 picks here for Jiggling.
Free Timber game for Nightpulse if they want to play that. You can pick Timber here, ban the heroes you're afraid of. 3 melee strength heroes on the side of Jiggling. It's just insane value.
Okay, they go for the Ember Spirit.
Okay. I mean, benefits from the Empower a little bit more, right? We saw Jiggling playing Mag Timber, and he didn't pan out that well for them. But there's definitely value here on the Timber pick.
Are you looking then for the final pick? I know we've got a ban phase to come through, and a final pick here for Jiggling as well. But are you looking... In fact, Jiggling have the final pick in the overall game. So, carry-wise, for the side of Nightpulse, are you looking to run that Magnus in the carry, or are you looking for someone that just benefit from the Empower coming out?
That is a good question. You don't really know your lanes that well, because Tiny could be carrying mid, Bristle could be carrying off. Kind of hard to decide if you want the Magnus as your carry or not. I actually like carry Magnus more this game, because they have a fair amount of saves, right? You have the Disruption, you have the Snowball. Usually as an offlane mag, you're kind of this just RP guy. We don't get to see the Echo Saber offlane Magnuses as much anymore. So you either play sort of a greedy offlane Magnus, or I would actually rather see the mag playing very greedy, just getting a lot of farm, and then it's not really about the RPs more than the damage that Magnus brings to the table.
Okay. I mean, like I say, we've got to go through a ban phase first, so we'll see what's going to be left here. Tide going to be the one taken away from Nightpulse. Looking at what they've banned, they've got a wide spread here, so potentially maybe looking at offlane as well as carries. And again, is there anything else you're scared of? The Huskar, we've got the Pango in the pool, we've got the Invoker still in the pool. So maybe something that Nightpulse want to be banned out, especially if the Ember Spirit is going to be in mid. You want to take that Huskar out here, right?
Yeah. I think if they Huskar, it's tough, because you have a break on the Hoodwink, you have RP. As long as they pick some bursts on Nightpulse, I feel like the Huskar might still be kind of hard for Jiggling to execute. For Jiggling, yeah, I'll definitely ban minus armor heroes. Maybe even ban Slaughter. Like, with the Tide ban, I feel like there's a higher chance now that Nightpulse is playing carry mag, so they're looking for an offlaner. And Slaughter could be very good against this high HP, low armor heroes for Jiggling.
Okay. Okay. Would you not want to see the Timbersaw in the offlane? Is that not something that you think they should be running here for Night Pulse?
Yeah, the Timber is a problem. I guess they have 24. They might have a plan in case the Timber pops up. If Timber pops up, you probably pick like Drow, and you play Bristle offlane, Tiny mid.
Yeah.
And now for Night Pulse, what other offlaner do you want to take out? If even an offlaner, right? You mentioned the Huskar. Invoker looks good because you could enable the Tiny with Alacrity.
Offlane wise, is the Doom not a good fit here, or is it still in the pool?
It's all right. I mean, it's tanky for sure.
Okay, yeah,
Oh,
could it be the Ursaban into the Timbersaw pick? So we'll see what Jiggling want to respond with here. What their final pick is. They don't have any reserve time, really. 3 seconds on the board, so 20-ish seconds to think about this one and what they want to be locking in.
They must have a plan, right? Drow jumps to mind. Any range hero that could just stomp the Timbersaw in the lane looks good. I guess they played Razor, but yeah, that's how I feel, Rob.
Yeah,
that's exactly how I feel. I mean, it's not bad against Timber. It's not great against Ember, though.
No. Just looking at again, if this is going to be fight-wise, the control coming out, because the Bloodseeker wants to be in the middle of it, right? You want to be kind of in and out and doing the damage, but it means you are going to be open for the RP. You are fairly easily controlled out from the Night Pulse lineup as well. So that BKB is going to have to be a high priority for the Bloodseeker, but it never feels nice to me when a Bloodseeker has to rush for that BKB. You know, it feels like he wants the offensive items first, and being forced into that just slows down the potential of the hero here, but there's so much control on Night Pulse. I'm not too much of a fan of this Bloodseeker pick.
Yeah, not only that, it feels like they really want to play this, like, combo of having 4-2-3 and a hero that combos with the support. So this time it's going to be the disruption into silence.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess if they can time that perfectly, there's a chance you can kill the Vi a couple of times. But I don't know. I'm not that big of a Bloodseeker fan. I look at Night Pulse, they have an easy to execute lineup. This Warwick Ember is going to be enabled by the Empower. You have some pretty tanky heroes as well.
Mm-hmm.
This Jiggling draft might be a little bit better than the game one, but not by a big margin.
Yeah, I think a lot of this is going to be on Mind Control's shoulders. You know, like being able to just be in the face of the Magnus. You know, let the Bloodseeker have that free flowing role in the fights. He's got to be the raid boss here. He's going to be taking a lot of pressure, but the game plan is just to ignore. I assume to ignore the Bristle Pack until the very end and just kind of let him do what he's got to do here. And yeah, I think they've got the kill potential come through. I mean, you talked about it as well. The break coming through from the Hoodwink here, that you're going to be able to get that off onto the Bloodseeker, onto the Bristleback. You are going to be able to burst these heroes down. And I don't know. Like I say, I've taken a bit of time away, but I'm not impressed with the Jiggling lineup coming through.
Yeah, me too. I think it can work, but you look at synergy, and I don't really find a lot of it, right? Like their lockdown is meh. You have mind control now in this hero that doesn't really create any play. So if he loses his lane, it's even worse than game one.
Yeah.
Where like there's no item this Bristleback really gets that kind of changes the game when you're behind. But if you win your lanes, you know, it's definitely better, and I guess that's what they're hoping for here.
Smoke breaks. They are at least going to be able to get the banish out onto Kami here, so he's going to be able to get himself away. He's going to be silenced down. Not going to be able to skewer out just yet. Silence goes well off. He gets the skewer away, and you will be able to live.
I had never seen a 5-man bushwhack in my life.
And you never will again.
Yep, that was a once-in-a-lifetime moment. I'm happy you're here with me, Rob, sharing this beautiful slice of Dota.
I mean, well, we might see a few other, if we can get some good RPs, we might see a couple of those this match. And We see in the mid lane here, Copy. Just going to be, I mean, a little bit of harass coming out from Kadaro here, but Warwick will be able to pick up 3 bounty runes, in fact, going the way of Nightpulse. So they're picking up where they left off in the last game, just putting this pressure onto Jiggling.
Yeah. Did they learn any weird level 1 spells to try that first blood? I guess not. Oh, they're actually playing Bristle in the safe lane. No,
Oh,
never mind. Never
no.
mind. I'm Nope. I just had too much coffee today.
Maybe not enough. Maybe you need to mainline it. Yo, wake yourself up a little bit more. Yeah, so again, looking at the lanes, anything you think is particularly vulnerable? Are you looking at maybe Desire here, potentially, if he gets disrupted into that Blood Right?
Radiant's
Yeah,
courier
that's really the
has
combo they're
been
going for. Level 1's not that strong, but once you had Thirst, there's definitely a lot of potential.
Yeah.
I mean, just what is the name? Menace thing with the amplification damage and Bloodseeker. You're gonna have a lot of damage. This is a stronger lane, and you know I already felt like the safe lane of Jiggling was really strong in game 1. So if they lose this lane, it's really on them. I feel like they're drafting the right stuff, but they're just not executing it to the level they need.
Yeah, I mean, 4-2-3 was really shut down in that first game. He really couldn't get out of the from underneath the tower. Thanks to that kill threat coming out here, but we'll see if Nightpulse going to be able to do that in the second game. What does the Bloodseeker... I talked about the BKB, but early on, are we still seeing the Maelstrom build up? Does he want to be going for anything in particular, do you think, here on 4-2-3?
I've seen a bit of Radiance on Bloodseeker. This game is not that good of a Radiance game, I would say. Like, you only have one right clicker, and it's kind of a slow build up. So Maelstrom actually looks pretty good. You know, Maelstrom into BKB Mjolnir, or Mjolnir into BKB might be the route into like an Aghanim Scepter. Seems to be the build.
Okay, yeah, and we'll see just how it's going to go here. Warwick's going to be able to get the Searing Chains off Sliderfist as well into Copies of Copy. He's going to give as good as he can get with that Avalanche. It's a lot of damage, though. And yeah, do they actually get the chase back onto this one here? Bottom lane, MC taking a whole lot of pressure in the in the off lane on that Bristleback, and Kadaro, Kami just feeling like they... I mean, you can see the MC's, he's picking up the last hits at least. Don't Copy! One more Sleight of Fist. He's got those bottle charges on. Warwick's not going to have it in time. In fact, Warwick, does he have the mana to cast the spells? Looks like he's only just going to have enough for a Sleight of Fist, but no Searing Chains here. Copy going to be able to get at least, well, most of his health back. Or at least half of it. That was dealt a little bit of a blow by Warwick. Avalanche comes through, though. The Avalanche is at the right time. The toss comes out. And Copy, he does get the Water Rune. So he's going to be able to get that recharge on the bottle.
Alright, that was nice. Sometimes the Ember can get the Sleight of Fist seal into your rune, but he played that very nicely. I mean, the lanes are looking alright. Tiny should beat the Ember, and the Bloodseeker is having like an okay time. But again, this Timber is almost tied in CS. I feel like if you're playing that lane, you're supposed to pressure the Timber a bit more.
Yeah, and I know last game, it was the Tyler Timber in the lane. They kind of wanted to kind of feel each other out, and the Timber was trying to find the farm. Is it the same, do you think, for this game? Are you just keeping the pressure onto this Bloodseeker in the lane, or do you want to be rotating around, hitting up that Tiny in the mid lane? You're hitting up MC in the off lane.
It's definitely easier to kill the Bloodseeker than it is to kill the Bristle. So,
Oh,
the Ember
TP came in for Kadaro. He's going to be able to get the slow onto Copy, and there's going to be the Blood Grenade coming out as well. And Copy, he should, even without a Sleight of Fist. The Sleight of Fist comes out for the first Blood. Desire rotated in there as well, and Copy way overextended 2 rotations here from the supports. Great TPs in. It's going to cost Copy his life.
Yeah, that's definitely not great. I mean, they rotate everyone, so, it means that all of the offlaners and carries are farming, but Tiny is a timing hero, and when you don't get that fast Blink Dagger, it's pretty awkward. I guess the facets made it a bit better now that you slow with Toss, but still, you need that fast Blink Dagger for sure.
Yeah, and it's just, I mean, looking at it, last hit-wise, he is ahead by about 6 or 7 over the Ember, so he's finding them, but that death is going to slow him down a little bit, and you see that even with the rotations from the supports, Kami not put under all that much pressure here. He's got the Empower coming through. He's able to farm the creeps underneath his tower. Lelis as well as MC. In fact, MC going to get dragged back in. Doesn't take any tower shots, But just letting him know here, MC, that this isn't a free lane, even with all these quills being sprayed out. And in fact, Lelis to be slowed down. That is going to be the Wildwing Ripper chasing him out as well. And Lelis, flashbacks to the last game, just has to back himself up to the tier 1 tower.
Yeah. Not looking great again. I know it's only a 1-0, but they're gonna rotate again.
Could be a 2, yeah. Copy. Can he get himself away from this one now as well? He is a big tanky boy in Warwick, not a lot of health left, but Kadara rotating once again. Disruption going to try and do what he can. There is going to be Shadow Poison coming through as well, so Warwick is going to try and do the heals for reals, maybe? Yeah, Warwick, he's a couple of these Shadow Poisons, but I think Kadara just did enough with the heals to keep Warwick from fully bursting once this Shadow Poison wears off.
Really clutch dodge of the toss as well with the Sleight of Fist. He's kind of low in HP. I guess fighting for the runes is not going to be easy, especially because he doesn't have level 6. So that might be a free rune for Copy, which definitely helps slow down the momentum. Unless Warwick gets lucky, which
he does not. No. Yeah, Copy going to be able to get the ball on this one. And in fact, yeah, I mean, you're talking about it. Warwick has to be careful here. He's going to be healed up by Kadaro, but with that AD room being on board, Kadaro, I thought he might stick with him in the mid lane. Maybe that's going to be you have the Hoodwink here on rotation as well, because with the AD rune Warwick, it's a lot of burst damage coming through, and the Emissary not the biggest health pool in the game.
Yeah, that is the one. Once he has Maze Layer, it's going to be pretty hard for the Tiny to ever kill him. Oh, Copy find a good stack. It's nice. Okay. And yeah, stealing this one away. This actually is going to be really nice here. With the AD room being popped, are you looking for rotations on the supports, or are you just looking to get yourself back into the mid? In fact, Warwick might see him. Sleight of Fist comes out, Searing Chains now as well, and it's a lot of damage. Desire rotates in, he's going to be able to get the push back off, and even Davai Llama's here as well, and Copy, he's going to go down. The Timber Sword does get the kill. They might give up a Wisdom rune for this, but it's still another kill onto that Tiny. You were talking about it. He needs that farm up on the Tiny, and he's just not getting it at the minute where he's being pressured like this. Yeah, there was a ward watching the stack that he farmed, so they knew exactly where he was. As you said, the Wisdom rune does make a pretty big difference. The level 6 on the supports of Jiggling are very important. But yeah, Tiny not having a good game is definitely not ideal.
No. Meanwhile, okay, Kadaro gets low. He's got the heals coming through as well as the one, but he's still going to be bursted down. MC doing more than enough to get the kill there. I think a lot of it was coming down to the quill sprays. Yes, 700 damage, and most of that actually was to the physical damage of the Bristleback.
Yeah, pretty good game here for MC, going for that Snot Rocket build. Just amplifying all of the Bloodseeker damage through the fights. And unlucky for the Ember again. Copy finds an Arcane Rune.
Yeah, 50-50. He's made the wrong call both times, it looked like here. What can they do,
they're
though?
Going for MC.
Yeah, they want to rotate down. Davai Llama is going to be here as well. Lelis as well as Mind Control. Going to have to back themselves out. There was that ward down. I think it spotted the rotation in from the Timber Sword, but now Mind Control. Blood Grenade comes out. Do they have the slow as well? Kadaro, even the rotation from the Emissary with the Sleight of Fist. It's a whole lot of damage. Look at how quickly Mind Control, one of the tankiest heroes in the game, he still just melts under the pressure of Night Pulse.
Yeah, I mean, still a huge rotation. So if you're only losing the Bristle, that's fine, but it looks like
yeah, see... He's gonna go down. The damage is enough. Davai gets himself the double. In fact, they might be able to just take control of this triangle for a few seconds as well.
Yeah, they're gonna farm some creeps. No stacks or anything, but still very nice movements here by Naples, finally punishing some of that aggression from Jiggling. But, you know, when we look at 4-2-3, this is already a way better game. It's actually in the top 3 net worth charts. Their towers are still up. I think they lost their first tower minute 6 that game. So things are definitely look brighter, even if it's like a 4-1. It's definitely better.
Yeah, Ember is still on the hunt though. He's going to be able to get the catch out onto the Tusk now as well. The Tusk trying to do a little bit of warding, but there is a ward down already. He does get the D-ward before he dies, but he will die in the end here. Davai Llama going to be able to pick up another kill, and yeah, Kadaro just straight in with that D-ward out as well.
Poppy going for a move in the top side, and surprisingly, he's going for treads. That is usually not the route. Oh, TP's bottom.
Oh yeah, okay, they make a move. RP comes through. They have the control. They have a kill, and Mind Control again. even though he's got that one kill on the board that he got onto Kadaro, it just feels like he's not really got going yet this game.
Yeah. A little bit too late with the reactions. At least Copy had an Arcane Runes. His TP is going to be ready. But yeah, I was talking about his shreds. That is very unusual for me, Tiny. So I'm very curious to see what the plan is going to be. If he's transitioning to some sort of right clicker as well.
Mm-hmm. I guess that he just needs to be able to stay in the fight as well. You know, be able to frontline, because it's not something that the Bloodseeker wants to. You know, he likes to be in and out, dancing all about here on the Bloodseeker. So he's not that true frontline carry. So I guess that's where you need the Tiny to tank up a little bit more.
Yeah, and MC going for Vanguard, another
Radiant's top tower
unorthodox
is under
item, I would say. This item hasn't really seen a lot of play. Probably means that he's going Crimson Guard, which, you know, it's fine against Mag,
Radiant's
fine
top
against
tower
Ember.
is
I
under
wouldn't
attack.
say it's that great of an item for this game, though. So that's curious.
Radiant's middle
Well, we'll
tower
see.
is under
Smoke coming
attack.
up from the side of Nightpulse as well. They want to make another move over here, and it might be Copy once again. Do they get on top of him? Copy, he's got no Blink Dagger. He might just be able to dodge himself out, but the Chakrams, they fly through, and Copy, all of a sudden, he loses a whole load of life here, slowed down by the edge.
chains.
Backline coming through. Yeah, good Searing Chains onto 43 and SE. Stops him from falling up. There is going to be the Sharpshooter coming through, but it doesn't connect onto the Bloodseeker now. So Bloodseeker might just move himself away from this one. No break onto him. He's going to move away with the phase boots here as well. They don't want to stick around for the fight though, so they are going to seed this triangle over to the side of Nightpulse.
Oh, the stacks are going to be scouted here by Warwick, and he finds Say as well.
He might just be able to, will be able to hear Warwick gets a kill, and I see, like you say, he sees the ancient stacks. Does he want to go for them? Maybe just help the Timbersaw take them here. Yeah, Warwick's going to go for that TP back into the mid lane where the Tusk is hanging out. He's maybe looking for the rune, but once again, well, this time it's going to be Lelis that gets there a little bit quicker than the Ember. And
A lot of pressure here.
Dire's bottom
Nightpulse
tower is under attack.
looking very ruthless, despite the fact that the Silence did really well. Like 4-3. I mean, when you click on his inventory, like that's kind of a sad inventory, right?
yeah, it's one of those that, oh, I can catch it once I get my Radiance, but if he's being put under pressure once again, Charkham comes out here. There is going to be the Rupture come through onto the Timbersaw. The Timbersaw, he moves away from the Bloodright, and now just going to hang around in the back line. Sharpshooter coming through. Snowball, though, it's going to be able to dodge off the Sharpshooter. Davalama going to be able to get himself right back in. MC, he takes a whole lot of damage coming through from that Timber Chain into the Whirling Death. Do they want to go for more of the Timber Chain away? Davalama, Kadaro could be in trouble, but it looks like the heal's going to be enough this time to keep him going. And he does have that level 6, so he has that 1 point in the Untouchable, so the physical damage this time not going to be stacking up as easily for that. Okay, dive in. Do they have the control coming through? RP onto the Blood Rights here. Do they have the damage to get the kill? They do. They take down SE. They take down Copy. Walrus Punch out onto the Magnus, but it doesn't matter. Lelis goes down as well. Looks like backlines. MC, what's he going to try and do? Trying to get the kill out, but Warwick and the rest of the team just going to be able to get on top of MC. Just taking him down. Just immediately taking MC down.
They got baited so hard. That was like a really weird fight from Jiggling. Like, you waste your
Yeah.
Rupture, your Tiny's 200 got away from Blink Dagger, and you're all posturing in the tier 1 tower. Like, that was so weird. I don't know. Like, they seem a bit off this game. Like, it just doesn't sound like something I expect out of a team of the caliber that they are. And Lelis should probably fall here.
Snowball coming through. Does the Sharpshooter connect? They're going to try and angle it. Oh, the Snowball was just a second off the mark. Won't be able to get the kill, though, onto Lelis. He does just back himself away. They do get a tier 1 Wisdom Runes out of this now as well. But, yeah, it feels... Jiggling just feels very disjointed at the minute.
Yeah, absolutely disjointed. The supports, like, you have two save-ish supports that want to be behind cores, but you're not, like, when you have that and you don't have your timings, you just want to split the lanes and have a support in each lane. But instead what's happening is that they're just clumping up, and now the supports are not with the cores, and Copy is gone.
Yeah. A Nightpulse, again, 12-1, 14.5 minutes into this game, 5k net worth lead. They had a game plan in game number 1. They've executed it and come right back in game number 2 with the same plan, which is just keep Jiggling on the back foot, keep them under pressure, hit these early rotations, and Jiggling really have not been able to respond to this.
Yeah, just completely lost, just running from lane to lane, trying
Dire's
to
middle tower is
find
under
something. Like, they
attack.
got the 2 wisdom runes, and I don't feel like I've seen demonic purge being cast a single time.
No. No. I'm hearing chains as well. Looks like, yeah, they're taking they're trying to crowd jiggling out of their own half of the map here as well, and it's you can see that the farm wise they're sticking 3-4 heroes together here on the side of jiggling just to try and secure it on the Bloodseeker, which means you really are missing out on farm. They get the kill onto Kadaro here, but MC, he might go down on the other side. Let's give the break from the sharpshooter. Mind Control trying to run himself away from his Divine Alarm is going to try and do what he can. The damage. Warwick gets himself in the jump. It is enough, and that is a support for a core role, and Night Pulse once again coming out on top.
Oh, can they cancel this one? They will.
Arpedo! The damage! They're gonna have to get both of them here. Straight up cleaning up. Damn, dude.
Probably better to let him TV out.
Well, yeah, that's not the way that cookie crumbled.
Radiant's
It's,
middle tower
I mean,
is
juggling
under
there. They're just crumbling a little bit here as well. What, are we looking at a... How good are Night Pulse at taking Roshan? You know, not the most...
They're fine, right? You can tank with the
bottom
inch.
tower
Like, it
is
takes a
under attack.
while, but you can do it.
Okay, okay. So it looks like Copy just going to try and play around again, trying to find the farm here onto the Tiny where he can get it. But, yeah, I mean, SC as well. They are looking here to get aggressive on Night Pulse once again. They're going to be able to move. The disruption comes out defensively. It's out Warwick. Does he want to try and go for a little bit more bushwhack? It's going to be the Acorn shot. Actually, with that sharpshooter, they can get the kill onto SE and will be able to get themselves out again. Oh, no. Yeah, Lelis caught out on the Tusk, trying to get the D-Ward out once again. Lelis, do they have the damage? Snowball is going to be here, but again, it just prolongs the death. It feels like it doesn't stop it. Just adds a delay.
Yeah, like, that's the weird part of this game. Like, they were pressuring Mind Control a lot,
Under attack.
but Mind Control is not playing a timing hero. So you're... Both the Bloodseeker and the Tiny that had good games sacrificed a lot to protect this Bristle that rushed the Vanguard. Like, what? I don't understand what Mind Control's goal this game is. Like, it's just a glorified melee hero here.
Yeah, and you can see that, I mean, Copy only got the Blink Dyro. We're looking 17.5 minutes in. That's your position too. They're going to get another kill onto 423. 423, just no way out of that. He's only just got the Radiant here as well. Nothing else. He's working towards, I think that was a Sanjin Yasha queued up, but yeah, this is what I'm talking about. He needs a BKB, but he's so far behind already. It's so hard to get towards that.
Yeah. I mean, Sanjinyash is great against RP, but everything else seems to be very problematic. MC?
Yeah. Does he die? Oh, the
That means
Slider
later.
Fist. It was close, but it wasn't enough to secure the kill onto Mind Control. Mind Control just trying to run himself out of this one. There's no follow-up, though, from the side of Night Pulse. They do let him go this time with a warning. Let him get that TP back to base.
Yeah. Yeah, now that they have these timings on jiggling, they're so behind that they can't really do anything with the Tiny Blink. They can't really do anything with the Radiance.
Dire's middle tower
In
is
fact,
under attack.
there is a big Night Pulse move.
Okay.
Might just be a Roche play, I think.
Yeah. I mean, coming up to... again, they don't have the most orthodox Roshan taking lineup, but they still have a decent amount of damage. Yeah, it shouldn't take too long, and I don't think Jiggling going to be able to get into contested. They are smoked up, but the Tusk isn't here. So at best, it would be a 4v5. Do they think the Roshan, it being enclosed in the Roshan pit, is that enough to swing this advantage here? Because the Tusk, he's trying to get himself over, but it's going to take him a little bit of time to get through.
good
The
Avatar.
blood right comes down, but the RP comes through. It's going to be Kadaro. He just makes sure that he gets the Aegis on his side. And now, they've already taken down MC. They take down SE now as well. They've got that Aegis. Not the hero that they really wanted it on. Rupture comes through, though. What damage can he do? Divine Alarm is going to get low. It's going to be enough to get the kill, but it means that 423, is he going to give up his life for this one? It looks like he will. And now Lelis, yeah, the snowball once again, it delays, it does not stop. And that's going to be a full 5-man wipe going the way of Night Pulse.
Yeah, I guess the one thing they accomplished was putting the Aegis on Kidaro, because he probably panicked that the person was going to steal it. I mean, it was a really good Eva toss into Blood Right. Unfortunately, they're way too far behind. The tusk wasn't there. Very clutch RP from cut too. No real fear there. Just goes for it, make sure that they protect the Aegis.
Dire's
I mean,
structures are fortified.
that was not the worst
Dire's
play
top tower
from
is under attack.
from Jiggly in this series.
No, not at all here. And yeah, I mean, it just means that you can use this Ench to frontline. You know, you've got the untouchable on her as well, so she's going to be extra survivable while the rest of your team just go onto the back lines and pick heroes off. That's the the 5D chess game plan, I think, coming out here. Do they get another catch out now as well? They're going to try and go onto this one and get the kill onto Mind Control. Mind Control not going to be able to get himself away. Yeah, they lose SE here as well. Just another 2 good pickups, and I think it's going to be high ground time coming out for the side of Night Pulse.
It is looking like that. Like, what is MC's timing this game? Is rushing a BKB with that Vanguard. Like,
Yeah.
it's gonna take so long. The Bloodseeker, as you said, committed for the Yasha, so he also doesn't really do that much.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And yeah, you can see that Kami just continues to farm here as well, and it's actually going to be Shiva's coming out here. And you see defensive-wise, he thinks he's okay with the Sanjin Yasha himself on the M Spirit, so he doesn't need to go super protected, you know, no Lincoln Sphere, no BKB. He's not looking to keep himself alive in these fights because he knows his teammate's going to be able to do it for him.
I mean, healing reduction against the Bloodseeker is so good, right?
Yeah.
Having that Shiva's. You're also amplifying everyone's damage with the Shiva's active. It's pretty good, especially when you're this far ahead. There's Empower on Kidaru right now, so
Dire's
he's
middle tower is under
truly the carry.
Yeah, he's the one making sure that they take control of this game. And if you're looking at this, what can the 13k down, 25 kills to 3, Jiggling, what can they do? Is there anything you think they can do to get themselves back into this?
I mean,
Dire's middle tower
this game
has
is actually
fallen.
harder to come back from than game 1. Like, they had that
Yeah.
Magnus. I feel like they also had a better matchup into, you know, Razor Terrorblade. This time, I don't know how they set up the fights that they need. Like, your only initiation is Eva Toss. Like, you need some insane, like, you need eggs on this Tusk, and you toss into
Dire's top
kick someone
tower
in the
is under
fountain or
attack.
something.
Yeah. Okay.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Like, every core has a mobility spell, so even if you toss them, there's Remnant and Skewer and Copy Dead and Timber Chain away. Like, even putting them out of position is going to be hard.
We'll see what the game plan
Dire's
is
middle
going to
tower
be
is
here.
under attack.
I mean, again, it's just... It's looking really rough, and I wouldn't be surprised to see if they break the high ground here in Night Pulse. They just go straight for Magus, because they do feel like they are taking control in these fights, and even though they don't have the... Oh, okay, that's Skewer not going to be in line. MC, really careful. In fact, I think he could have got the catch on a couple of heroes here, but yeah, MC really lucky not to get dragged back there to his doom. Do they have the damage here to take these buildings down? Even though Jiggling, 5-man, going to be up in the next 4 seconds as that tiny respawns. Night Pulse just don't look like they want to quit here, and the damage coming through. The RP comes out now. They take down 2. I think we might just be seeing the beginning of the end here in game number 2 and the series as a whole.
Yeah, it's definitely looking that way. Just super clean game from Night Pulse. They know what they want. They're playing their lane. Oh, good toss into Rupture.
Yeah, do they have the damage though? They might be able to. No worries. He's going to be able to get himself away from this one. The Skewer comes back as well to get the kill onto 4-2-3. And I wouldn't be surprised to see the GG coming out here. Yeah, there it is. SE is going to call it.
Even though he got a good Rupture, they actually reflected it with a Lotus Orb. Super clutch from Night Pulse as well, making sure that the Bloodseeker dies through the Skewer there. I'll be honest, I knew Night Pulse was very good with this new lineup. I didn't think it was going to be this hard of a stomp. You know, maybe the whole ITB thing messed with Jiggling a little bit. Maybe they just didn't really wake up right today. But that's not how... I feel like this series doesn't reflect how good Jiggling can be.
Yeah, it's... again, maybe a day off for them. Just like you say, a little bit of a wobble coming through because they really didn't get going again. Kill wise, you had one on copy, you had one on MC, and you had one on 4-2-3. You know, nobody was kicking in with the kills, and Night Pulse maybe just had a game plan that worked. I mean, look at the Timber Saw, 12-1 and 8 here for the Timber. Night Pulse really just charging ahead, and yeah, just from the get-go, Jiggling couldn't really get comfortable because they were on the back foot, and Night Pulse took complete control of this series.
We did. So yeah, they're gonna move forward here. Very excited to see how much Night Pulse will dominate. But Jiggling, they still have a chance. They're gonna be playing either 9 Pandas or Navi Junior. I'm not sure exactly, but there's still a chance for Jiggling.
Yeah, and we do have one more series to come today. It is the other upper bracket semi-final. So going to be Mouse versus Passion coming up in about an hour's time, but we are going to take a break. So we'll be back when that game starts in about, let's say about 55 minutes. You'll have me and Bowie back to take you through the final series of the day. So we'll see you after this break. welcome back in, everybody, to the final series of the day. We have Mouse coming up against Passion to see who is going to be moving through into that upper bracket final and who is going to be going down to face up against Navi Jr. in the lower bracket quarterfinals. And Bowie, looking at this matchup again, teams that can on the day take a game from anybody, Passion and Mouse. Who are you looking at here for this best of 3?
There's another one that is super close. I'll be honest, I am not that big of a fan of Mouse at the moment. They haven't really performed as much as I thought, especially now with Fly being added. But, they have a new 4, they have a new carry. Lots of things have changed about that team. So I kind of want to say Passion UA, honestly.
Okay, we'll see how it's going to play. Look at the lineup coming in from Mouse. It is going to be Low Skill, Supreme Force, Excess Vampire, and Fly coming through. So they do have a good captain there, some good shot callers there as well. Should be able to play through. And there is the experience coming through. Supreme, Fly, Low Skill, they've been around for quite a while. Putting together your various different teams. So putting this one together, we'll see how it is going to play out. On the other side, like you say, Passion UA coming through. We've got the all-Ukrainian team here. Nish Babodi, Finanz, Cracker, as well as Crystallize. Important distinction there, Crystallize, not Crystallis. But they have been, playing as a team. I've seen various variations of Passion UA, but it always feels like the Ukrainian players, they're coming together to play. And they do have a little bit more experience as a whole. You're playing as a team, so maybe that is going to be enough here for them to take it. And yeah, looking through the groups, Passion, Jiggling, as well as Night Pulse, all 3-1 in the group to top it, to get themselves through. On the other side, Group B, Zero Tenacity was the only team to go 3-1. 4 Pirates and Mouse, they both went 2-2 to get themselves through on the groups, and it just seems like that might be, like you're saying, maybe just a little bit of quality lacking at the minute for Mouse.
Yeah, they've been a little bit inconsistent, I think, and in a way, this series is very similar to the first one we cast today, which is on one side more experience, and on the other the newer but let's say hungrier roster on the side of Passion UA here. So I'm curious to see how they're gonna perform. It should be close, but I actually do give Passion a little bit of an edge. I feel like they've been, they qualified for a couple of tournaments recently. They're looking pretty good in the qualifiers, whereas for Mouse, they had like that maybe month of looking really good, and then they swapped a lot of players, and I feel like they're kind of they're regrouping, right? They're trying to find out how the roster is supposed to work.
Yeah, and maybe it comes through, and maybe this is where they start to hit the mark. But like you say, we are going to be able to get ourselves into the first game to see how it is going to break down between these two teams, see who is going to be coming out on top. And seeing some very similar bans to the last series here, the Morphlin being taken away here as well as the Gyrocopter, Bristleback, and the... It's just... I mean, you look at it, the Enigma being taken away as well, but yeah, it feels like I'm very surprised in the downtime that I've had that there's been no patch, nothing that I've had to come back, read up on and kind of swing the balance of the game. The Alchemist being banned out here as well. Maybe we see the Magnus being banned out, the Monkey King, but those melee carry heroes seem to be the main focus of the bans.
Yeah, the patch is the friends we made along the way, Rob. It definitely feels like... And I mean, a lot of people said that we're gonna have a patch in January, and it's pretty much over. We have tournaments ahead of us, so I think we might just get a patch in the middle of February, which that's not really gonna change the status quo that much. We're gonna be looking at Magnus and Lich quite a bit, I feel like.
Yeah, we'll see if that's going to be the pickup here coming out from either side. I know that's a hero that Fly doesn't mind as well, so we might see that on the 5 on Mouse. Magnus already being picked up.
DK or Lich here for Mouse, probably. They didn't ban DK to ban Morph.
Oh, okay. So they let the DK through, and whether we're going to see that being... Is DK still that absolute late game menace? Nobody can kill him. He just wipe 5v1 1v5s and just ends the game for his team if you hit that 35-40 minute mark.
Not that hard, but still really good. Like, he is definitely an A+ tier carry. I think Mag and PA feel like those S tier heroes right now, but DK is still very solid. Oh, and Auk, but we never get to see Auk play, so it's like he doesn't even exist.
Okay.
And the Dawnbreaker ban kind of leads me to believe Mag is actually offlane this game. Either offlane or mid. I don't think we're going to be seeing carry Mag from... When you see that Dawnbreaker, it probably means you're going to be seeing a lot of RPs, a lot of action from the Mag, which doesn't really align with carry Mag.
Okay. We'll see what the follow-up ban is going to be. And yeah, that survivability being offered from the Solar Guardian coming through, you just being able to keep your teammates alive, and kind of offset the entirety of the RP. You know, even if it gets the drag back, you just hold it for a second and throw it out. So yeah, does stop the split push coming through from that Dawnbreaker here as well. Passion, what else do they want to be banning though? Is there, like you say, that Monkey King, that Dragonite? Is it just that kind of no questions asked ban here that you wouldn't be surprised to see it being removed? Or do they go for something a little bit different? Mouse do have the first pick in the next phase, but then the next two do go the way of Passion, so they actually ban out the PA this time.
Yeah, it's one of those heroes that the enemy is either going to ban or pick, so if you don't think you're going to be able to pick both together, might as well take it out. Which is interesting. Maybe it shows that Passion thinks that Tiny is going to be mid. We saw a lot of carry Tiny in the last week, 2 weeks, but I don't think that's going to be the case here. Okay.
And let's see what else you want to remove here. So if you're looking at the Tiny mid, what are you wanting to prioritize? You know, what's your big pickup here in the mid lane? Do you want to put the Magnus there, or are you looking at the Magnus off lane? Does the Magnus even suit up against the mid lane against the Tiny, or is there something you think is going to make a big splash here up against the Rockma?
I think it's fine mid against the Tiny. It's one of those break-even lanes. I don't think you see Tiny, you don't really care about that lane that much. You probably care more about not having squishy supports. But a lot of the top tier supports are all squishy at the moment, right? We saw Dark Willow and Hoodwink and Lich, and they're all very squishy. So I wonder what Passion UA is going to do.
Okay.
Lifestealer.
Gonna go for the Clockwork pickup. So are they gonna go for something ranged carry here? Do they? I mean, the Luna, from what I saw, dead hero, but do you go for something like the TA, the Drow Ranger coming out? You know, the Gyrocopter's been banned. Can't go for that, but I wonder if they have something different up the sleeve here on the side of Mouse.
I feel like we're seeing a lot of double melee lanes this past couple of months, and I'm not entirely sure why, but like Bloodseeker Clock, Bloodseeker Tusk, all of these like combos from double melee heroes are very popular at the moment. And I'm not sure I have an explanation for it, but I don't think it necessarily means they want a range hero as their carry.
Okay. More to being picked up. Is this an answer back to the Clockwork? The Clockwork drops his cogs, and you've got the calling that you can drop on top of it. You know, you the dead shot coming through as well to stop him from really being able to chase down with the battery assault as well.
Yeah, it's like Muerta is one of the best counters to Clock. You have the slow from the calling, you have the pushback from the dead shot. It's just very good.
Okay.
And it's a good lane. Like we've seen a lot of skewer Muerta lanes, so that's probably 3 and 4. They pick their 5, and I mean Pugna very squishy into a Clock. That's bold from Passion. He gives them push, but I feel like this Pugna is gonna be eating strays the entire game.
Yeah, and we'll have to see how Mouse will respond to this one. Clockwork, you think that's going to be the 5? You think that's Fly's heroes coming out here?
Yeah, it definitely looks like that. Unless they want to pick like some Darkseer type hero to play the Clock. It's probably what's going to be happening.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see what Mao's next pick is going to be as well, whether they want to lock in that next support, whether they want to be locking in one of these core roles. And again, hero-wise, from what they've been playing, let me just take a look through the games just to see, you know, what the plan has been from either side. So Mao's looking for, there's been a Lycan, a Baron coming through. Yeah, Storm Spirits, the Morph that's got ban out. They do like the Storm Spirit from time to time as well. So
I wonder if they want to play Dusa here for Passion. If that's like the purpose of the Pugna, because I think Storm is not that good already for Passion. They have a lot of AoE control.
Yeah, maybe.
And they have 18, so it's relatively decent for a Dusa pick. You have Mag, and there you go, the Bloodseeker Clock. Everyone wants to play it.
How do you feel about the Bloodseeker this time around? You know, because the last series, that second game for Jiggling, it really didn't feel like it fit in. But do you like the Bloodseeker as a hero? Was it just a bad pick in the last game?
I don't even think it was a bad pick that game. The draft itself was weird with the Bloodseeker.
Yeah.
This game, I like it. You know, it's hard for the Pugna to hold his own. He can't really life drain people because of Blood Right. Rupture is always good against Mag. It's definitely fine, and they don't have that much burst yet on Passion. Especially they want to play that Dusa.
Okay, we'll see. Crystal Maiden comes out here, so it might actually be that 4 Clockwork. And then Crystal Maiden, with the Bloodseeker in the lane.
It's one of CM's on the fly's favorite hero, so probably gonna be that. And it looks fine for Dusa, honestly. You really don't care about Bloodseeker because your HP is always at max. Maybe the toss back Rupture thing could be a problem.
Yeah. Okay. What are you looking at? Because, I mean, we've already spoken about it. The Magnus could flex in here for Passion. Do you want to now put that in the mid lane? Stop it coming up against the Bloodseeker in the off and maybe pick something else up here for the off lane of Passion?
I think you pick carry here. I feel like picking off lane right now. Because, like, you already know the Bloodseeker matchup. You don't really know.
No, they go tied. Okay.
That's very weird because you don't dispel Rupture. Clock actually annoys the hell out of you. I was not expecting that at all.
No. Maybe Passion. They see some big 5-mans in the future. You know, the 5-man RP into the 5-man Ravage into the 5-man Netherblast coming through from the Pugna. Not the... again, not a hero that I was seeing a whole lot of, and not a hero I was expecting to be picked up here by Passion either.
Yeah, I mean, it's tanky, so I guess in that sense, it can lane against the Bloodseeker well, but it's similar to what the Timbersaw did, even though it gets countered by Bloodseeker past level 6, the laning stage is good.
Yeah.
But, I don't know. Kind of confused, but they have 3 green heroes, so maybe they want a 4th one as their 23 pick.
So if we're going all green, what are you expecting then? Like a Viper pick, a Wind Ranger, OD.
Can they pick Necro here? Can they
Necro.
play like carry Necro mid mag or carry mag mid Necro?
Looking out, Nature's Prophet. You know, he's also green.
What about some Treant Protector mid?
Yeah, of course. You know, that classic Treant Protector mid that we see all the time.
Oh yeah, Dusa is kind of green, right? Would you say she's green?
Yeah, she's green, depending on what cosmetics she has.
Yeah, green, yellowish. But they are banning mid heroes here, so they think it's carry mag and Passion. I mean, I guess they can pick Storm, right?
Yeah. Backline dive. I'm just thinking that the Storm Spirit as well. The backline dive wise, you don't really have it because the Clockwork's not going to be super susceptible to it. Yeah, okay, you can get the kill onto the Crystal Maiden, but for the minute, I don't know if that would be the most effective use of the hero, if you know what I mean.
I think you need something that doesn't care about Rupture. So the options are Storm, Earth Spirit.
Oh, Spectre.
Oh, wait. Oh, it's mid-mag.
Okay. She's not green, but, you know, we'll see how she's going to do. And, I mean, you were talking about something that doesn't really care about the Rupture. You can just... It's not Holland anymore. I always forget the name of the ultimate.
Shadow Step.
Shadow Step, yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's fine. It's tanky. The lane is very weak, so I wonder if Mouse feels like they can exploit this somehow. Pick some... It's like they have a lot of team fight, but not necessarily a lot of burst, especially before the Spectre gets online. So maybe like a Bristleback, something that... Oh, it's banned.
Would you be expecting... I mean, again, the Doom is there. If they want to maybe do that, you know, stop the Spectre from being able to escape. You've got the lockdown heroes like the Centaur, right, that you can pick up if you want to. Slaughter still available. Underlord as well.
Tango, maybe? Like some... I feel like they need something that can just go in and break the fight. Yeah, that's somehow similar. You just rush BKB.
Yeah.
You probably destroy the laning against Spectre as well, because Spectre is a really shitty level 1 hero. I mean, I like Miles' draft. I feel like it's fine. To me, Passion was really cooking up into the Pugna, and now their draft looks a bit slow, in my opinion. And I think they have 2 very squishy supports that can be bursted down by the Tiny and the Primal Beast.
Okay. Well, yeah, we'll see how they want to play that one. In terms of the Spectre pick, are you looking, Sanjiasha, Diff Blades, Radiance, Butterfly? What do you want to be building up here for that Spectre? Specifically up against the Bloodseeker as well.
I've seen a lot of Radiance. This game doesn't look like a Radiance game to me, so it's probably something like either Orchid or your standard Blade Mail Manta. Like, I've seen a lot of Ags, actually. I've seen, like, Blade Mail Manta Ags a fair amount, which I'm not that fond of, but might be the path here. I think Radiance looks a bit mediocre for this game.
Okay. Well, both lineups on the board here. You were leaning towards Passion, right before the drafts came out. But looking at the teams now with the heroes that they've picked up, are you still thinking that Passion going to take this first game, or have they done enough to convince you here that game number 1 might swing their way?
I'm still going Passion. I just feel like the draft is slightly Mal's favored, but maybe not enough to offset my disbelief in their recent results.
Okay, we'll see how it is going to go. And again, the winner of this does move through to play up against Night Pulse in the upper bracket final. The loser drops down to play up against Navi Jr. And that is a bit of a slog here because it's a quarterfinals you're dropping down to. So there is going to be more and more matches that you have to play. So if you win this one, you're through. You've got 2 more games to come. 2 more series to come, a best of 3 and a best of 5. If you carry on winning. If not, you drop down. You play a quarterfinals, you play a lower bracket semifinals, a lower bracket finals, then you get yourself into the grand finals. So you've still got yourself 4 or 5 matches to play before you're even considered to be close to being the winner. So you want to be winning this one. You want to be locking yourself into that upper bracket final. Give yourself as easy a path as possible.
Oh yeah, that's the plan. But we know how things pan out. You don't always get what you want.
No, you do not. And we'll see how it is going to go here. The 2 teams, they are going to be getting themselves in. Smoke coming out already from Passion. Are they going to be able to fight? We get a quick pause.
Not like this.
What did you expect?
Yeah, let's see how this one breaks down with that pause coming through. Ooh, they actually have the positioning for a fight because Mao's are staying close together.
Yeah, I don't think Mouse really has any business trying to poke that high ground. They don't really have any toss back for the skewer. So, but I mean, if they were to fight,
So much
and
blood.
Niche doesn't get a skewer into a high ground, I would say Mouse's level 1 is stronger. Like, they have a lot of AoE, right? You have Battery Assault, you have Avalanche Blood Raid, Onslaught. It's just an insane amount of AoE.
Okay. Well, let's see how it is going to break down because we've got the go. So everybody looking like they want to get themselves into it. Yeah, both sides, we give ourselves a go. And we'll see what they're going to try and do here on the side of Maz. Whether they even want to go. So it's going to be the smoke coming out from Maz. And it breaks immediately. Fernand's going to get caught out by the Crystal Maiden. The damage coming through now as well. Force going to get the damage onto Fernand. He is going to be the first blood. And now the Titans are caught out as well. Damage coming through. Force is going to get pretty darn low. He's already used the skill to get himself, the damage out with that trample, but the cogs on, and do they get another one? They do. A Niche, he is gonna fall. Didn't even need the trample damage from the Primal Beast. That is a really good couple of pickups coming out from the side of Mouse. And yeah, Fernand's was just wrong place in the, plenty of time to think about the position, but just gets caught out, and all the AoE damage coming through means that they can transition onto that Tidehunter incredibly easily.
Dude, that's 1,000 gold lead, minute 0. Oh my lord, that's so unfortunate for Fernandes. And level 1 Frostbite, I feel like if I'm the Crystal Maiden there, I'm so focused. Like, if I find someone, I would assume there's more people, so I would learn Crystal Nova. But Frostbite was the reason they actually get that kill. Very nicely done by Fly.
Yeah, and maybe showing a little bit of experience. You know, that smoke coming out before they go high ground. They had no information, so they just decided that you know what? Yeah, it's worth burning the smoke out. Immediately breaks, and they take complete control. So let's see. And like you're saying, Crystallize, level 1, not the strongest laner in the world. We'll see how he's going to try and get that farm up against the Primal Beast and the Clockwork here that might just be able to zone him out.
Yeah, and that's a Clockwork also draining your mana. That's the one way the Spectre has to get those early CSs. So this is a nightmare lane for Spectre, not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's not great. Almost. See how I don't want to say recover because we're not even 2-3 minutes in yet, but you know how they're gonna try and play around this one. And the Tide as well. You're talking about how he's a big tanky boy, but the Bloodseeker doesn't mind chipping away at you like this, and you are gonna get Frostbite, the Bloodright coming out here as well, and it's a lot of damage this Tide Hunt's gonna take on the chin, and for no real reply.
Yeah, this combo is just super annoying. You're gonna have a lot of mana regen coming from the CM to spam the Bloodright. It's definitely, you know, the strongest lanes available. Oh, look at that again.
Yeah. And even with the dead shot coming through, it doesn't stop the Bloodright from proccing on the mortar. And you can see both heroes in this lane sitting on about half health. So it isn't going to be a comfortable lane here for or a laning stage overall for the side of Passion. And we'll see what the game plan is.
Low skill just pressuring so much. And in terms of CS, I'm surprised that the Primal is not doing as well as I thought Force would, but it probably gets harder for the Spectre as the levels passes.
Yeah. And let's see how they want to... I mean, again, just focusing on this lane. You can see the damage coming through, the actual disparity. Well, mid lane, we might actually... Okay, Bloodright coming through. But yeah, mid lane, we might actually see a bit of a contest here on the runes. Toss comes back onto the Mag, but the Mag, he takes a couple of tower shots. It's fine. I thought Supreme, they might try and go a little bit more ham on this one, but they just, you know, the one toss comes through, and Supreme doesn't really follow upon it after the couple of tower shots.
Yeah, the annoying thing for Forest bottom is the Crepify, just having that, and like the 45% move slow is really why Forest hasn't really done as much damage, but top lane, there's a lot of
Look at
damage.
it comes out. Is this going to be the first kill coming the way of Passion? And it is, and Bachuk gets that one on fly. Now, though, is it going to be the full? Low skill tries to get himself away. There is the stance here from the call-in. Bachuk, though, not a lot of health left, and low skill might just be able to play around this one. Got to be careful because it is a 1v2, but he's still going to be able to find that farm here as Supreme pops that water rune, takes the tree, and looking to just help clear off bottom lane. See Crystallize, he's taking a lot of damage from that trample once again on Force. As
clutch calling from Fernand's there. As soon as Fly was turning, he gets the silence, and the Crystal Maiden just lost so much time in that
look at this one. Skewer back here. He's going to be onto Supreme. Supreme, he has the... does he have any bottle charges left on the Tiny? He does not. He's got Tangos, though, and he's a big boy anyway.
I mean, that mid lane, you know, we're never going to see if, any depths, but bottom is where the action is. They get Cracker. And that's when things start to get scary, when you have boots on Force.
Yeah. And Crystallize going to be left alone here to the Pugna. Pugna does have that TP back into the lane. Got to be careful, though, about being caught out again, because if he dies before that TP comes back up, Crystallize, I mean, again, really not having a good time here. 13 last hits to the 20 of the Bloodseeker. Gets caught out in the cogs. Wait, do they have the damage here? He's going to try and get himself around. Did he? Was he trying to bring something in for the Spectre? It looks like
it was.
Salves.
He has a salve.
Yeah.
Oh my lord, that is...
It ain't great, mate. It ain't great at all here for the Spectre.
I was like, maybe the Pugna is walking, because if he dies, he's gonna have a TP back, but nope, it was just on cooldown.
Yeah. And now Crystallize again. Even, I mean, there is going to be the Decrep coming out here, but the Primal Beast really doesn't care. Now the Cogs coming through here. Going to be the wider Cogs, so Force can just walk himself back in. The kick comes out and Crystallize. Already going to have to use that salve that Cracker brought to the lane for him.
It's so obnoxious, those freaking cogs sapping your mana. And they're going for Cracker here.
Yeah, they might be able to get another kill onto him now as well. And again, he cancelled that TP out. It's not going to be there for another 20 seconds out. What can he do? The Crepify will be used. Rotation comes in for Fly as well. It's going to be another kill. And Cracker just getting absolutely bullied in this lane.
Yeah, I mean, that Spectre pick is... They're going to be regretting that for a while. because this Primal Beast, it actually took them a while to fully dominate the lane, but Spectre cannot show up anymore, and that's another death.
Yeah. And Mouse, yeah, they've just completely taken control of this laning stage. Passion really struggling to find the footing here. So, Mouse, at least for now, for the first 5.5 minutes of this game, going to be looking like they're making all the right moves, making all the great rotations. And we saw it from Nightpulse. If you can take control of the laning stage, you can take control of the entire game. It's just if Mouse have that game plan up their sleeve.
Nish is really the only hero having a decent game, as they're going to find Fernandes again, and he should be dead.
It's just an easy pickup once again. Shield Rune, Niche should be able to see this one. We'll be able to get that bottle refill on it as well. But yeah, it's really not the way you want to be playing this one out. Niche at least has the level 6 now. Does he want to try and start to make rotations? He will have those power treads up in about 75 gold. So that might be where we start to see Niche trying to have an impact on the side lanes.
Oh, off lane.
Kick comes through.
Huh. They push him out of the blood right there.
What have we here?
Radiant are scanning.
So, but yeah, Nishad started to move towards the sideline, it looks like. Do they want to try and contest onto... I mean, it looks like XX Vampire was trying to contest onto the Wisdom Rune. Sees he's in trouble. Oh, he puts the cog in the wrong place. Will just be able to get himself out there. But nearly trapped himself on that little land bridge.
Oh, Cracker, though, trying to seal the rune. They TP, but I think they're too late.
Yeah, they might just be. He's going to be able to pick it up. Yes, he is. And now the damage coming through. I mean, you take that. He got the Wisdom Rune. He's still only level 3. That's how punished Cracker's been in this entire game. And it is going to cost him his life. Second Wisdom Rune comes out, but it still only gets the Pugna to level 4.
Yeah, but that's still worth it because it means that instead of having a level 6 Crystal Maiden mid at like 8, it's gonna be probably mid at 10. So it really, they're even now, whereas they had the chance to truly snowball this game. Bottom lane though, Crystallize. He's Giga.
Yeah, and it's... Oh, can they follow up onto Cracker now as well? And again, Cracker just coming back. The damage, it might be done already. And they're trying to... Yep, Frostbite comes out, and now Cracker caught in the middle of 4 heroes, just being bounced around. Easy kill. 10-1 for the side of Mouse. Not even 8 minutes into this game. They are in full control.
One thing they have that I think I maybe underestimated is every hero on the side of Mouse has set up for the Blood Right. You have Pulverize, Avatars, Cogs, and Frostbite to Blood Right. And these engagements are so easy. They're literally going Soul Ring on the Bloodseeker just because he understands how aggressive he can play with that spell. You never see this item on Bloodseeker, but for this draft, it makes total sense.
Yeah, and you can see that. I mean, Fly again going to start to move around with Excess Vampire. They are just hunting here, maybe looking to fish out a big one as they move themselves towards the top of the map. But the Tidehunter already starting to back himself away. Force has all of the control here in the bottom lane, finding the free farm out. Low skill finding his items here as well. He's going to be going towards that Radiance. Yeah, now Niche, the Rush is going to come through. Tries to get himself towards the low ground. TP coming out, but there's going to be the Clockwork interrupting straight. Force even gets a solo kill onto Crystallize. I didn't expect that. Damn, dude.
Yeah, that's level 8 Primal Beast for you versus level 5 Spectre that has treads instead of phase boots.
Yeah. And if you're then looking again at the way Passion are playing, it just feels like both Passion jiggling the game plan. It's been a little bit too slow, a little bit too sleepy, and they've just not been able to... I mean, I'm talking about, it's only Passion's first game, they're less than 10 minutes in, but already giving up 12 kills. It feels like they're not responding to the aggression that Maus are showing.
I mean, they did feed 1,000 gold at 0 though, right? Like, this game could be very hard, very different if that doesn't happen. But regardless, I do feel like, especially if the Spectre lane, they would have struggled anyways.
And in the mid lane,
oh my god,
they're going to look for another fight here. Again, the jump comes in, the RP was being teased. Not going to get off the Pulverize. Will be using the Blood Right. It keeps him silenced up. Supreme gets it with the toss, and Fernandes can only watch on as his mid laner gets taken down once again. And do they want to try and fight this one? They're just going to Ravage out to get the kill onto Fly. Can they go for any more though? It looks like that's just going to be the response, and that was, again, it was the Spectral in, it was the Ravage being used there as well, all to get a kill on a Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, and the Spectre doesn't get the kill, which you truly need for Crystallize. He doesn't even have half of his Blade Mail at the moment, whereas this Bloodseeker, he's closing in on a Sacred Relic.
And if you want to kind of, again, I was thinking about the other way around because the Bloodseeker going to be primarily right-click. So maybe the Radiance would have worked. Catch out once again. Yeah, the damage once again, even if he drops it, it doesn't matter. Pulverize will be used, and the damage coming through, more than enough to get the kill. Should even be able to take down this tier 1 tower in the mid lane now.
I mean, Radiance for Spectre is nice, but like he doesn't have a game, right? If he starts rushing Radiance now, you're pretty much signing up your defeat as the top lane. That is a nice Shadow Step.
Can they get the kill though? He's gonna get low. Yeah, low skill. He will go down. Okay, so that's a really nice pick right before he had the gold for the Sacred Relic there as well. So that is gonna delay him just a little bit. And can they get everybody out alive? The toss comes through from the Tiny. He's got himself a haste rune, but won't be able to find the catch. In fact, he's just gonna move himself right back to mid, and Cracker could be in a whole world of hurt here. No Blink Dagger on the Tiny. The chase down coming through. The toss comes in though, and look at that. Cracker, he loses his barrier and a little bit of health, but won't be able to get the kill out onto the Pugna.
Yeah, there's a Blink Dagger flying to Supreme, so maybe he's just trying to wear Cracker down until that item shows up. And they get a tower regardless. Hookshot though.
Yeah. It looks like the dive comes in here. Can they get the kill? Yeah, Nishi's going to be caught out once again. And the damage is just going to be way too much. Do they want to go for more now? Cracker, he gets caught out. Even with the Incredible Fire, there's still going to be the Frostbite. There's still going to be the Pulverize coming through. Even using the Freezing Field here on Fly, the Life Drain comes out, though. They don't quite secure the kill. And Cracker will be able to live through that.
So tanky on the Pugna. I'm surprised he was able to withstand all of that damage.
Yeah, it's
they
still
might see Crystallize. I think he's dead.
They do. They catch him out. They get the kill out and force.
Such a deep ward.
16 to 3. 12 minutes into this one, and yeah, force. I think that's like the third, fourth kill he's got onto the Spectre here, and it's just again the second. Just being able to get primarily the solo kill coming through, and yeah, force. He's just absolutely running this game on the Primal Beast.
And that's one of the big reasons why you pick Primal. Not only destroy the laning stage, but afterwards you can get an Aghanim Scepter, and the break, it just makes Spectre so sad.
Yeah, and if you look at the way they want to try and play around this one, again, they're going to be able to get on top of Cracker. They're going to be able to just keep the pressure. You were talking about the Excess Vampire. He's even going to be able to get the hookshot away. Does he live through this? He might just, he will. And the tips comes out, and you talked about it, the two squishy supports in this game for the side of Passion being punished out.
They cannot show. Like, they show, they die. And now Supreme, can he get a toss back? Oh, he gets it!
Yeah, Rupture even going to be committed there to make sure they get the kill. The right click's coming through, and low skill gets another one.
That was the Blink Dagger. At least it's completed for Niche, but man, he's the only hero that was having a decent game, and he just died 5 times after the lane stage was over. It's just so sad for him.
Yeah, and it's again looking at this for the side of Passion. What is the game plan now? Because they are so far behind. Is it just going to have to be the Blade Mail BKB here for the Spectre and try and play around, the rest of the team just stop farming and look for the fights? Or has that kind of passed them by here?
I think the only way they can have a good fight is you need to bait this Tide. You need to force a lot of spells being cast on him as he's tanky with the Maze Layer. And you counter initiate with RP, with Shadow Step. But, well, there's no Shadow Step when Crystallize is dead.
Gonna be able to get another kill. It was a dual kill there. Farming in the little paddling pool. Force Supreme. Just walk up because you've got no vision around that. Instant toss into the Pulverize and no way for that Spectre to escape.
Yeah, they're trying to get the top tower, it looks like, and it looks like they will get it. That's nice.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, and do they carry on going for more though? Because I mean, They do have control. They're letting low skill farm as well.
They're
They
gonna
want to
find
maybe look to
Niche.
towers. In fact, yeah, they're going to try and go. Oh, the blink away. Niche so close to being picked up there, but the quick fingers, it does get him out. Don't go back.
Radiant's
You just got
turret
yourself
has
out of
been
there.
killed.
Are they looking for a fight? Maybe, but
That's
there's
a
going to be...
BKB on force. This fight
Yeah.
is hard.
Yeah, they're going to try and go now. The cogs are down as well. Hookshot on the backlines. What can they do? Decrepify comes out. Silence out onto the Primal Beast. Rook's going to be used onto Batuk now as well. Do they want to go for more? There's going to be a really nice toss back. A great toss back. You just watch his health disappear. They take down Kraken now. They're going to be able to get themselves on top of the Muerta here as well. And the Muerta might just be taken care of here, living up to her name. She is dead and buried here. 22-3. 15 minutes, 16 minutes in, genuinely, I would not be surprised if there was a GG here from Passion. They might want to try and play this game out as long as possible, but I've seen teams just go, okay, that's enough. And we hit the 3-2-2 in terms of the kills.
I remember, I think Harry's biggest wet dream of all time is casting a game where a team GG's out as soon as they get to 3-2-2. Unfortunately, it doesn't feel like that's what's going to happen here, but... I mean, I don't know. They were...
It's okay, Supreme. Blade Mail gets popped here. There is going to be
though.
Avalanche. Ravage will be used, but the
Oh,
hookshot
no.
comes in. The interrupt, the RP will be thrown out, though. They get the kill onto the Tiny. And the Clockwork looks like he might be giving his life up. It was a good try at the save, but we get the 5 kills on the board. And yeah, what was the gold that they gave up there? It was about 1,200 for Supreme, about 900-ish for Excess Vampires. So yeah, giving up about 2k gold for those kills. It's not enough to swing the gold favor back to their side, but it was a big chunk of the net worth advantage that Mouse had.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was Fernandes that got like 1,200 gold out of all of that, but he did finish an Atos out of that engagement, which could potentially allow them to get more pickups in the future. Obviously, there's already BKBs available, but oh, Batyuk, they find him. No Ravage.
Yeah, and they're going to take the Frostbite out into the Pulverize. Kraken does rotate in. There's going to be the Rupture coming through, though. It looks like they want to get the Interrupt as well, and this should be the death of the... Look at him being bounced around here, this Titan. They're just being pushed back and back and back. They get the kill. Hookshot comes in. The dead shot not going to be doing too much here. Cracker is going to be able to get that life drain coming through now. He gets it out onto the Bloodseeker. The Bloodseeker could try and run away, but it doesn't matter. That damage coming through from the side of Mouse, and look at this. Crystallize just has to bounce. He has to leave. Has to say, you know what? You're on your own. And Fernandes will fall. Everybody on the side of Mouse lives through that, I think.
Yeah, I'm surprised they even tried to cover for the Tide. Like, yes, he is your strongest hero right now, but when you don't have Ravage RP, I don't think you should even attempt to fight. It's just, you're going to be baited. There's so much mobility and low cooldowns on Mouse that it's really hard to cover for someone. You just got to accept your loss.
Radiant's bottom
yeah.
tower is under
And
attack.
if you're looking at this, for the side of Passion again, they've shown some fight, but it just feels like every time there's let's call it a fair fight, you know, 2v2, 3v3, 4v4, 5v5, whatever you want to call it, you know, it's always coming out inside of at least Mouse's favor. Dead even would work. But yeah, they're going to be able to go. The Spectre once again, it looks like they have the damage here to get the kill. They have the interrupt, and Crystallize just falls.
I mean, when there's a 6-level difference between carries, game is usually extremely hard.
Yeah, yeah. And Supreme, he is going to be able to get another kill onto Cracker here. Batyuk, he's trying to do what he can for the farm, and again, he's looking towards the pipe, but you look at the net worth on this Tidehunter, he really doesn't have anything because of how costly those items that he needs to build are up, and he's not having the impact that he needs to in these fights.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at Nish and he has a Blink Haya.
Radiant's
Like,
top tower is under
that
attack.
doesn't seem to solve their problems
Radiant's
at the
top
moment.
tower
Yeah,
has fallen.
yeah. So, we'll see just what they're thinking here. But at the minute, it does feel like Mouse, they're just looking for a way to close out this game. Maybe they find a pick, they head to that Roshan pit. Or hell, they find a pick and they hit down the tier 2, they go for a high ground push as well. But they are going to group up for the smoke. Let's see when they want to try and take this fight.
I mean, the ideal move here is you just bait the Tide. Like,
Yeah.
that hero needs to be the first point of contact, or you're probably never winning a 5 versus 5.
Are scanning.
But I mean, they're gonna find Crystallize again, or this. Okay, Crystallize seems to be aware.
Yeah, he backs himself
Oh,
up, but
no.
he still gets cut out. Does he get
toss
tossed
him
back?
back.
Pops that blade mail though. Was that pulverized? They have the control, the damage coming through the blade mail. It's not gonna be enough. And Crystallize goes down once again. And it looks, again, it's so hard for Crystallize to find anything on the map.
Radiant's
Like,
bottom tower
have we
has
mentioned
fallen.
this? Excess Vampire is ahead of Crystallize in that group.
We have not mentioned just how bad it's been for the Spectre here in game number 1.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta give it to Mouse. They got that first blood, but they honestly didn't really make a single mistake. They lane well. They made
Radiant's
sure to
middle tower
hunt
is
the
under
Spectre.
attack.
Like, there's 2 really tanky hero scores on the side of the Radiant. Pretty much every engagement wasn't really focused on them. They were always hunting Spectre. And yeah, Crystallize trying to go for this Radiance. It just hurts your game so much. Like, you have no aggressive potential.
Radiant's middle tower is
And
under
yeah,
attack.
that's exactly what it feels like here. That they are just being punished for the and again,
Radiant's middle tower
that seems
has
to be
fallen.
even for the past few weeks, for the past few months, the games that I've seen, the team that can get aggressive and get ahead, they are the ones that control. They are the ones that win out, and it doesn't feel like teams on the same level. You know, I'm not talking about, okay, if Liquid came up against Mouse and Mouse were, Liquid probably get a comeback, but teams on the same level, if they get behind here and one is ultra aggressive, the ultra aggressive one seems to be one that takes control of the game and seems to be one 9 times out of 10 that locks it out. So maybe teams need to take a look at how they want to try and operate in the early game.
Yeah, well, it feels like it's... I mean, I'm surprised that Ashen is still trying as hard as they are because, I mean, sure, Spectre is one of the best late game heroes of all time, but that is a sad Spectre.
Yeah, they could just be talking it through, how they want to approach the next game, what they should be looking for in game number 2, how they can improve the game plan, because again, talking to like LeBron, he just says not every game that goes on like this when it looks lost is a team trying to come back. They are just trying to talk it out, what they can do better. And it looks like Low Skill going to try and get it off of Batchuk, yeah, the BKB is going to go through. The TP, though, it keeps the Tidehunter alive. Leaves Fernandes as well as Cracker on their own, though. So that's going to be another 2 kills on the supports on the side of Passion. And 5 to 30, 23 minutes in. Yeah, Mouse, they're just looking for a way to close this game out, I think. Because you look at the Spectre, it is a Radiance that's on the quick buy bar. Quick buy? Yeah, quick buy bar, not quick bar buy. But it's... I don't know what impact that's really going to have, because it's not going to offer survivability. The damage that can come through from the side of Mouse, it's a lot of magic damage here as well. That Radiance needed to be up about 10 minutes ago, if that's what he wanted to go for. And now the toss back. Yeah, Tide, no TP scroll. Don't know if he's really got a way out of this one. He's going to try and do what he can, pop that pipe, keep himself alive for as long as possible, but the Frostbite comes through. They have the control, they have the damage, and even the Ravage is going to be spent there right before he dies, but not enough to keep him alive.
Yikes. Yeah, and there's a break now on the Primal Beast, so you're talking about survivability. I don't think neither the Spectre or the Tide can really do anything about that.
No, not at all here. And again, I feel like this Roche is the opening to the end of the game. Mouse are going to take this one. They're going to be able to walk themselves up high ground, maybe take a racks, maybe take a couple of racks, and just slowly bleed Passion out inside their own base.
Yeah, high ground is a little bit hard for Mouse. You have only melee cores, so you always got to be careful about skewers and ravages and everything, the crapify, but I don't even think they're gonna force things that much. You can just, keep choking and make sure that you only go high ground when there's absolutely no chance for them to even muster a fight.
Yeah. How do you kind of look at this one? I mean, talking about the base offensive, that's what it has to come to here for this side of Passion. How do you want to approach this? Like I say, is it just the skewers back? Are you looking for, one pickoff at a time? Is there any way to stop Mouse falling up if you do get a skewer back on anybody?
I think the ideal The ideal fight's still the same here. You
Crystallize.
posture the tide.
Gonna get caught out. The Primal Beast gonna be able to get on top of the Spectre, and again, has at least got the Sacred Relic up, but again, gonna slow her right down in terms of getting up to that range. The Ravage comes out now, excuse me, not the Ravage, the Rupture comes out here onto the Titan. The Titan this time, he cannot get that TV back. 2 heroes dead for at least 30 seconds. GG's going to be called.
Damn. All right, that was hard to watch. That was an incredible performance here. Mouse. Sure, they had the first blood, but in all honesty, there was no point in this game where it felt like Passion had a chance past minute 7. Like,
yeah.
Spectre 0 and 5, the Magnus 0 and 5, the supports have really no ganking capabilities, no way to like create scenarios where they can take fights. And that Bloodseeker, like, they really had a lot of synergy with the Bloodseeker. If there's one hero I would tackle in the next draft, it's probably that one.
Yeah, and looking a lot better than what we saw in the last game that Bloodseeker. He had the perfect combination there. The Tide really never posed a threat to him in the lane. He was just able to close it out. And again, looking at the scoreboard here, Passion, the 3 kills for the Muerta, 2 kills for the Tide Hunter. Nobody else getting a kill on the board. 0, 8, and 4 for Crystallize. On the other side, Bloodseeker picks up 6, 9 for the Tiny as well as the Primal Beast. You get 7 on the Clockwork and even 2 on the Crystal Maiden. So it was just a good spread here for Mouse. They knew where they needed to get the picks out, where they needed to apply the pressure, and it really does work out for them. So Passion, going to be 1 game down, but it is a best of 3. We'll see if they're going to be able to come back, bring it to a 1-1, or if it's going to be 2-0 here for Mouse. We'll find out after this break.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Welcome back in, everybody, to what could be the final game of the day here. Passion versus Mouse, and Mouse are 1-up after a complete battering of the side of Passion in game number 1. We see the draft on the board already, the Alchemist, the Bristleback being banned out, the Mortar this time being taken away. So what else are you expecting to be taken out here, Bowie? In the last game, I don't even think we saw the Dragonite ban. It wasn't touch pick ban at all. Is that something you think neither team wants to approach here in game number 2?
I would definitely like the Dragonite a bit more than the Spectre. They really got punished a lot by the Primal. But honestly, to me, the Bloodseeker was one of the biggest problems. And also, I was very unimpressed with Magnus play of Niche. So maybe don't gravitate towards the Magnus instantly. I think you might as well leave it in the pool. Don't ban Morphling. Try to counter it instead of playing it, or give it to someone else, because Niche definitely didn't impress me.
Yeah, and we see it's going to be the Hoodwink, the Phoenix, as well as that Gyrocopter being banned out here as we get through this first phase. So we'll see what the final ban for Mouse is going to be before we hit up onto that first couple of picks for each team. And looking through, again, Mouse, okay, they've actually banned out the Mortar, so we're not going to be seeing that one again for the side of Passion. But Mouse had a really good time about picking up those squishy supports in the last game, so maybe they're going to do something like that again. Maybe look for that tiny first pick, maybe look to pick that Primal Beast up again, the Clockwork, a mixture of those 3 heroes that really did just get the jump on and get a kill off. In fact, they're just going straight for the Magnus right off the bat here for the side of Mouse.
I actually don't think Passion cares. I feel like they really didn't play the hero that well. Oh, there you go. They go for the Dragonite. I think that's a better response for sure. You could have picked Morphling. I think that's one that some Morphling teams like to run, but maybe Passion not that confident in that hero.
Yeah, we see the Dawnbreaker being banned out again, and taking that one away. You talked about it in the last draft. That one is a great response to the Magnus. Whenever the Magnus RP comes out, if you've got the control out, it gets cancelled out by the heals there for the Dawnbreaker, so we're not going to be seeing that one here. Miles want to be taking that one through. Speaking of the Dragonite, again, the hero that we saw in October-ish, when we were at the LAN, the hero kind of took over. It was the big fire dragon, it was the cleaves coming through, building into the orchids, the Daedalus, the blink daggers. Is that something that we still see? Is it all about getting that right-click damage out here for the Dragonite in that dragon form?
I think so. Unless there's a reason to flex this DK to the mid lane, you probably just want to go for a pretty standard build here. But the thing is, Dragonite is a little bit of a slow hero compared to like your Bloodseekers of the world. So I'm curious to see if Mouse is going to play the same style of just like run at you. And because, Dragonite is definitely stronger in the lane of Spectre, but I wouldn't say Pugna is a strong laner. You can definitely try to overwhelm that lane by just killing the Pugna multiple times.
Okay. And they're going to go for the Clockwork again, so we're going to be seeing some more dive to come through. The Hoodwink's already been banned out. Is break even something that you want to look towards when you're up against the Dragonite? Being able to kind of make it easier to get the kill onto the DK?
You mean break as in break his passives?
Yeah. So, because the Dragon Blood it's the innate now, right? So you don't break that whenever you're only breaking the Worm's Wrath.
I think you can break both, right?
I thought innates didn't break.
Oh no, though some definitely do. Ties innate breaks for sure. But breaks are fine. I don't think you necessarily need it because it isn't as strong as it used to be, right? In the past, like now you only get the full value when you're level 30, whereas in the past, like when you're level 7 as DK, you could already have plus 12 armor or something crazy. I think regen reduction is a bit better. We used to see a lot of Doom against DKs, but so far, no indication that's what Miles wants to play. And I think Doom is too slow. To me, like what worked in game 1 was relentless aggression. I wouldn't be surprised to see like Crystal Maiden being picked. I guess they have 18. They're probably going to pick a core, but just something that allows the Bloodseeker to run at people and use blood right.
Yeah, maybe just going to try and run it back to the last one. The Doom does come out, though, here for the side of Passion. So is that a big enough detractor up against this Bloodseeker? Do you think Passion have a bit of a better lane here in the lane stage, the Doom up against the Seeker?
that Tide did well. So I'm even surprised they don't pick Tide here. It's very good against RP. Sure, you don't really dispel the rupture, but to me, that was the best hero they had in that game, and it's literally the same, potentially the same lane. So I don't know. I'm not that impressed. I feel like they were afraid of the Doom being picked on 18, and they felt forced to pick it for themselves.
Okay. Would you then look towards a Lincoln's builder? Just to saw that Doom coming out, or maybe even Lord Sword builder. Maybe put this mag in the mid lane. Look for someone like the Underlord that wouldn't mind building up into the to be able to get the reflect off anytime that Doom does start to be threatened.
Yeah, I mean that's nice. But I feel like with the tempo they have on Mouse, you might not even care about Doom, because you could just pressure so hard that you have 2 farmers already on Doom and Dragon Knight. They're gonna have to find something here that allows them to play a bit faster on Passion, or I feel like they're gonna run into the same problem.
Okay. What would you think that would be? You looking towards like maybe the Puck or the Queen of Pain, something like that they can run into mid? Quick gank in, jump out heroes.
I really like Puck. I think Puck is very good here. He actually uses Empower pretty well when he has the shard. I just overwhelm the Pugna. Very hard for anyone to catch you.
Okay.
But you could go like Earth Spirit. I think Earth Spirit looks good. Probably. It feels like Earth Spirit is the new Puck, honestly. It's just it's so tanky.
Yeah, that hero. I mean, it keeps getting changed and nerfed, and his items get nerfed, and the hero just persists. There is no getting rid of that. So maybe that's something we say again. Looking, we don't really see, or I don't really see them going for something like the Sniper here for the side of Mouse. Yeah, okay, gonna go for the Ember.
Okay. I guess he's kind of hard to catch, and it does combo with Blood Right on a lower cooldown, right? Puck has Coil, but that's a pretty long cooldown. Chains, you can pretty much spam those so much in the fights. I do like that aspect of it.
Yeah. And is this enough, do you think? You get to the back line, you kill the Pugna, you kill the Jakiro, and you try and really make yourself a menace in the back lines?
Yeah, for sure. And because you can silence the Doom from afar, that's how you kind of dive. Even though he's tanky, as long as you get the silence, you can just run at him and kill him before he even casts anything.
Yeah, can build an early Lincoln's there as well. It doesn't have to build one, but is as a Lincoln's hero builder, a Lincoln building hero. So yeah, it could be something that they're thinking about later on down this game.
Definitely got to ban Crystal Maiden here for Passion. I think you ban Willow is okay too.
But again, you were talking about it in the last game, and it's kind of the same here in this game, that everybody on the side of Mouse has a way to help proc that Blood Right. Your Searing Chains, your Clockwork Hookshot into the cogs, Magnus with the RPs, it's going to be able to skewer back into the Blood Rights here as well. So, is enabling this one. Like you say, that Crystal Maiden might have to be the ban. Looking at other supports, what else is being picked up? We don't see a whole lot of the Witch Doctor anymore. You could go for something like the Venge, maybe, a Lion. I know was popular before I took my break as well.
Yeah, Venge is cool. I wonder if for Passion they're thinking of something like a different carry, and you play mid DK. I feel like mid DK actually gets to hunt the Ember Spirit, and then maybe you pick something like I don't know. That's a hard one.
I mean, you posed the question. Just looking at what they could go for, they have heroes like the Templar Assassin that could be available. You have heroes like, I mean, looking at it really, would you go for something like the Lifestealer, or does the Bloodseeker outscale the Lifestealer? In that man mode fight that we see, does a Lifestealer?
I like the Lifestealer. Yeah. I think Lifestealer with the Hard Dispel facet might be what they need here.
Okay.
The problem is you're gonna have 3 farming cores, so you need to win your lanes.
Yeah.
But it looks fine for me, because not only you have that, but you can also infest someone that gets ruptured, or if you get ruptured, infest someone else. I really like that dynamic. It's a very greedy draft, but you know, if you survive the early laning stage, you can probably outscale Mouse.
Yeah. On the other side of Mouse, that Crystal Maiden did get banned out, so is it too greedy to look for something like the... I don't want to say greedy, but you're looking for something like maybe the Ogre Magi, but it's going to be then 5 melee heroes coming up against, from the side of Mouse coming up against, which I suppose doesn't really matter for the Clockwork and the Ember Spirit, you know, because they are melee, but they're not right-click hero-based.
I don't mind the Ogre. Is there anything else?
Techies? Dazzle?
Techies
Pudge?
is good. I like Techies. You need like burst damage. You have a disarm as well for the Dragon Knight, which is cool. They don't really have a lot of reserve time, so you can also play Clock 5 and pick a different 4.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, no, they're going to come out swinging with the Enigma.
Oh, is this Enigma 3 support mag, or is this Enigma 5?
We will have to wait and see.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Interesting curveball. Picking Enigma into Doom, Enigma into Ice Path. Fair amount of disables there.
okay, it's going to be the puck on the board. So, how do you like that up against the Ember Spirit mid here, this puck?
I mean, the puck has more tempo for sure. Even though I like the idea of having the Dragon Knight mid, their draft would be way too greedy.
Yeah.
I like the puck. I think it makes sense. As long as their supports have levels, you can play with the puck and just make sure that things are hard. And it is an offlane Enigma. So, yeah, your goal is just to make his life a nightmare. And, you know, this time around, there's a little bit less synergy from Mouse. You don't have, like, that infinite amount of blood rights. Puck can also deal with that pretty easily because of his phase shift. So I think Passion definitely has a better draft. It's just that Game 1 was such a stomp that it's hard to really believe in them right now. But maybe, you know, it was just an insane outdraft.
Yeah, maybe it was just Mouse playing at their the peak level, and again, Passion not being at the races just yet. It is a best of 3, so if they can win this one, potentially can go on and win that series. The first game, it is important to win, but it's not the be-all, end-all here in a best of 3, so we'll see Passion, if they are going to be able to pull this one back to a 1-1, forces to a third game in the series, or if it is going to be a clean 2-0 here for Mouse. And again, Mouse in the groups. And maybe it was just the strength of the groups here, but Maus, you know, they came through those groups in a 2-2 situation up against 4 Pirates, 0 Tenacity. They dropped games to Namiga as well as 4 Pirates, and then 2-0'd out actually up against 0 Tenacity, as well as LFG. So maybe it's just a case of Group B being stronger, and they're able to show here what they can actually do. But we'll see how it is going to go as we get ourselves into game number 2 between these two teams. You know, who is going to be coming out on top, and whether Maus can take this one 2-0, or if it is going to be that pullback here. Passion pulling it to a game number 3.
All right, let's see if they're going to be able to pull it off. I mean, I think it would be pretty big breath of fresh air here for Maus. As we said, they were not really getting the results they needed in the recent qualifiers. So getting, you know, into a good spot here for CCT, at least still, you know, staying in the upper bracket until the end would be a good boost of confidence.
Yeah, if they could get themselves through right into the grand finals here through the upper bracket, like you said, that might do them a world of good, and just give them the boost that they need. But again, just having this playing consistent playing time, is going to do them great in terms of what they need to practice, what the mistakes they need to iron out, you know, the team synergy, what they need to work on. And it seems like it worked, at least for game number 1.
Oh, yeah. And maybe I didn't really say that, but I'm a big Fly fan. Like, this guy, you know, out of all of these, like, big captains that were famous, maybe like 4 or 5 years ago, your Puppies, Kurokis, I feel like Fly... Oh, Nish, going up the high ground here.
Yeah,
Fly gets the least credit of them all. I feel like he's like very, very good, but maybe because he didn't really get, you know, as many wins, he kind of gets brushed aside.
Yeah, and like I say, he's bringing in at the least. You know, he's bringing in the years of experience, the years of not just as a player, but as a captain as well. You know, that's one of the harder things, like you say, that you do need to. It's so hard to kind of fill that role. I think we saw it in Southeast Asia where there's still a lack of what people call true captains. And there's teams do suffer a little bit because they don't have that one person calling the shots, and that's something that Fly might be able to do. To try and calm down this team, just offer it as a bit of a bonus here coming into the side of Mouse.
Yeah, I mean, people just forget that when you're winning, things feel very easy.
Yeah.
It's when you're losing that the captain really makes the difference, and obviously you don't want to be losing, but as a stepping stone for any up-and-coming team, it definitely pays off to have someone like him in the team.
Yeah, and again, being able to instill that on the players, like you say, here is low skill, going to take a whole lot of damage here. Batchuk going to be able to step up. Did he go for the Infernal Blade level 1? He did, so really putting the punishment here, and low skill this time can't get anywhere close to these creeps outside of the tower range.
Yeah, I really like the change here of having the Pugna as a 4. I feel like that it just suits the hero a bit better anyways. And they're really pressuring. I mean, it's double melee, so having the Pugna just makes this lane pretty hard as Fernand.
Yeah, cogs do come through here. Bloodright's going to be used to get the Sans out onto the Pugna. The Pugna takes a little bit of punishment. Fly, does he want to carry on chasing down here? Only level 1, so he only has those cogs. No battery assault to come out just yet, but once it does, going to be a little bit harder for Fernand to get away, because even if he does pop the Decrepify here, your Fly's still going to be in range for quite a while on those battery assaults.
Yeah, level 2 is big timing for Mouse. Obviously, level 2 on both of your heroes, but only the cores hold it at the moment.
Yeah. But it is still going to be a creep or 2 off, especially if he gets the camp pull here. Yeah, okay, Fernand is going to contest, has his level 2 now. Low skill, do they want to try and make a little bit of pressure out onto Pugna? They don't. So it should be, but this should be the level 2 coming out for Fly. Yeah, after one more creep goes down, I think he's 4 experience off it.
Now, the thing that does worry me about Mouse's draft is the Magnus 4. I think that is a hero that can be pretty sussy. Can be great.
Yeah.
Can be pretty awful. Like, I've seen some terrible Magnus 4 performances. So I wonder how he's going to try and create value here for his team. Because this is not necessarily you don't really max power on this hero anymore.
Yeah.
Which means that you need to be fighting somehow.
I mean, I would still like to see him pick up a couple of points in the TM power bottom lane here. He's going to be able to go on Kraken. Does he have the actual damage to get the kill? He doesn't. Shockwave is on cooldown. But yeah, just get a couple of points on TM power for the Bloodseeker. So the Bloodseeker can go for something like the Orchid first item. If he wants to get aggressive with the rest of his team, he's got the Orchid then for the Puck, for the Pugna, even for the Doom to a point. And it doesn't mean, it means that he doesn't have to focus on that Maelstrom, but yeah, he might have to just focus on his life for now. Low skill going to try and run himself away from this one, but you've got Batchuk going to try and chase him down. The Scorched Earth, it's not enough to get the kill, and the Infernal Blade, it was on cooldown, so won't be able to get the kill onto low skill here. He survives by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, doesn't have any region though, just one Tango from Fly. Gotta be extremely careful. Make sure he gets those CS region a little bit in the lane.
Yeah. And he's not even got himself the Blood Rage as well. So he's relying on base damage here in the lane to try and secure. And he's even going to be contested by his own tower. That's how it's going, but it looks like top lane. Blood Rage does come through with the cogs. You have level 3 onto Fly, so it's a lot of damage onto Batchuk. Not enough to get the kill, but it took a big chunk of his health, and now Bloodseeker does pick up that 1 point in the Blood Rage.
I mean, he is struggling quite a bit here. He's the lowest CS core at the moment. Complete night and day difference from game number 1.
Yeah, it just felt like he had that free game, and Passion, they figured out this time. They come up with a stronger lane and just found a way to really put the pressure. Like, say, low skill not really finding anything in this lane for now.
And obviously, he does have a fair amount of enabling with the other heroes, so we're probably going to see him rotating quite a bit.
Yeah.
But, we know Dragon Knight, if this hero gets to do whatever he wants, he gets pretty big pretty fast.
And in the bottom lane, you see these Eidolons just being cleaned up. Kraken going to be able to come through with the dual breath, with the... Actually went for the Liquid Frost. I've seen a bit of back and forth here. The Liquid Frost not as strong as when it was first released. And some Jakiros prefer the Liquid Fire, some do prefer the Liquid Frost, and it seems like Cracker, at least in this match, is a Liquid Frost player.
Yeah, the move speed slow is pretty good. If you have like a Q lane, it's nice. Wouldn't say Dragon Knight's a Q lane with Jakiro.
Yeah.
But later down line can be good, especially past level 10.
So, Access Vampire is going to try and make a rotation happen. Is it going to be... I mean, even without the levels in the orb, the puck would be a hard takedown just because the jaunt out, you've got, excuse me, into the Dream Call, it's still because you got the jaunt, you've got the jump, you've got the orb. But now with Dream Call being up, it's actually going to be Cracker that takes the focus of this damage here. Supreme TP, Sleight of Fist, anything to stop this one. There is going to be the skewer coming through. So Cracker, this should be the first blood, and he gives it over to Supreme with the Sleight of Fist.
Yeah, very nice. He gets the rune, gets first blood. His phase boots are pretty much done now. This is going to be a big boost of momentum for Mouse.
Yeah, a bit of a difference to the last game where the first blood came right before the the horn coming through. Now it's taking 6 minutes here. Bottom lane Crystallize, he's not got a lot of mana left. He's not got any mana left, actually.
Did you lag?
Yeah, there was a little bit, and players have disconnected as well.
Okay, yeah. Let's see if I can rejoin.
I'm still in, so, I'll stick it on Discord for you if you can't.
Alright, I'm fine. I think I'm back. There we go.
Yeah, I mean, you have the V-Mix, if nothing else. Everybody's reconnected in, and Crystallize, the Blood Grenade comes out here. The slowdown, is it enough with the Eidolons? Tries to deny himself. It was clever, but it wasn't timed right here. And with all the Eidolon damage coming through, Excess Vampire, as well as Enigma himself on Force, it was a brief window to try and deny himself to the neutrals there. That doesn't quite come off.
Yeah, he actually got broken, so maybe if he didn't, he, doesn't die to the right click of the mag, dies to the creeps later. A little bit unlucky.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And let's see, because this is going to be a rotation here from Low Skill, who hasn't had the best of times in lane, not level 6 just yet, but it is going to be a group up here. They're going to try and, I guess, take a quick tower before the side of, before they can respond on Passion. And Doom in the top lane, he can clear the creeps off. I suppose you do have Fanans with the 2 points in the Nether Blast. Might just be able to trade these towers off.
Yeah, it's just not going to be fast enough. They're definitely getting bottom, and they could potentially defend, although they're already sending 3 heroes with Nish also rotating towards top.
Yeah, it looks like they just want to give the farm over to Low Skill. They give him the last hit on the tower. They give him the creep wave here as well. And they're just going to let this tier 1 tower in the top lane go, it looks like, because Low Skill really not getting the most out of that lane. 44 last hit, so he's caught up to the Dragon Knight, but overall, it's not safe for him, especially with that 3-man rotation. Really not safe for him to be there, it feels like.
Yeah, it's pretty annoying. And Forest now does have Black Hole.
Lockdown,
so they're diving here, but you gotta be careful about Forest's positioning.
Yeah, like you say, it is that position for Magnus, so there's no RP coming up for Excess Vampire just yet. But they might just be, again, Mouse. It's go time for them. They're coming up to 8.5 minutes. They're saying, okay, we can make rotations, we can take towers, we can put pressure on Fly. Does he get the lockdown? It's going to be the cogs coming through here on top of Finance. Finance gets dragged back, and it looks like no way out for him. Did he get the kill? He's in the ice path. Not going to be up Supreme. He just pops that AD rune. We'll be able to get a clean kill out onto the Pugna. They even take down that tier 1 tower in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, just very clean moves from Mouse. They know what they want. They get it because there's Enigma. Oh no, they're going to find... Okay, very lucky that Crystallis runs away.
And the Malefice, just to be able to secure Ice Path, not going to be too much for him. But yeah, the Malefice, make sure they get that stutter step out into the Jakiro. And the Jakiro can't really do too much about it here.
And, Low Skill now, slowly recovering. We do see Supreme actually getting a lot of farm mid. And Nish yet to really, once again, yet to find openings to use his hero. Like with a puck, you would expect some coil usage up to this point, but hasn't really accomplished that much.
Well, I think that was the thing, right? Instead of choosing to defend the tier 1 tower bottom, they actually opted to put the pressure on now. He's going to try and get that phase shift away.
Nish.
Force. Do they actually get him? They actually get the cancel out. Dream Call here. And the damage, though, Excess Vampire, he had the Eidolons waiting as well. No matter which way he went here, it felt like the bases were covered.
I mean, this is such an outplay by Supreme.
Yeah.
Forces the coil, gets the kill. They don't use Black Hole. They're going to get the runes. This game, even though it took a little bit longer, is slowly snowballing towards Mouse.
And the 10-minute mark coming up here. It's only a 1k, but no kills on the board, and doesn't feel like okay.
They use Doom. I think it's gonna survive.
Yeah, it's not enough to kill there. One more 50 tick. It's really not enough, and the Bloodseeker just being able to TP out because I think he'd already used the Infernal. Yeah, he's actually got the Speed Aura here on the Doom as well, so no Centaur Stomp to try and cancel off the TP.
Yeah, that's true. And low skill, I really like his build. He got the Ironwood Tree, he got the Soul Ring, so a lot of extra HP. That's 220 extra HP. That definitely made a difference in surviving that Doom.
Yeah, yeah. So let's see as the Enigma's still looking towards. He's got the drums up now, so that's going to help him pushing towers. You're pushing out any gaps he can find. Oh, the Doom. 3 heroes make it 4 because the Clockwork's coming his way now. Rupture gets thrown out. Batyuk not going to be able to get the TP away. They're holding the Searing Chains just in case they need it. And Low Skill will be the one that gets the credit for the kill.
And dude, Force is alone in the mid lane as all of that happens, and there's no real punishment here. They're going to get some Eidolons, but I really feel like they need to wake up or they're going to be overwhelmed. At least they have this stack for Crystallize to farm. That's the one thing. Unless Supreme has something to say about it.
Oh, he comes in. Dream Coil's going to be popped here. It's a lot of damage coming through the hookshot. He tried to get the interrupt in Supreme. He walked up. I mean, he's got to know there was heroes around, but walks up there blind and gets punished for it.
Yeah, maybe heroes, not 4, but yeah, very unfortunate for him.
Oh, Puck jumps forward here. Nexus Vampire is waiting again. Still on level 5. No RP. But yeah, Niche actually jumped in, and Nexus Vampire just stuttered a second there. Wasn't able to, or didn't feel like he was going to be able to get the skewer back, even though there was the orb in already from the Puck, and no Blink Dagger here on Niche.
Is under attack.
But yeah, I mean, this is such a better game for Crystallize. He farmed a huge ancient stack. He's farming a second one. Highest net worth hero. His Mask of Madness is on the way. This is a night and day difference game for him, and I'm already expecting so much more from him.
Yeah, and if you look at the way they want to play this one here, like I say, the Spectre was all about the farm. Like I say, the armlet's already up. He's already going to be able to get himself towards the Mask of Madness, and that's when I expect him to see the rotations. You're looking for the fights, looking for the kills. Scan, though, they know somebody's behind this tier 2 tower. Mouse, do they want to try and move over to it? It is going to be Niche as well as Cracker, and there's going to be the Rocket Flare now as well. Do they spot out? And again, the hookshot. Fly, that's the second one he's missed. If you want to go for the Black Hole, it's going to be the Dream Coil being thrown out, but the control out. Niche with that skewer back. Force will get the kill. Didn't need to throw the Black Hole just yet. I don't think they've thrown the Black Hole this match yet anyway. As Low Skill, does he get himself away from this one? There's going to be the Doom coming through here. The Life Drain now as well. The Infernal Blade will be thrown out, and I think this time he is dead. GG Branch even for the taunt.
Yeah, but they do get a tier 2 tower out of that move, so still a lot of map control being acquired. And this Enigma, he is the highest net worth hero, and that's always so scary. Like, the only counter they have is Doom so far.
My gratitude.
Yeah. And how do you like it? Because he's not going towards the Orchid, he's not going towards the Maelstrom, and it's going to be the Radiance once again for this Bloodseeker. Is that what you need? Just get in the Dragon Knight's face and stop these right clicks from being effective?
Yeah, I guess the DK, it definitely makes a big difference, and it is like the greediest route. So Low Skill, even though he is struggling, he feels that the game is easy for his team, and it feels like he can get away with the Radiance.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
Hookshot this
Hookshot
time.
lands.
It will land. Gets on top of Finance. He drops a Nether Ward, but it looks like Mouse. He's going to be dropped by Mouse there. Ooh, that's a big commitment there. The Ice Path, Dual Breath, and the Macropire all being dropped by the Jakiro on cooldown for the next 90 or so seconds here. Only level 1 on that. That is a big deterrent spell. And yeah, Jakiro throws it out for effectively free. Oh, the Black Hole. Got to catch onto the Puck. Do they have the damage to get the kill here? It's only going to be Force. He's going to try and get that jump away. And Niche, he's got the ball charges there as well. It wasn't enough to get the kill. And Force, he popped the Black Hole for that one. Just couldn't find the damage to secure the kill into the Puck.
Yeah, unfortunate. I mean, he doesn't have Blink Dagger. Probably feels like he's not going to be using Black Hole at all. It's fine to go for an attempt like that. Is that a full pipe? Damn, he has a full pipe.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's pushed the tier 2 tower down. He's got a free lane.
Oh,
He was
Batyuk gets
pushing...
found.
Ooh, yeah, Siren Chains now onto the Doom. Rupture comes out. Batyuk, he's going to try and run as far away as he can to try and maybe... He doesn't have a TP, so there was no way out of there. Just, I guess,
found.
wasting a bit of time here. Yeah, Force and Dragonite going to try and do what he can. There's going to be the life drain coming through as well. Force, does he get himself out of this one? The Ice Path across Supreme as well. Supreme, does he try and run himself away from this one? The Dream Coil will be here. Does he try and jump to that? I mean, the runner's going to be right next to him. A good couple of kills coming out. Much better for Passion in this game, but can they make it really count here?
Yeah, a little bit too greedy from Force this time. Like, he saw his entire team on the top side, and he was in the enemy triangle like that at nighttime. That's just way too bold.
Yeah, and if you look at it, from a perspective of Mouse, that they really did control that last game there. They had themselves in the driver's seat all the way through. What do you think is the game plan here? Do they just need to carry on getting aggressive as the RP comes out? Do they have the control through here onto Niche? Niche, the hookshot comes in point blank. He still gets himself out for now, but on the back lines, Siren Chains, Niche, he's going to be run down. The Ember Spirit Supreme will get the kill.
All right, pretty good. They had multiple heroes there. And you can probably get this tower, potentially even force Roshan, because you now have 3 points of Empower on Nexus Vampire. But they are actually rotating mid. They do have vision.
Yeah. And it looks like they're going to be able to get themselves on top of the Pugna. Pugna? Okay, no real follow-up there, so we'll be able to just live and leave.
Yeah, they do want to smoke. BKB done on, I guess, close for Batyuk. Yeah, no, the smoke does feel a bit weird now that he doesn't have BKB. Not sure what the plan is.
Yeah. Is it just Mouse? Do they just need to keep this aggression up? Do they just need to carry on going like they did in the last game and just try and punish out onto this Passion side?
Oh, yeah, they want to, but low skill gets found again.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be caught out, killed off, and change.
What about Puck, though?
Did they have enough to kill into this one? They might just be able to. He's going to try and get himself away, but doesn't matter. Like I say, Excess Vampire going to be able to secure this one. They might lose this last tier 1 tower as well. But yeah, the Bloodseeker, he's got that Radiance up now. So 17.5 minutes in, looking towards his BKB. Not the best timing for this Bloodseeker.
Yeah, it's still one of the least farm cores. But, when everyone else is shining, it doesn't necessarily matter that much. Enigma is, hell of a late gamer, and that is an Ember Spirit with Empower. So that's extra annoying.
Yeah, yeah, it is. Okay. And let's see now. There's going to be, again, the Macropipe being thrown out here. Clockwork just uses Fly. Uses the hookshot to get himself as far away as possible.
Okay.
So, what can they do in terms of looking to play this one out? So, you can see, again, they're just trying to play on the other side. On the Radiant side of the map here, just try and pull as much aggression away from low skill as possible while he finds a farm. Is the BKB the go time, do you think, for the Bloodseeker? Because 2 kills on the board. He's not really had a massive impact in terms of the fights. He is finding the farm. Is this the BKB? Is that the go moment? Is that where you genuinely look as a 5 to take the fight to the side of Passion?
But I don't think they need to wait to fight with everyone else. They have Black Hole. Blink was acquired by Excess Vampire, so you definitely want to get a good engagement. But overall, they are camping their wars very nicely on Passion UA. Like, they've been using their big jungle to really dissuade some of these movements.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's see what they're going to do. They tried to go for the chase down now as well. The Enigma, he drops that Midnight Pulse. BKB comes out here from the Doom. The hookshot could be point blank. The RP on the back. He catches out to 3, and now he gets him on top of the cliff as well. Black Hole comes out onto the Doom, but can they get themselves anything from this one? They get Batyuk. The TP's coming through on top of the cliff. It is going to force 2 retreats here from the side of Passion. Can they go for more? No. Even Fernand's going to get away. It looks so good to start, but they couldn't capitalize on top of the cliff.
Yeah, Force Force was too far away. He ends up getting the Black Hole to kill Doom, which is fine, right? It's still a 1-for-0.
Yeah.
But it felt like that could have been a team wipe, and they only got only one Doom kill. Oh, Fernandes. I think you're going to be the second kill here.
Yeah, let's see what they're going to be able to do here. Fernandes a little bit too far forward, gets caught in the cogs. No way out for him. And Fernandes, he's just straight up dead. But Crystallize doing a little bit of damage here. Supreme, they have to back themselves away now.
Yeah, that Dragon Knight's starting to get to very annoying status. Oh, Crystallize.
What are they going to be able to do here? Force, he will fall. Can they go for any more? A little bit more even here. They're even going to try and drop on top of Fly here, but Fly, he's got the retreat in the poke. Doesn't want to get too far forward. Does get caught out. Should be able to get away with the orb.
No, Blood Right.
Yeah, look at this one. Double Searing Chains here. He might be able to at least get the kill onto the Jakiro, but the Doom, he's going to be ruptured now as well. And he's going to try and get himself away as safely as possible here. Oh, coming through. Supreme's taking a lot of damage. What can they do? Shockwave comes out. Patrick, no way out of this one. Crystallized now as well. Going to try and do what he can with the armlet toggle, but it looks like the 3 heroes. Is it enough? No, he pops his BKB. Point blank hookshot. Crystallized. He will still get the kill onto Fly. Crystallized, can he run himself away from this one? The backlines. He's going to have some health coming back here from the Pugna Supreme. He's not got a lot of life left himself. He needs to be very, very careful about how far forward he commits onto this one. The Midnight Pulse comes out. Do you want to go for a skewer play? It looks like Excess Vampire. He's looking for a blink in. He's looking for that skewer back. Just needs the information. And now, will he see where the Crystallize is? RP comes through. Going to be able to get that drag back. No, the silence from the Puck. And he has to back himself away. Does he go down to the tower shots? He does. Excess Vampire
Gem.
could not get that drag back out. And it's going to be the Jakiro, it looks like, that picks up the gem.
Oh, that is... I mean, it was a good attempt. They were just slowly poking. They're gonna have the RP, but as you said, the silence, very nicely done by Nish, preventing the skewer back. And I mean, that Dragon Knight is so tanky. These fights get pretty hard.
Yeah. Yeah. And if you're now looking to try and play this one out on the side of Passion, you give yourself a good base, but you need to start to be the ones to capitalize on these fights, because again, it feels like they're going even at best for the side of Passion. And even at best isn't, even though they are behind, you know, it's only a 1k net worth difference. They need to be starting to win these to be able to drag the game in their favor. Crystallize going to be the Blink Dagger after the BKB here for the Dragon Knight. So not going to be the Daedalus, not going to be the Orchid into the Bloodthorn. Wants to have that extra little bit of mobility here on the hero.
Yeah, I think his goal is to pretty much find
Dire's
Force.
middle tower is under
Doesn't really
attack.
have BKB, doesn't really have Blink out, so if he can get the Blink and just like initiate on Force, the fights are definitely going to feel a bit harder for
Yeah.
Mouse, but they will have an Aegis, so I'm assuming Supreme probably picks that one up.
Yeah, and if you look at the items that Supreme's building, it's going to be his BKB, so it's not even going to be the Lincoln Sphere here for the Ember Spray. It's not, you know, it's not looking to protect his teammates, solely looking to keep himself alive. Has this Aegis. Where are you looking to fight this one out? Yo, what's the big
Dire's
target
top
here for the side of
tower is under
Mouse?
attack.
You just want to peel those tier 2s off, right? Again, it's Mouse with a... I guess you have Enigma as a range carry, but core, but he doesn't really go high ground well.
Yeah.
You need to get lots of pickups to go high ground. It's not like, even if you have a big lead, you're not going to be able to force high ground very early.
Okay, well, that's at least one pickoff going their way here as they take down Cracker. He's down for the next 30 seconds or so. And do they move forward for more here? Who's going to be able to get the shard here from the Tormentor? It's going to go the way of Cracker. Okay, well, he's dead, but he still gets a little bit. Yo, he's
Dire's bottom tower
getting the
is under
consolation
attack.
prize for dying, though, seems like.
Yeah, that shard is pretty garbage. Especially in a game like this. Like, he's never going to use
Radiant's
Liquid
middle tower
Frost.
is under
Yeah.
attack.
But, you know, it is what it is. I guess the Pugna one could have been a bit better. Both shards from the Radiant side aren't great.
Is under
Yeah,
attack.
lockdown here, Supreme. Slider Fist comes out. But Nish going to be able to get the runaway, and Excess Vampire wasn't close enough to capitalize on the catch out here from Supreme. So yeah, Nish will be able to back himself up. But again, a net worth is going to go the way of Passion. I think for the first time this
down.
game now as well. Do they get the reveal here out here for Nans? There's going to be Ice Path coming through from Supreme. And Supreme, he has that Aegis. But it's not the place where you want to commit it.
They're we get the Deward at least in the triangle, and Force is also getting the mid lane. So still a lot of pressure being applied.
Yeah. They didn't get the gem back on the side of Mouse here from that cracker kill as well. I've just realized he just dropped it in the fountain.
Oh, okay. Interesting that they are afraid to carry it. I thought that the puck was probably going to be carrying that one. Very hard to kill.
Yeah, no, it looks like they don't want it. I guess with the the Glimmer Cape coming out. So is it going to be coming out for the Jakiro as well? It's just the one Glimmer Cape. But yeah, the amount of dewarding that Mouse can do, they just really didn't want to give that one up.
Overall, though, the Aegis hasn't really been put to use that much. No big team fight, no black holes, no RPs. I'm pretty sure that they're happy. Like, that Dragonite already has Blink going for a Sanjin. I'm not sure about the Sanjin Yasha, though. I'll say that.
Yeah.
I feel like he needs damage.
Okay. What would you prefer him to go towards?
I think he just needs Daedalus. I feel like if you have Blink Sanjin Yasha on DK, you can lack damage.
Yeah.
Because this hero's, like, your slots are very limited.
Yeah, would you have preferred him to, if you wanted the Sanjin Yasha, just pass up on the armlet then, I guess, and yeah.
I think you don't go Blink, actually. Because, like,
No?
they're not hunting people. Well, they Doom now, but...
Hookshot comes in, it cancels off the TP, and the BKB's going to be running off shortly here as well. And he's going to try and get the chase out onto Low Skill, who is doomed up with the Searing Chains.
Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
The plan right now seems a bit discombobulated on the side of... Passion.
Yeah. They've at least lasted longer. They've at least lasted longer than the last match. You know, they've picked up more kills here now as well, but they might be picking up a couple of deaths. As for Nance, he's going to try and get himself out. The Ice Path once again onto 2 heroes, but the rundown, the burn damage coming through from Supreme, no way out for Finance. Even in that Decrepify form, the magic damage just way too overwhelming.
Yeah. It's another kill. Probably another tower. Aegis expire. I mean, that's the dream, right? First Aegis, you get all of the tier 2 towers. That's usually more than you can wish for. The gold lead is very small, but I feel like the momentum is still on the side of Mouse.
Yeah. Yeah, they're going to be able to get a tier 2 tower out of this one. The Enigma is going to be building himself towards his own, towards his Lotus Orb. So that's going to offer a lot of utility to the team as well. Over the pipe, well, not over the pipe, but including the pipe, including the drums, the boots of Burr in here. He's basically going to be the full utility hero. No BKB Blink Dagger here for the Enigma pickup. So he's the black hole feels secondary in this game plan.
Yeah. Which is interesting. With only Doom being your counter, I expected him to maybe try and force that a bit more, but feeling very confident that they're still going to be able to take good fights.
We'll see what they're going to be able to do. Cracker tries to drop the Ice Path here, but there's going to be the blink over. Low Skill still walks himself into it. The TP out. The damage could be more than enough. Low Skill. He does pick up the kill that time. And now they're going to look towards potentially... Again, you send those Eidolons down and you look towards that tier 3 tower in the bottom lane. You just put the pressure out, force Passion to fight into you. You say you have to stop farming, otherwise you're going to lose a lane of racks.
Yeah, it's looking like very scary moments for Passion, despite the goal lead being this even. And I look at their draft. I understand that the Dragonite's very farmed. Okay. He actually gave up on the Sanjin Yasha. Thank God.
Okay. Yeah, he's going to be going towards that Daedalus. And like you say, he just needs that right-click damage. This is what the Dragonite is built to do with the fight. With the cleave, the Worm's Wrath coming through. The damage on the cleave as well being 60%. You just want to be stacking that up as much as possible. And this is how the Dragonites win games. You just go for those big... the red items, as Milan calls them.
Exactly. And speaking of red items, they're gonna smoke, even though they haven't really finished the Daedalus just yet. But the Blink Dagger on the DK could be the initiation they need.
Yeah. Ferran smoke breaks here.
There you go.
Crystallize is going to be able to get the blink in. He gets himself on top of the Bloodseeker. The Bloodseeker, look at all this punishment coming through the Bloodseeker. Even through the Doom out onto him, though, he is dead force. He'll be forced to TP himself away, but the Dream Call comes out, leashing the Enigma onto the spot, and that is going to be a really nice duo pickup for the side of Passion, showing this game isn't anywhere near over yet. This kill lead is being cut time and time again by the side of Passion. Might be able to get another one out of this one now as well, but the Ember Spirit looking for the runaway here, Supreme, using those remnants to make sure he can get out alive.
You know, man, like, when every Ember Spirit is buying Sanjin Yasha, it probably means Sanjin Yasha is busted, right? Like, that's just...
Yeah.
That's not supposed to be an Ember item. Like, let's be frank here.
Dire's middle
Yeah,
tower is
it's...
under attack.
It's one of those items that took a long time on the sidelines, and now it is coming back, yo, and it feels like, yeah, every
Dire's middle
hero
tower is
that
under attack.
would kind of build the Lincoln Sphere just goes, I'll just build a Sanjin Yasha. Yo, because you get more benefit out of that compared to a Lincoln Sphere. And yeah, okay, you are still going to be hit with the spells, but the extra survivability kind of makes up for it now as Crystallize gets to jump in. Double Breathe Fire now as well. Finance should still burn down to the Ember. Cogs have been dropped. Ice Path
Nice
comes out though and
back.
connects once again. 2-2 heroes here, Supreme. Does he just leave the Clockwork to die? Does he want to actually try and get a fight out here? Looking for potentially a pick onto Cracker, but he doesn't have any backup coming in just yet. He is going to be controlled out now, but again, the RP!
RP!
3-man RP coming through. Did he have enough damage to get the kill onto anybody here now? It's on the Black Hole. He's going to be able to catch on to 2 now. The damage coming through the right click star, but Batchuk, he actually gets pushed out of that Black Hole. Crystallized TP out. He's going to be able to get himself out alive. Kraken not going to be as lucky. But yeah, the right click's coming through from low skill. He just pushed the Doom out of the Black Hole, it looked like. He still want to carry and go because that's 3 heroes dead on the side of Passion. So at least, again, putting pressure onto the high ground.
Man, that's so underwhelming. It felt like that was going to be a 3-man Black Hole, and I think... I'm not even sure if he landed a single one, but maybe the one he did land was pushed back by the arterial spray facet.
Yeah, he... It's kind of one of those things, low skill, if he took literally a second to run around the other side and push him back into the Black Hole, maybe it would have worked out better. I mean, they still got the kill, but it means that they couldn't get on. I think Crystallize was caught in it as well. He just wasn't being focused down.
Is under attack.
I see. Well, regardless, I mean, goal lead, it's just still very even because both Puck and Dragonite can farm whenever you want. You have a Doom on your side as well.
Yeah.
But it does feel like that net worth, especially the Doom part, is a little bit inflated, right? This hero, he gets a lot of gold, but he doesn't necessarily
Dire
translate
are
that
scanning.
easily into fights.
Yeah, and again, you can see here, Doom Sanjin Yasha, he's got himself a Veil, he's got himself the drums and a Black King Bar, but no blink target. He's only started on the Shivas now, got that recipe out. Maybe wait, actually maybe finish this one off. The plate mail might be the last little bit of gold that he needs. But yeah, he's not having the impact so far that you'd want this Doom to have, though. A good couple of solo pickups with the Doom out onto the Bloodseeker. It's just not as much as you want here for your Doom.
Radiant are
Crystallize is level 21 now, so has the extra tech range. But there's only Roche, despite not having Black Hole, a little bit greedy.
Are they going to be able to get here on time? The smoke is coming out. All the ultimates are up on the side of Passion. How quickly can they deal with this Roshan? Roshan down to about half health. Is this going to be a baiting? This might be a bait.
I think they're baiting, yeah.
Yeah.
To Inferno.
Well, Fernandez is the only one. Okay, he doesn't even go for that.
Yeah, there is going to be the Rocket Flare out here from the Clockwork as well. They're starting to reposition on the side of Mouse. As that
They see
wraparound
Nish.
come through. Oh, good hook shot in.
Oh,
they have to
no.
control the RP. They get the kill onto Nisha now. Backline
Oh,
jumping. They've got the
reflect.
stun onto Crystallize. And Crystallize, do they have the damage to get the kill onto Crystallize? Force has to move himself away from this one. He's not got his Black Hole, though, because he's already used that. And it looks like the damage, he might be able to turn this fight around. Excess Vampire gets low. Fly gets low. Force, he's going to be the next one. The Black Hole does come through. The life drain, though, it doesn't matter. They take down 3. They take down 4. They're even going to be able to secure the Roshan off the back of this. It looks so good to start with, but they blew everything on the side of Mouse, and then Crystallize just led the line for his team, and they delete absolutely
Radiant's middle tower
everybody.
is under attack.
I mean, I kind of get what they're going for there. They knew that not having Black Hole would probably force Passion to take that fight.
Yeah.
But then why not just wait for Roche to be on your side, right? You have full control of the map. You could wait for Roshan to go Dire. You would have Black Hole anyways. I think they just felt more confident than they had to be.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
Eggs on the no.
I mean, yeah, the Parasma on the puck already, so he's doing he even went for the Nemesis Curse. He's outputting so much damage on this puck.
Oh yeah. Crystallize as well. Gonna have a Satanic.
Yeah.
No Shiva's Guard just yet. Yember is going for one, but a little bit far away.
I wonder if he keeps the Mask of Madness and he sells the armlet for Satanic, because I've seen Dragon Knights do that. You go for the bonus attack speed coming through from the Mon. Just to be able to keep yourself going as quickly as possible. Gets that dive in inside the cogs, though. What's he going to be able to do here? The Dragon Knight Crystallize going to be controlled just a little bit, but it looks like, I mean, for the Rupture, he's going to come out now as well. But Fly, he's still taking a whole lot of damage. The Doom jumps in as well, and Fly just has to back himself out here. Batyuk, does he get himself a kill from this one? The Doom hasn't been used just yet. RP gets used as well onto the Doom, but again, there's just no follow-up damage coming through. An Excess Vampire, he's going to try and do what he can. Niche should be able to get the kill. He will be able to take down 2. And it was just, again, a miscoordination coming out from the side of Mouse.
Yeah, just unnecessary. You don't really have Aegis. You don't have Black Hole. You know they have Aegis. Why would you take that fight? I think they're digging their own grave here with this past couple of fights. Oh, and he lost his Shivas now. He lost the full courier.
Oh, no.
This is a lane of barracks, potentially. I guess only one because there's still a tier 2 in the mid lane.
Yeah. This, I don't know. This is looking rough for Mars. It feels like they even with the Bloodseeker being the top of the net worth now, the net worth lead is in control, and the fights just seem to be in control of the side of Passion every time they come forward.
Finally, low skill finishes his Ags, but it feels like this might be a little bit too late.
Yeah, yeah. So what can they do here? And again, the Dragon Knight damage is stacking up more and more. In fact, he's going to change his mind. Not change his mind, actually. He did change out the Mask of Madness for the Satanic, and now going to go for the Swift Blink. And this is all you really need to do is crystallize. You are just this big artillery. You just pump out these right clicks in your dragon form, and you can melt teams. And there's not a lot of control, because you saw it in the last time. They got the hook shot in, they got the cogs coming out here onto the Dragon Knight, and the Dragon Knight just has his teammates to back him up. He has the life drain from Fernand, so Fernand can baby bird life back into him if he needs it. He's a big tanky boy now, level 23, so a whole lot of Dragon's Blood armor and health regen as well. Dragon Knight is looking incredibly scary in this game now.
Yeah, and I can't help but feel, you kind of mentioned the Blink BKB on Force. To me, if Force just goes Blink BKB Lincolns this game, this is such a hard game, because you can posture the Ember or the Bloodseeker, and the threat of the Black Hole is insane. You can get an Aghanim Scepter as well to do more damage to the tanky heroes. Instead, like, it's kind of an awkward game for Force now. He's getting a Blink, but that's still 5,000 before he can even get a BKB if he wants to get one.
Yeah, and yeah, like I say, the Blink Dagger. I mean, the Lotus is nice, so he can pour that on himself, blink himself in, but it's still not the best. Like I say, the Doom was really the only answer to a BKB blink in for the Enigma early on, but he's gone for the auras. This is the build that we're seeing the Enigmas. And to be fair, early on, it did work. They were taking towers. He pushed right up to a tier 3 tower, I think, in the first 12 minutes, 15 minutes of the game. But the game has gone long now. When the Dragon Knight comes online, the Doom is a threat as well. The Puck is a major threat. And it just feels like Maus, they're being a little bit outscaled here by the side of Passion.
Yeah, for sure. And I guess you are right in that sense, that the auras did allow them to get a lot of early game advantage, but Mouse, they didn't play as clean as they did in game 1. Definitely some mistakes were made, and I guess to Passion's credit, they also are playing much better.
Yeah, I think, and full credit to Passion because they put the pressure onto low skill. They didn't allow him to farm up like he wanted to, get like he did in the first game as well. He just took complete control because I think if the Bloodseeker was allowed the same freedom in this game as he was in the last game, this game would already be over.
Yeah, in contrast to that, Crystallize had a game, right? He scored
Yeah.
1 in 10 and not 0 in 10, which was his score last time. Oh,
See ya.
that's an Evis rune.
Okay, the sentry is down though for the side of Mouse, so it looks like already on the retreat, but Supreme gets a jump in. He'll be able to get on top of Fernand. There is going to be the Shivas coming out now as a Fernand. Going to try and do whatever he can to get himself out alive, but a life drain here. Slotted first into the Searing Chain. Low skill gets the kill. He did actually get the Rush Shot. Hookshot comes in, but it actually connects onto Supreme and not onto any of the enemy heroes here. Supreme might go down as well. 3-man RP on the back line, but yeah, Black Hole, drive back in. They got Crystallize being controlled inside this one as well. Can they get the kill? Cracker will fall. Supreme takes a whole load of damage. You look at this one, Crystallize. He really does not give an absolute toss inside that Black Hole. They take down 4. And Crystallize, yeah, he was controlled out. He was black holed, and he just stood his ground. He lived through that one. And
Yeah,
now
but he was ice pathed. Like, the Enigma was ice pathed. Like, imagine if you have a BKB in that fight, right? Like,
yeah. Which is gonna queue up, but I mean, 2 heroes have buyback, but I think Passion gonna be able to break high ground here.
Yeah,
No.
I also think so. Like, if you buy back here, I honestly don't think these buybacks mean anything. Because
No.
you don't have Black Hole, you don't have RP, you're actually not going to stop this Dragon Knight. You probably need to give away 2 lanes of barracks, which is
They just go
pretty
tier 4s, I think.
concerning.
Yeah, they're just gonna pressure out. They're gonna go for full mega creeps here and just be able to pressure onto the tier 4s.
Yeah, I think you buy back the Bloodseeker probably. You're going to have Enigma, you buy back the Bloodseeker, and you defend 1 lane. There you go.
And that's exactly what they want to try and do here. But again, the Puck has that Dream Call up. They're going to try and go for the chase now. Hookshot comes in out onto the Doom. The Rupture's going to be here now as well. Batyuk, he just stands his ground. He knows he's got the reverse life drain. If he really needs to keep himself alive, he gets pushed back by the Magnus. But that's a death.
No.
That's a death on the Enigma. I think we're going to see the GG call coming out because it's at best a 3 versus 5 here. And yeah, Supreme going to try and do what he can, but Crystallize is just pumping out way too much damage. We'll be able to clear through the buildings. We'll be able to clear through all of the defenses on the side of Mouse and just go straight for the tier 4s here. No buyback on the Enigma. You've got no buyback on the Clockwork. You're up against Megas now as well, and I think Passion, they're just going to look for the end on the tier 4s.
You're so strong right now.
Yeah.
His refresher on Puck really picking Mouse off guard, and this is gonna be alright. This is gonna be game 3, so definitely a closer match.
And yeah, you can see that they're just happy to slow lend this one. Just pin them back inside the fountain. And Mouse, they have no response here. They still don't have the Enigma for another 10 seconds. This might be the Butch and Sundance time, but backlines doesn't matter. They just get the damage out, and you can see how quickly, between the Puck, between him and the Dragon Knight, how quickly they just rip through buildings, like the tier 4s, like that Ancient there as well. Mouse had no response.
Yeah, you gotta give it to this mag of Mouse. I feel like Excess Vampire played a really good game. But at the end, this Dragon Knight hero is just so strong. Like, the Bloodseeker is supposed to snowball the game and actually just make it really hard for anyone to even get out of the base, and they didn't really accomplish that with this game. I think the scaling was better. The heroes on the side of Passion were also harder to kill. So yeah, it's back to the drawing board, and I guess, game 1 didn't really tell the whole story.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, I think it just teaches Mouse the lesson that they need to relearn here. You ban out the Dragon Knight. You don't let this hero through, because if it gets to the 35-minute, 40-minute period, he just becomes absolutely unstoppable. He does become an absolute terror here. So Mouse, maybe we see that in the third and final game. That's going to be one of the first bans on the board. But for now, we are going to be taking a quick break. We'll be back to see how this series is going to go here in the third and final. But for now, we'll see you after this break.
First blood.
Welcome in, everybody, to the actual final game of the night here. We are in a decider between Mouse and Passion to see who is going to pull it off, who is going to be going ahead to that upper bracket finals, and who is going to be dropping down to the lower bracket quarterfinals. And again, Mouse, they learn their lesson. The second ban overall is going to be the Dragonite ban for them. And then we see the Alchemist being taken out, Gyrocopter, Bristleback Phoenix, and the Mortar all being taken away here. So, Bowie, what are you expecting to get through? Is there anything that you think sneaks through in this first phase?
Probably the Magnus, right? We saw Mouse running it. Oh, they banned it this time.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, no problem with that. I was honestly pretty impressed by Excess Vampire playing that good of a Magnus position 4. So I thought that they were going to try and do it again. I don't think the problem was the Magnus at all, but they have different plans.
Yeah, the Tiny looked really good in the first game for them there as well. I think Excess Vampire, though, he hit some good RPs. There was just no real follow-up in that second game, which what kind of let Mouse down here, was the RP, the Black Holes coming through, but really no follow-up damage on top of that one. Pangolier will be the first pick here for Passion, which, bit of a surprise that, I mean, it's not a surprise that the hero's coming out because this hero is ever present in the game since it got released, but as a first pick, though, that's a little bit surprising to me.
I mean, you got to ban Bloodseeker here, right? Or this is some 5D chess play from Passion.
Yeah, could be seeing that, that Pango position 5 is something to bait the Bloodseeker pick out. They have a plan for it. They just want it to be picked here. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see if that's, the next ban, because they only have one left here, Passion, before we go into the next pick phase. So you generally, with the way that Lowskill's been playing, even though he got behind in that last game, he still recovered fairly well. You have to take out that Bloodseeker here.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I don't think you need to bait Mouse into picking Bloodseeker, because they've been doing that regardless, right? They're just, They love the hero. So either Passion bans it here, or they pick it second phase instantly. Well, yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
That makes more sense. What else? Okay.
Some control with the Batrider here as well. So there's a lot of disruption with the team fights. The Rolling Thunder, the Lasso coming through, the Area Denial with the Firefly here as well, the Sticky Napalm. So some good team fight already for the side of Passion. We'll see how Mouse are going to respond to this one. Can't go for that Bloodseeker, like I say, that's been banned out. Do they want to go back for... You don't really want to go back for the Enigma here, right? Because I think that just struggles. Yeah, they're going to go for the Abaddon. So good protection up against whoever gets lassoed here by the Batrider.
Okay. Very unorthodox hero. I'm assuming it's a 5, but there are some core Abaddon players. I think Niero, I saw a recent game from him. Yeah, curious to see what this one's going to be about. I love Abaddon. I get sad that this hero isn't really played that much.
Yeah, I have seen it being picked, but I think it was actually Jiggling.
This might be core now.
Yeah. They could do that, yeah.
Okay. So how do you address that here, Passion? We used to see like Slark against heroes like Abaddon, anything that can abuse the fact that he takes a while to die. Doesn't really care about Clock that much, doesn't really care about Tiny that much. You could pick Slark plus Lich here, something that sort. Yeah,
and we'll see just what they want to go for here. Excuse me. But yeah, what they actually want to be going for in terms of a pick, because if you are going for something like the Slark, I mean, the Slark likes just to hit, right? If you have a big tanky hero right in front of you, someone that you can just right-click for a while, even if you're doing no damage, just being able to steal those attributes, especially with the Batrider, being able to get that lockdown and then just use them as a punching bag. They go for the Night Stalker, though, on Passion.
Interesting.
Yeah.
They definitely have a lot of vision now, so that the Batrider and the Pangolier can choose their targets. But I feel like they like damage. They need something explosive here.
Yeah. I was just looking potentially that, instead of the Night Stalker, maybe something like the Timbersaw coming out, because you already have the 3 heroes that you are going to be able to run through as that Timbersaw. Okay, maybe the Feltic Shield saves them a little bit, but for the most part, you just burst straight through it. Yeah, I wasn't really expecting that Night Stalker to come out for Passion.
Yeah, that's that's a weird one. And also, if you pick Timber, you're going to 24 your support, which other times isn't what you want necessarily.
Yeah, it is just a bit of a weird one here.
Yeah, you need to combo this Night Stalker or something, right? In the past, we used to see like anything that uses vision well. I guess Slark isn't bad, but then you have like 3 melee heroes.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Are you?
Did they misclick? What's close to Night Stalker in the hero tab here?
Yeah.
They're close to Ogre and Auk. Did they want to pick Ogre?
Probably not. They go for the Undying here, so they're just gonna go for. It looks like big fight sustain. I guess the Night Stalker is a nice answer to the Abaddon with the Crippling Fear, because as long as you stay on top of him, you know, he can't get the Aphotic Shields off, he can't get any, he can't proc his ultimate when he wants to, you just have to get him down to the low health.
I mean, if it's ABBA support though, right? Because if it's core, you just right-click the Night Stalker, and I guess they knew, because this... I mean, as far as we know, it could be offline Abaddon though, with Carry Morphling mid Tiny. Which is honestly what I think I want them to do.
And, I just... Yeah, I mean, I've not seen a lot of Undying, so it just throws me off a little bit.
Yeah, and they banned Doom, so they feel like this could be like mid Night Stalker, carry Night Stalker.
Yeah.
Okay.
What? But the Pango in the offlane up against the Morph.
They banned Enigma, just in case. I would probably ban like Willow here. Oh, it's already banned. It's pretty good against Night Stalker. Batrider hates playing against that hero.
What else could you be looking for? Because you've got to be looking for the carry now on the side of Passion. So it's, I mean, again, something that maybe like a
mage.
Yeah. I was just thinking maybe something like a Skadi builder as well up against the Morph.
Because like Anti-Mage takes all of Batum's mana. He's good matchup against Morphling. Doesn't care about Clock. Doesn't get solo killed by Tiny because he has magic resistance.
Yeah.
It's very unorthodox, but you have an Undying to actually enable that lane, and you have a lot of tempo, right? Literally all of those 4 heroes want to be running at the enemy team, which could allow an Anti-Mage to buy enough time.
Yeah. Maybe... What else could there be?
EA have break for Abaddon.
Yeah, could be. Just like, yeah, it's gonna be something out of the box here, which it looks like Passion feel comfortable enough to pick up anyway with the Undying and the Night Stalker pick. Yeah, they just want to keep us guessing. That's it. Keep us scratching our heads.
Yeah, it's definitely a weird draft here from Passion this time. We'll see if it's going to make sense. But for Mouse, I wouldn't care. Like, I wouldn't mind like Jakiro. You have double attack for the Tombstone. You have some slow combos well with the Tiny and the Clock.
Well, they're gonna go through a lot of the pick time here on the side of Mouse for this ban, and again, not just talking about the ban, but how they want to approach this first game. You're just using the time as much as possible because they have plenty of reserve time left, over minute 15 seconds now to talk about it. So not going to be rushed at all. Looking for this next set of the next ban into the next pick.
Yeah, I don't know. Anti-Mage Slark seems like decent bans for Mouse.
Yeah. Now they just
PA.
ban the PA out and go for the Lycan. Okay, so it is going to be more than likely the support of Baron coming out mid lane Tiny. It's going to be mid lane Tiny and that carry Morphling.
Okay, so yeah, they knew. I guess they probably took a look at the Dota 2 Pro tracker there. And they knew that Baron was probably going to be the 5. And then I like the Night Stalker a bit more. It makes sense. What do you pick then?
They're into the reserve time now. This is it for Passion. Yeah, they've got to be quick on the pick. Must have been talking it through. And what do they want? Okay, well, I talked about out of the box. This is a little bit more out of the box that we usually see. It is going to be the Weaver coming through here for Passion.
It's decent against the Wolves, right? Because once you have Shard, you can actually Sukuchi attack everything.
Yeah.
The wave is the lane is okay. I think it's fine. It's fine, but to be honest, I really prefer Mao's drafts. Like, they have Supreme on the Tiny. This Lycan seems... I don't really see any response to this hero whatsoever.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's... the Morphling actually likes playing against Weaver. You can just get Sukuchi for yourself. It's pretty good. You can get a Tombstone for yourself. A lot of good replicate targets.
Yeah, and this time around, really, all you're looking at in terms of hard lockdown is the Batrider's ultimate. You've got the lasso to come through. Apart from that, you can't really control out the Morphling. It's going to be
the
hard,
silence
I think.
is a bit annoying, right? He might need an earlier BKB than usual, but or like a Hurricane Pike. But besides that, you're right. It's not a lot of lockdown.
Yeah, whereas, Mouse, they have some good jump potential, they have some good lockdown. If they can get a quick pick onto the Weaver, or a quick jump onto the Weaver, they can get a quick pick, you'll blow that hero up fairly quickly on. So, I'm looking at it, I am leaning towards Mouse in terms of the lineup coming through here as well, and maybe Passion, again, trying something a little bit different, but I don't know if that's what you want to do. It's not an elimination match. If they do go down, they drop down to the lower brackets, they don't get eliminated, so maybe this is why they feel comfortable going for these less than standard picks at the minute.
Yeah, and not only that, I am a big Night Stalker hater. Like, not gonna lie. Every time I see this hero, he gets destroyed in the lane. He never gets to farm. He never does what's supposed to. And Morphling is one of those matchups that, like, absolutely crush you. Like, his base damage is insane. His attack projectile is crazy. I wouldn't have hated if this is like a Midnight Stalker. Like something, like let's create Tempo or something. As an offlaner into an abandoned Morphling lane, good luck for Batu.
Yeah, even as a mid, like he comes up close, he gets Avalanche tossed back onto the Tiny. He's not going to have the advantage early, in terms of, well, we're actually going to be going to the nighttime, right? Because we've got the daytime here, so we do have the flip with the Night Stalker being here. So we start in the nighttime instead of the daytime. But yeah, I know. I just think he gets punished a little bit too much by that Tiny in the lane if he's going to be a mid laner.
And honestly, even with that facet, I feel like Night Stalker is still like he barely gets even in the lane, and once minute 5 comes, he's like literally useless. The supports need to rotate, and he's just a sitting duck. Yeah,
and that's kind of the thing, right? The facet, in theory, it sounds nice, but he doesn't start off with any points in the Hunter of the Night.
Yeah.
So you're getting the health regen at least, I guess, so you're not punished early. If you do take a lot of damage, at least for the first 4 minutes, you do get a decent amount of regen out. But yeah, no, this... I'm still scratching my head over this pick.
We'll see if they're gonna find a way. Sometimes games can be very tricky, but just looking in a box, I would be impressed if low skill loses that lane. Like, he's supposed to crush it.
Yeah, for the third time in a row as well. I think here low skill going to be playing on the Dire side, so maybe preference. What's the current state of that? First pick Dire side, second pick Radiant side. What is the better of the two?
I still feel like first pick is the be all and all, and then if you don't have first pick, you pick Radiant because it's just slightly better. It does depend though. Like, there are certain carries that would rather play Dire than play Radiant. Sometimes you have like a support that attacks very well, and playing on Dire side is always better because the path to the Ancients. It depends a little bit, but I still feel like first pick is the best thing. Especially in a patch that's this figured out. Like when it's a newer patch, being able to react to the enemy's idea, I think it can be better. But you
Yeah.
know, we've been in this patch for 6 months or maybe even more.
And again, even the patch before, it didn't change too much, you know, from
Yeah.
like, you know, so yeah, we kind of have been. It killed off like the Luna, you know, and that was kind of it, which
Yeah.
I'm salty about because I like playing the Luna, one of my favorite heroes, and that was kind of it. She got killed. And then no one else really got, like, the Alchemist is still being banned out. The Dragon Knight was still being, you know, banned out. These heroes that were top tier are still top tier.
To me, that was the craziest thing. Like, yeah, Luna was strong, but DK was by far much better.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
they destroyed Luna, and they took like 10% cleave from Dragon
Yeah.
Knight. It's just
And that
like,
was-
makes no freaking sense.
That was the thing, right? Because that was right before, you know, the relog, and everyone's like, oh,
Yeah.
they've killed off the Dragon Knight, they kill off the Dragon Knight, then we get one pick, and then it just keeps on coming. The Dragon Knight keeps on coming then as well, because people figure out, oh yeah, it really, 10% really does not make that much difference.
It took them like a day to figure out DK
Yeah.
was still pretty good.
Yeah. Well, how are the lanes actually going here? Tiny, he's doing all right in the mid lane. It's not a massive difference. Nishi only going to be 2 or 3 last hits behind here. The avalanche into the deny comes out. Supreme going to be able to get 4 denies on board. The Night Stalker at least is picking up those denies, so he's 13 and 10. Not the most farm.
Very surprised by that, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, top lane, Fly actually might go down here. The Photic Shield's already been used. He's going to be chased down underneath the tier 1 tower. Does Batic want to carry on going? The 1 point into the Hunter of the Night. The waveform comes forward here, but Fly, does he have that Photic Shield up? He does it for another couple of seconds. And for Nans, he might go down in return. The tick, it's not
9
quite going to be
HP.
enough. He had got right down at 789 HP. Batic will be able to get himself away, so just pick up the first blood. Really well played here for the Night Stalker.
Yeah, this is not bad. I guess that might be the one part we didn't fully predict. Like, this Abaddon not being the strongest laner.
Yeah.
Especially now that Curse is different, right? I have not played Abaddon at all ever since they changed Curse of Avernus, but I think it used to be like 30% slow once you proc it, but now it's like constant 10, which is definitely worse for trades.
Yeah.
And he did also go for the Mephitic Shroud, whatever facet, which is it's definitely different.
Yeah, it's effectively the blade mailish style instead of the burst damage style, right? That it constantly pulses out whenever it takes damage, but like you say, because it doesn't explode, if you aren't near it when
Yeah.
it's it's not as offensive. I think it's very defensive. You know, it stops heroes from attacking, but because it doesn't explode on expiration, that you just ignore it for the duration.
Yeah, which is why I'm surprised he picked it up. I don't know. Well, they also will lose the Pango here. Good rotation from Clock.
Yeah, really nicely played. So it's going to be even it up 1 for 1, and you do lose Niche. So losing that mid laner out here, and you talked about it in the series already, how Tiny is a tempo hero. So being able to get those kills, getting the free lane farm here is Batyuk in the top lane. Got to be a little bit careful that he doesn't get, too far out of position, because 5 more seconds and we are going to be in daytime, and that's going to be okay. He pops the crippling fear here to get the silence out just before the daytime comes along, but it is going to be there soon, and yeah, it's going to be now. Batyuk got to be really careful. Okay, it's an extra 15 seconds, so
Yeah.
yeah, okay, that's my bad. Yeah, it's 5 minutes 15 seconds now, so but we are now in daytime. He's going to lose that big, what is it, plus 40% on the health regen there as well. He's actually going to be taking 20% of a deficit on the life regen, so you do need to be careful here as a Night Stalker.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, now your laning stage finally began, right? You had the
Yeah.
easy time, which honestly was surprisingly too easy, but now you already see the Morphling ahead and the harass starts from low skill.
Yeah, and it's like I say, at least he's going to be able to get out ahead in terms of the denies coming through now, as well as Niche still taking a lot of damage in this mid lane. Got to be careful again. Clockwork is rotating in. He's going to try and go for the Rolling Thunder, but the cogs are down now. He's going to be just bouncing between them. Can he get himself out of this one? He's rolling, and it's okay. He is away. But how far? Yeah, no chase coming through. Supreme not going to be able to close the gap, surely. Even the Flame Break could have used here for the Bat Rider, so Fanan's making sure he can get away as well.
All right, so rolling total use. He doesn't get the rune. Pretty sad for the Pango. Ideally, you like to have it for a counterplay, and so one of the side lanes. He's gonna have to chill.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is under
And
attack.
it's still rough, right, for the Pango, because Niche he's going to be hanging around on 200 health. I'm just looking at the way he's trying to play this one. He's even going to try and go for the ball. Ooh, Lycan. Okay, crystallized. They're going to drop the tombstone now as well. Cracker's going to be in a little bit of trouble. The wolves chasing down. Looks like, can he get the kill out onto Cracker? Cracker's going to try and do what he can, keeping himself alive. He's got those decays coming through here on force. He's going to be forced back behind the tier 1
TP
towards
from
his
Tiny.
tier 2s. But yeah, Supreme rotates down. Can he at least get the kill out onto Cracker?
Oh, he might actually. Yeah, he doesn't find anything. That's pretty sad for Supreme.
Is under attack.
Yeah, buys the Pango some time as well to maybe try and get a couple of last hits under his belt.
Yeah, that's definitely not ideal. A rotation like that, but overall, the Lycan is the loser here of the laning stage. But he's going Midas, so Force doesn't care.
Yeah, it's a bit of a strange one to me. I suppose he's gonna have the catch up. It's